What up? What up? What's going on, y'all? Back up in the building. It's your brother Legend. TikTok took me down for a little bit. I do not know why, but I'm back here doing what I does. What's going on? I think this light is better. What's good? Yeah, TikTok took me down, but I was able to get back activated. Appreciate y'all tapping like and joining me. Welcome to the live. Today we're talking about a few different things. What's up? What's up? What's going on? Yo, they tried to take me down. They definitely did. But I'm back. I haven't been suspended in a while, so that was interesting. I don't know what we said at all. I have no clue what we even said. I don't know how many of y'all was here when that happened, but we didn't say anything. Like we didn't even swear. So I don't know. They just said that I was talking crazy, and thankfully I know some folks that was able to get me back up here a little bit earlier, but it has been a while. You know what I'm saying? You know. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. And thank y'all for tuning in. We're talking about things we agree and disagree with. Got some people. Yeah, we do have to. No, the person that reported the live actually DM'd me some hateful words. You know what I'm saying? Hateful words for black people. So I think that's part of the reason I got my live back, because it was bad. You know what I'm saying? Birth of a nation type stuff. But anyway, um, today we're asking y'all if you agree or disagree. We want you to elaborate. For now, I'd say choose two. Choose two. If you want to come up and talk about it, you can. Everybody down there, tap like, tap like. When we get to 2K likes, start having people up here. Um, Appreciate you. Thank you for the gifts. Sending little roses like that, gifts. That lets the algorithm know that you're getting value from the live, and it also puts me on other people's FYP as we have these conversations. Pro-Palestine is pro-black. What do y'all think about that? Ren, what's good? What's good? Pro-Palestine is pro-black. Do you agree or disagree? Appreciate you, Ren. Hope you've been well. Thank y'all for the gifts. Even if it's a little rose, whatever it is, just to let the algorithm know we in here. Talk black to me in the comments. Um, Interracial dating can be pro-black. Do you agree, disagree? And do you agree or disagree that Europe is a continent? Is Europe a continent? I think that's the one that's going to confuse some people, because we've been told our whole lives Europe is a continent. So it's really confusing. um, is pro-Palestine pro-black? This is not. I am not your liberal Democrat type black guy, and I definitely ain't no MAGA conservative. I don't care about nothing but black folks. So you want to come up here and talk? We gonna talk. Do not expect Obama answers from me. I'm not a fan of Obama, but I don't think Obama. I don't think anyone black should be a fan of Obama, to be honest. But we could talk about that. What y'all believe? You should believe what y'all want to believe. Um, but yeah, I just want to talk about some of this Palestinian stuff, because my goodness, y'all come up here talking about Palestine every day, and a lot of y'all talking about it as if black people are supposed to care. So I'm just trying to figure out where maybe I'm turned around. What are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Right. Can we talk about the except you know what I noticed? Because I started putting some pressure on some of these brothers and sisters on TikTok. I notice a lot more people talk about Congo right now. I notice a lot more people talk about Congo and Sudan. But then they gotta also throw Palestine in there. And I'm just like, okay, I see what you're doing. But is it pro-black? Should we start telling people, black people, to focus on anyone besides themselves? Someone put Lumumba down there. Somebody know too much. Somebody know too much. Talk black to me, y'all. Shout out to all my conscious brothers and sisters. All right, so we're at the point where we're gonna bring some people up here. Let's see what happens. Don't forget to keep it respectful. I'm gonna start bringing people up here. Oh man, these are my friends. Okay, let's bring my friends up. Hey,
Good
Melody.
to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you back, man.
Hey, yes, yes. Thank you for coming up, sister. We back.
That's all right. I'm going to be
Yeah.
brief. I'll
Uh
kick
huh.
it off. Hell no. Although I had an interesting debate the other day with someone who's a Pan African who was trying to make me know that I should feel sympathy for Palestine, because
What's
that's
his
the Pan
name?
African.
Meech.
No, 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 it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
But for me, pro-black is about focusing on my thing. I don't need to like sympathize with Palestine to understand more about the oppressor. Like I don't know what's going on. If two of my oppressors are fighting, I'm gonna sit back and get popcorn. Like, you get it? Um, there is a genocide going on in the Congo right now, so hashtag free Congo. So for me, hell no. The second one, I'm not even gonna, because I've been in a room today that's just been mad. So nope. And my understanding is that Europe is part of a continent called Eurasia. But yeah, I'll let someone else expand on that. But good to see you. Like I said, people tap up the screen. Hashtag free Congo, hashtag free IAT, hashtag free Sudan, boycott big tech. And I hope no one, first of all, I hope you're not celebrating Christmas because that would be a little bit dumb. But if you are buying gifts in the next couple of months, please don't buy new tech. Buy refurbished. Don't buy the Fairphone because that's just as bad. Buy refurbished. Yeah. All right. Peace.
Yep. Appreciate you, sister. Thank you. Short and to the point. We love it. We're boycotting big tech, y'all. We boycotting big tech. Do not buy a Tesla. Do not get Tesla. Don't get anything with a lithium battery. All right. Black Void. Could you give
How you
us
doing, man?
your age, race, and pronouns?
How's everything, man? How's everything?
Peace. I'm well, man.
James from Brooklyn, Black, 36.
All right.
Uh,
Thank you. Talk to us.
so the pro-Palestine thing, I think for people who are not black to understand, or those who I would say or they don't know about what's going on with our issue, is if I'm sick, if we're sick, right? It doesn't make sense to help others that are sick when we're not, when we're ourselves are sick,
Yeah.
right? If I'm like bleeding, I need to stop my own bleeding before I can help somebody else stop their bleeding. So we have to, and the thing is, I feel like this can be a curse and a blessing at the same time, but black people, I feel
Hmm.
like, are very supportive and
Humane.
very supportive and very nice, right? When it comes
Yeah.
to we're very benevolent in that sense where it comes to helping others and understanding people's struggles, but at the same time we have to fix ourselves, and I don't think
Yeah.
we give ourselves enough attention,
Mm.
you know.
I agree with
So
that.
it's not to say that, you know, we're indifferent about Palestine. Is just we have to help ourselves first, you know.
Right.
Um, as far as Europe as a continent, well, we was taught that Europe is a continent, but I've always looked at it like it's always connected to Asia and it's always like mad big. Like the person said, the Euro Asia.
Right.
Um, and it makes sense, the Caucasian and Asian connection going on there. Um,
Yeah, it's true.
but the thing is, these Europeans, they want their own isolated thing, right? To be separate from everybody else. They want to be separate from everybody else. I mean, if you look, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this, but I think the map is upside down, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Because like when they go to, and I just discovered that because of Egypt, right? The Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, and how
Mm-hmm.
the Egyptians viewed their map. So it's actually South Africa is actually in the north, and stuff like that. So yeah,
Yeah, I've heard of this as well. I got to do more research on that. But
because
I know that the people I've heard of this where the map was flipped the way it was for a reason.
mhm,
But I have to do more research into how the ancient Kemetic people looked at it. But
because
yeah,
I heard they said that the Kemet, right, the river of the Nile, it actually starts in around Kenya, Ethiopia, and Uganda, and it flows down towards Egypt. You know,
yeah. Well, yeah, I gotta do more research on that. But I know that Europe didn't even wasn't even considered a continent until after whiteness was created as a racial category,
right.
and the Roman Catholic Church gave out the papal edict to justify slavery. It's really a political continent, and it didn't even popularly become what most of us consider the continent of Europe until the 18th century. So
Mhm.
um, that's the
So,
thing.
can I ask you a question?
Hmm.
If history was lied to us about certain land masses and stuff of that nature, do you feel like perhaps there could be more land that we don't know about?
Um, more land. Well, I mean, I guess it's possible. There are areas maybe that they left off the map. I wouldn't say much more land.
Right.
I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Like there might be some islands they don't want us to know about. I ain't. I wouldn't put that past anybody. But the things that we're talking about, the lies that we're talking about, even though they're geographical and they seem like it's not that big a deal, they were actually very anti-black and used as a justification to dominate the world and subjugate people to enslavement and colonize people's land. Europe came together um, under the same ideology that was used to, colonize and enslave Africans. They came together. Before that, they were fighting. They were just warring with each other. And then Christianity came. The Pope said, you know what? You can go over there anywhere where they're not Christian. You can enslave them and take their land. And they said, you know what? We're all going to be missionaries. We're all Christians now. Let's make this Western peninsula of Asia our land. This is Europe. And that's what makes no sense because every other continent is separated by a body of water. It's a separate landmass or it's on its own tectonic plate. For
Right.
some reason, Europe is the only one where someone decided to draw a line and say this is a different continent. So that's how you know it's just a continent for political reasons, political power. So
Now,
yeah.
yeah, so that's pretty much it, man.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up. Appreciate you.
You guys have a good night and
All
peace, man.
right, you too. I'll go to the next guest. Kuma, what's good, brother?
It was the same thing. I didn't want a bunch of friends coming up, chatting, listening to the information. I'm currently staring at tectonic plates and listening in. I did,
Yeah.
I did try to answer the third question in a couple different accents, and one of them where I was trying to say Europe is incontinent. Europe is incontinent. I was over here giggling, but I'll wait to hear what the guests have to say.
Yeah. Well, Thanks for joining me, brother. Everybody go follow Kuma. This is my brother up here. One of the mighty Pan-African warriors on this platform. The fire breather. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Hang out with us, Kuma. Vince, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Oh yeah. What's up? Actually, Vince. Actually, I'm living in Paris right now. I should go back in America soon, but right now I'm in Paris. My dad with my fam. My race is black from Congo, and yeah. So this is it. I'm 32.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Talk to us.
So you say pro-Palestine is pro-black. I wouldn't be sure because when you go in Palestine, you have a neighborhood which is called the neighbor of Abd, which means the quarter of the slaves, and this is where the black people are living. So yes, we are pro-Palestine because we support the movement because we don't like the colonization, but among the Arabs there is racism toward us, you know what I'm saying? Because there is black Jew, there is black Christian and everything. And when you go there, even in the UAE, there's still slavery toward black people. So our people still suffering. Everywhere we go in those countries, they call us Kel, which means the N word, And you even have, I've seen testimonies of black people like living in Lebanon, some women, like they were taking some iron and putting the iron on those women, just for fun.
Wow.
So I'm for the Palestine, but I think also there is a moment they have to address the racism issues, because to this day, like living in a neighborhood literally called the neighborhood of slave is totally disrespectful.
Yeah.
Especially when you know where we came from. We know
Right.
who the real Jew are. We all know who they are. Even when you read the Bible, you see the description of Jesus when he's coming back and everything. This is like a big afro. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
yeah. So we know the truth. So yeah. So when you say interracial dating can be problematic, yeah, I would say definitely, but it depends. I would say the
They don't
most
say
problem.
problematic. It says pro-black.
Pro-black interest dating can be nah, bro. Whether you in, whether you not, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can choose to marry whoever you want, but we can't do this stuff. And plus, right now, the one drop rule. I think this thing we must stop the one drop rule. You know what I'm saying? Because that, for example, you say, oh, you black, you have black blood, but when I'm looking at your face, if the cop are pulling me over and you ain't gonna be arrested, I'm gonna be the one arrested. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So this it's like I was saying, I don't know if you know the guy from the radio in New York, like Ebro. Ebro says that his dad was black. But when you look at Ebro and you look at myself, bro, if the cop are coming, most definitely I'm the one going to jail, not him. You know what I'm saying? Because he looks white. He doesn't look black like me. So that's why
Interesting.
I don't like this one drop rule unless you look like a biracial. That's different. That's totally different because your black feature on your face will show. But when you look like a white person, I'm sorry, I can't. Like, I ain't gonna tell you. It's like you're gonna say me that Drake's son is black. I won't believe you, bro. He has blue eyes. He represents what the white people loves. You know what I'm saying? So nah. So
Okay. So
that's it, bro. You
yeah,
don't look like
I hear what you're saying. I would say now. Here's the thing, because you from a place where this might be less biracial brothers and sisters. Which you say you in France though,
Nah,
so I know
bro,
they
this is
out there.
world. This is world, bro. This is world. France has a lot of biracial. We mix with everything. There is so much,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, right. But what I'm trying to say is, to me, Ebro looks. I wouldn't say he was black right away, but I would. If he said he was black, I would believe that. I'm not gonna lie. But you know, here in America, we get to see all different shades of black. you know,
Yeah,
and it don't mean that they're biracial,
yeah,
you
for
know,
real.
because you know, there's people that's monoracial and they still light skinned.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
you know, I hear what you're saying. As far as interracial relationships being pro-black, I would say no, because you know they like how you gonna say you for your people, you love your people, and you ain't focusing
But
on
there
prioritizing your people.
there is a difference between a light skin. When somebody is light skin, you see he is black. It's like this fraud, like Sean King. For me, he ain't black. He never been black. I don't like this dude, bro.
Yeah,
You
but here's the thing. This is what I'm trying to tell you, because how you look is part of how they profile you. You're right. You get pulled over by
yeah,
a police officer. Sean King not gonna get the same type of disrespect that you gonna get.
yeah,
Um, However, when it comes to um, economic disadvantages, Sean King parents come from slavery just like my parents do, and he don't got generational wealth. He don't got other things that affect, like, even in a room full of white people, he is black. You
yeah,
see what I'm saying? So there's other things that still play into how we're mistreated as black people, other than just how we look. But
mm,
he does have a privilege over brothers and sisters that are more richly melanated, and that's what he needs to be mindful of, because he can't speak over a brother and sister from the continent that don't have the light passing privileges that he has.
for
So
real.
that's the thing. And then I wanna get rid of the one drop rule, but to be honest, I'd rather just get a race as a whole construct. I'd rather just get rid of the whole thing than change the rules,
Yeah,
because changing rules ain't gonna stop nothing. They're going, we gotta get rid of the whole idea.
sure.
you know yeah, but and then as far as what you said with Palestine, I agree with you 1,000%, man. I agree
Yeah,
with you 1,000%. I think some brothers and sisters have been going overtime trying to recruit us based on how we've been oppressed as people. And it really just shows us this whole Palestinian thing just really has blown the lid off of a lot of things that I'm seeing in the community. I've lost respect for certain creators that say they pro-black. Um, it's kind of crazy, because it's like some people, like the black people that's pro-Israel, they gone. They don't know. They're lost. Like, I don't know how you in your right mind, you just lost if you think Israel is the answer, right? Because
yeah.
that's just more America. Like, you, all right, so long, all right.
That
But anyway, so they lost, and
that's
then you
why I
got the
stopped.
pro.
I don't talk to the black Hebrew no more. Like, no way.
Yeah, oh man, yeah, I did hear a few of them was on that, but all right, so they going, they off in Mars somewhere, right? And then you got the pro-Palestinian black people. Now you got the ones that's pro-Palestine and trying to get us all to be pro-Palestine, Palestine. If you ain't black, if you ain't pro-Palestine, like, for people that's doing all that, I'm like, yo, you're doing too much, because you're showing part of how, even though you don't go to church, a lot of us have internalized Christianity in how we move in life, because Christianity says that we all need to believe one thing. We can't have difference of opinion. Everyone has to believe what I believe. If I believe it and you don't believe it, then you're wrong. And so that's the thing. We're trying to, like, go on making missionary content, trying to recruit black people. I look at that and I'm just like, it really shows who loves black people and who just hates oppression. Like, some of us hate oppression more than we love black people. So if you're pro-black, you love black people. Now, of course, in loving black people, you're also going to hate the oppression of black people. And if that oppression affects another group of people, you're going to sympathize with them as well. Their oppression is rooted in what oppresses us. So I can fight with my people solely by themselves, and that will help everyone else that's oppressed by the same systems that oppress my people. Freeing the Congo is going to free everybody else. because everybody else is taking part in destabilizing the Congo and the resources that come from the Congo. So all I gotta do is be pro-black. That's gonna save everybody else. Why do I need to be pro-black and also be pro-people that will call me out my name if I went to their land? Why do I gotta be pro other people that aren't really saying free Congo on their lives? I don't see Arab people saying free Congo and Palestine and talking about we're all connected because their flag is the color of watermelon. I don't see that.
Bro,
So,
I
yeah,
remember even some videos like from some Arabs dude saying that it's because of Palestine that we are talking about Congo. That before that we weren't talking about Congo. You see the disrespect. Do you see the disrespect? The level of disrespect that they saying that we black people we don't talk about Congo enough, and they're also saying that we black people we should talk more about Palestine. This is a disrespect. So we black people again, they want to use us like everything. Everything. I was like,
they want to use
why
us
don't
for
you talk
numbers.
about?
That's what everyone
Don't you
does.
talk? Don't you ask? Yeah. Why don't you ask to the Asian to speak for Palestine? Why always black people? See, why do you don't ask to the Latino to speak about Palestine? Why always black people? Again, always
Yeah.
us. Always us. That's the issue. And that's why I was like, hey, you know what? Just stop it. Don't bring the Congo and the black people in your bullshit because that's disrespectful. We've been taking everything, like every fight of oppression, we've been taking it. I remember like back in the day, Muhammad Ali, he spoke about the Vietnam. He was the first
Yeah.
black, to rise for the Vietnam. And I'm sorry,
Mm-hmm.
you know, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, definitely was the first black man. He woke up, for the Palestine and everything. He was the first
Yeah.
to walk like from the Congo and everything. So no, I'm sorry. We are,
But you notice this, Malcolm X was on the ground working with our people,
yeah,
unifying Africa as well, working with Patrice Lumumba and Kwame Nkrumah. Working, you see what I'm saying? Like he was actually
yeah,
doing the work with us. He
yeah.
did stop by and speak to the leaders in Palestine, but you got to understand, in my view, Malcolm X was also a little compromised. He was pro-black. He was pro-black. He did what he came here to do, but he was also a little compromised by their religion. So he had a little bit of a soft spot for Arabs. You know what I'm saying? He did. And it's funny because on his trip to Saudi Arabia, he was arrested by the same people he was there to come and worship God with. As soon as he landed, they arrested him. They held him in jail for a week. And he
This
had to
is
get
insane.
bailed out by a white man. And then he came back talking about how he worshiped Allah with white people and black people and that he was seeing the world differently. And I just think it's funny, you know what I'm saying? Like you go there to show them love and they put your black behind in jail. So
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? It's
no,
kind of
man.
crazy.
If it was me at the time, I would definitely go back in the Nation of Islam. If it were for that, I would definitely go back in the nation because that
Now,
was
that's another thing. Nation of Islam, I love them. They cool, but they're not pro-black. You know, Malcolm X, I feel like after he came back from Mecca and he started working with the OAAU and started really like putting things together, that was him on some I'm gonna put religion to the side and I'm gonna work with my people, but I'm gonna still have my faith. Like when you do it
yeah,
that way, it can be done. But
yeah.
but the Nation of Islam is not a pro-black movement. They're a pro-black Muslim movement. So there's certain leaders like Khalid Muhammad who they silenced because he was too pro-black. Now, what kind of pro-black organization are you when you silence people for being too pro-black?
That's
What
why I
you
had
know?
some issue with the Minister Farrakhan. I still love him, but when I'm seeing siding with a Freemason and all this type of stuff, I'm like, yo, what's going on? And even when
Yeah,
you look in the history, I was like, oh, this dude, like, Booker T. Washington, and all this dude, like, Mr. Weber, they were all Freemasons. So I'm like, who can I trust? Even our leader at the time, they
mm,
being like. They've been different. Like they lied to us, because when you
Mm.
Freemason, you have to compromise. Whether you're in Prince or Freemason, or whether you have to compromise.
Right.
Right now, when you go in Africa, this is a Prince of Masonry because they black, so they have better ties with African country. But they still,
Mm.
put in the work. So the white people, the Freemason white, can't put the work. So there is
Yeah.
two problems. So
They silence.
what I used to
Mm.
trust is not what I'm trusting right now. So history lying to me. My own people betray me. This is it. Even when you talk about Nelson Mandela, he was a traitor. We got to be honest. We got to address this in South Africa. Nelson Mandela was a traitor. This is real.
Yeah, he was.
He was
That's what
also
I'm saying. Yeah.
he was racist. That's why. And when you talk about Europe as a continent, yeah, it was just country and country before it became a continent because we forgot
Mm.
that Genghis Khan came here. He wiped out everybody. You know, so also the Arab came here. The Turkish came here. To wipe out the country.
Mm.
So when you look, also us, we came there. The more we were in Spain. That's why we were in
Mm-hmm.
Spain. We were in Russia. When we talk about Attila was a black general. So
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
remind this. And
Yeah, Rus. What's his name? Rus. I forgot his name. Ruspin or something. Ruspin.
I don't know if he
He
was
was.
no, not
Yeah,
Attila. Yeah,
he was black. Yeah, yeah. I
yeah,
know.
he
I
was
know who you're
black from
talking about.
Russia. He was a
Yeah.
big and everything. So
Right. Yeah.
Europe became poor because going on war and everything, war to war. Discovering different land, it costs a lot of money. They had no money, in the States. So why they say they made alliance. The Portuguese came to Congo. That was one of the first countries. The Congo, the big Congo with a big K, or which was Angola. And after the Angola,
Yeah.
you have the British that came on from Ghana and everything. Also in Congo, plus the French, because Stanley was an Englishman. He was no French. He was English. So that's why in Congo, even in Congo, when you speak Swahili or even in languages, the Lingala, you also have like some English word, and those people, because what people don't know is like most of the slave came from the Congo and the Congo Kingdom. That's why when you go in America, in Louisiana, you have a place called Congo Square. This is where the
Mm.
slave from Congo used to do the music, and the same music that shaped, the American and the world, more over the Black American music.
Mm-hmm.
That came
Yeah.
from the rumba in Congo that we call Kumba. Kumba, which is a center, of the belly. And when you look carefully
Mm.
at the music is a center of the Black people. So this is something spiritual.
Yeah.
And people don't forget that the music for Congolese and also for Black American is something spiritual. That's why we say that the world has a meaning. Everything you're listening can be a poison. Look how the
Mm.
culture is killing us today. Look how the
Mm-hmm.
culture right now is killing. That's why even Kanye West say he turned his back on the culture because in the culture said, rob, kill, do this, do that.
All right.
This
Yeah. Be careful. Be careful. We're on
Yeah, I'm
TikTok.
sorry.
Can't say the K
But
word.
like to say this, the Europe is a continent right now because they cited everything, and the only thing that they had that we didn't have was the gunpowder. So they went to China. They stole. It wasn't negotiation. They stole the gunpowder undercover, like they came with the religion. Oh yeah, you gotta accept Jesus Christ and everything. They came in China when they had the gunpowder, and the gunpowder wasn't used for the gun and everything. It was used just for all this fairy stuff and everything for the party and everything. They took it, and this is why they did what they did. So you come in Africa, and you exchanging like some gold, with weapon. This what happened. This how they won. Turning us against. Because we even Africa back in the day, it wasn't a peaceful land. We had war against kingdom. We had
Mm.
war against tribes against tribe, and this is what happened. So when you carefully, Europe always used division. Like right now in Palestine, this is division. They always using division, even when you in Ukraine. But Putin didn't play with them. Now they're asking to Putin to use a ceasefire, because they lost.
Yeah.
They lost the war, and this is
Mm.
where you can see like the hypocrisy. Because even right now, that Bernie Sanders, he didn't sign for the ceasefire. He said no. The same Bernie Sanders who always criticizing like the American policy. You see how this is. You see how the Almighty is like he's revealing the hypocrisy of
I didn't
America.
know it. I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
Oh, Bernie Sanders, he's a citizen. He has citizenship in Israel. You didn't know that? A lot of
Yeah,
people in the
and no,
parliament.
what's funny about Bernie Sanders is he was against reparations for African
Oh,
Americans,
bro,
and his family got reparations from World War II.
I told you he's against the ceasefire, and I was shocked. But they're a hypocrite, and that's why you gotta understand. Even like we say again, that's my last statement. We say free Congo. Remember that the Clinton administration has a lot of blood on the hand. This is them when Mobutu was in power. This is them what they did. They say to
Yeah.
Mobutu, "Okay, you gotta go." And I think it was the secretary at the time of Clinton came and say, Mobutu, if you don't go, you'll die and your body will be on the floor in Kinshasa. So this is what happened. So he flew, another dude take the power, and they side alliance and giving weapon to the Rwandese who tried to go and to kill the people. And so you have different, like we say,
dude.
Yeah,
Congo.
yeah, you can't keep saying K, man. You can't keep saying
Yeah,
the K word.
sorry, no Congo, no Tesla, no Congo, no
No
Silicon
Tesla.
Valley in America, no Congo, no fraud,
Well,
no car, no
check
nothing,
this
no
out real
computer.
quick. Do you
So
know that the British, their the first country that they wanted to
You there?
Jewish people to was that was their first choice.
what country?
It wasn't Palestine.
It was Uganda.
It was they wanted to send. Well, yes, it was Uganda. Yes, it wasn't Palestine, and the Ugandans said, "Nah, that's not going to happen. We don't want that going." Here's the thing, and this is how I feel, right? So it's not even how I feel. This is the world we live in. We all pray to different gods, okay? And even the God called Jesus that people say they pray to is not. I don't pray to the same Jesus that they do, and I don't pray to Jesus at all, anyways. So, you know what I mean? So what we have to understand is that unless Black people get involved and unless we do it, it doesn't happen. Okay, that's why they need our numbers, because they know how if Black Americans don't put their foot, if we don't stick our foot in the door and keep it from closing, none of this happens. There's nothing going on for anyone in this country or even worldwide for that matter. So yeah, oh, you're Black, you've got to feel this way about Palestine. I'm like, of course I do, but you know what? You guys knew this 70 years ago. You knew what was going on. Israelis are just Europeans in the Middle East.
Yeah.
They're white people. That's all they are. That's all they are. That's all they are. That's all they are. So people are like, they get it. I've known this. I knew this was going to happen like 10 years ago. Hamas was created by Israel. Okay? It's a long story, but do the research on that. Okay? It's like Rumsfeld shaking hands with Hussein, the leader of Iraq. There's a photo of him like cheesing so hard, like 1987 or something like that. He was just cheesing so hard, like shaking Saddam Hussein's hand. And at the end of the day, dude, I mean, look at Noriega. Look at what happened in the Philippines. Look at what anytime brown people say no, they get bombed back into the Stone Age. It's the bottom line. Look at any war you've ever seen on this planet in the last 400 years. That's what colonialism has done to this planet.
That is crazy, because when Europeans say no, they don't do that.
No, they don't.
Interesting.
they unalive each other. You know what I mean? They're like, well, Germany, I have a problem with you. This is Britain. And then France and Germany's like, guess what? We're gonna, but okay, cool, that's
Mm-hmm.
fine. But they come to some type of agreement with each other, and
Mm-hmm.
they pick sides and they choose. When it comes to us, though, when it comes to our brothers and sisters in Central America, what did Dole do? Dole went down there with an army and took everything. They took their bananas, they took their pineapples, they took
Right.
their coffee, they took everything. We took the canal in Panama. We told Colombia that, you know what? Go ahead and try and stop us.
Mm.
Go ahead. That's who we are. And now, because the reason we don't have health care for everyone in this country is because Theodore Roosevelt wanted that to happen. And the powers, the Congress and the House said, nah, if we do that, we're gonna have to include black people. And we can't
Mm.
do that. This is in the early 1900s.
Yeah.
In the late 1940s, Truman said, guess what? I would like to have health care for everybody. And the powers that, those Southern Dixiecrats were like, nope, nope, that means we'd have to help black people. No GI Bill, redlining. We're getting redlined today. I mean, I think there's like 4 or 5 banks that had to pay like a large amount of money in the last 3 or 4 years because they were
Yeah.
redlined. You
Wells
know,
Fargo specifically. Yeah.
yeah,
Wells Fargo's the worst.
dude,
Yeah.
they sent me a lot of money because they screwed me over on my car.
Crazy.
I'm telling you, bro.
Wow.
You like me, man. It's an anti-black.
Yeah.
It's the world. It could,
Okay.
yeah, it couldn't be anymore. Like, it couldn't be anymore. Like, how can you not? What is it that you're not seeing? I mean, because I see it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll end it there.
Appreciate you, Unc. Thank you. Um, that's quite a word, man. I got to do some research on the beginning of Hamas. I heard of Hamas one other time. I shouldn't even say that word too much, but I've heard of them one other time, and it was in a Borat joke. On I don't know if y'all remember that movie Borat. That's the only time before all this started happening. You was not hearing about them like this. Now it's all over everywhere. Everybody talking about it. But I'm gonna do some more research into them. Um, of course, my focus has been on the Congo. I've been learning so much about that. About what's going on, and even the national rainforest, the park that they have between the Congo and Rwanda. I've been doing some research into what's going on in Cameroon. Oh my goodness, Cameroon and Libya is crazy. And Haiti. Um, so I want to big up everybody from those nations. Much love to y'all. Thank you for helping us get to 50K. When we get to 50K, we're going to change the topic. We're just up here having some discussions, whether we agree or disagree. If you want to come on up, share your viewpoint with us, feel free. I'm gonna go to the next guest. D, what's good, sister?
All I want to do was this. Hello, 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 and welcome in, you guys. You are in Brother Legends Live again. Welcome in. Have a seat. Take a friend. Bring an enemy. But you are in Brother Legends Live. I need you to tap, tap, tap. Tap that screen. Brother Legends said 50K, but I say 100. Let's go. Tap, 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 tap. You guys, make sure that you share the live and send it to your friends, your frenemies, and including your enemies. Let's talk about it. Make sure you sub this chat and make sure you subscribe to Brother Legends Live. All right, you guys, until we meet again. And when y'all see the foolery and the coonery, send a pause.
Send the Panther pause if you don't like what's being said, and we'll kick a guess. We'll go to the next guest. Appreciate you, D. African superstar, what's going on, sister?
What's up? Good evening, everybody. This is the one and
Evening.
only African superstar. I was like, man, I missed the family. I came on and I saw you on live, so I was happy to see that. Yes. Getting to the topic, I just want to go with this number one question, first of all. Pro-Palestine is pro-black. I think pro-black is really self-explanatory, and I think we try to extend the umbrella to a lot of other causes. And I remember, I think last week there was a gentleman that was, homosexual, and he was talking about, you remember that. And
Yeah,
and and I
yeah,
think when people get into these other communities and these other lifestyles and religions, they preface that over their ethnicity. So
right,
I think pro-black is pro-black. And I think that Arab, either way that you go, is not friendly to our people. From what I'm seeing coming out of both sides of the coin, there's a lot of racism to African descended people in both Palestine and Israel.
right.
So, in my opinion, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know how we are supposed to take a perspective on that, especially when we have all these relative issues happening on the continent, that we don't get support from the international community. Like you just went down the laundry list of what's happening in Congo, what's happening in, Cameroon, Haiti, all these places. It's like there's
Yeah,
no, let's pray for Haiti, let's pray for Congo. I mean, they're literally turning a deaf eye, no media coverage. You know what I mean? So I think if you want to be pro-black to our viewers, I mean, then that means pro-black. That means your people, things relative to your people supersede everything. If you want to be having a perspective on this situation, then you should be focused on perhaps the black people in those areas and what they're encountering, rather than a general, taking a perspective on Israel or Palestine, because I mean, again, they are very racist towards our people and have been historically, either side of the coin you're on. So I think,
mm,
I think, I don't know, this sympathetic, element of our people that just wants to always be inclusive to these situations. And it's just like, but nobody's got our back.
mm-hmm,
Nobody, like you said,
mm-hmm.
before this whole conflict came up, were we hearing about Hamas? Were we hearing about Gaza? Were they showing any support, solidarity for, like, the issues happening on the continent? What about the issues in the West? What about what goes on with Black Americans? What about what goes on in England? You know what I mean? Where is
Right.
their solidarity? But then they want to siphon our energy and our concern, and the gentleman, Mr. Midnight, he was saying nothing happens unless we fuel it, which they
Mm,
always want to capitalize on our energy. We're so creative. We're so, influential. So once we get to sharing these hashtags and talking about this and having podcasts and, voicing out
mm-hmm.
the issue, that's when it becomes relative. They always want to pander to our people with their various, the LGBT does the same thing. The feminist movement does the same thing. Even as Black Lives Matter, that whole movement. So they always want to include us as the lifeblood of these things, but we
Mm-hmm.
cannot get reciprocation for what's important and what's actually directly impacting our people. So I think that we should just be focused on our people and the
Yeah.
issues of our people. We don't really have the energy to be expending on other people's causes. They have been constantly, fighting in that area. And I know it's wrong what Israel has done, kind of invaded Palestine and trying to take over their land. But
Mm-hmm.
like some other people have said, this whole European, that's the lifestyle of Europeans. That's very small area of the world has just been constantly in conquest, constantly in conflict, for centuries. So this is the nature of their people. Meanwhile, here on the continent, you don't have countries invading. When have you heard, oh, Ghana wants to invade Nigeria, or Zambia and Zimbabwe are fighting over the waterfalls, or, what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, come on. I mean, for real.
Yeah.
We really don't even have a lot of military power here on the continent. It's just not our way of life. It's just not our, we
Yeah.
want to be in our one corner, do our thing, enjoy our life. But the Europeans and the whites, that's their thing.
Right.
Unaliving people, conquest, domination, pillaging, capitalism. That's what they're all
Mm-hmm.
about. They don't live communally. They're all individualistic. So I just
Yeah.
wanted to jump on that particular
That's facts,
part.
sister.
Yeah, I want to
Absolutely.
jump on that. And then,
Appreciate you.
Yeah. So that's my contribution for
Hmm.
today.
All right.
Big
Well,
shout out to
thank
the
you.
family. Thank you guys for the roses, and I appreciate everything that you're doing. As always, I really love this platform, and keep hope alive. And for any of you guys that are confused because you feel like we always have to have a perspective on these things, you can just withhold judgment on certain things that don't pertain to you. You know what I mean? You don't
Yeah.
have to take a side. People will try to make you, well, how do you feel about this? And make you feel like, you are a wicked person because you don't care, you're not involved. I mean, it's just like
Hmm.
for me, I'm not a homosexual person. So like the LGBT issues and stuff, I mean, it's not my fight. You know what I mean? It's not
Hmm.
something that's on my menu in the day. You know what
We
I
can
mean? So you don't
dismantle
necessarily.
patriarchy together, but
Right. You know what I
that
mean? I mean,
particular,
obviously I
yeah.
know a lot of our people are participating in that community and
Hmm.
they're still getting, treated racist and they're still getting objectified. They go through what we go through just in their own way. But
Hmm.
you don't have to take a perspective. So when it comes to this, I'm just neutral because I'm just like, well,
Hmm.
there's other things that I would rather divert my energy and attention to. I think if you are one of these people that's passionate about Israel and Palestine, then you should educate yourself on Congo. Go
Hmm.
educate yourself on things that's happening on the continent. That would better be your time and investment, or even if you're donating to charities or whatever, would be better
Hmm.
spent on people that reflect you, rather people that are part of your oppression. Always feeling sorry
Hmm.
for them. They don't feel sorry for us. So anyway, I've
Yeah.
talked long enough. I'll let the next
I
person.
appreciate you, sister. Thank you. And
Yeah.
shout out my
Thank you
brother.
so much.
Yes, yes. Shout out my brother Kron as well, for sending the gifts, man. Appreciate you, sister. That was quite a word. She spoke heavily with some nuance, you know what I'm saying? Said the quiet part out loud. I appreciate us bringing that part up. We're going to go to the next guest. Um, Everybody keep tapping like. When we get to 50K likes, we're going to change the topic. For now, we're going to keep on talking about the topics up above. I think the next guest is It's Me Azon. Is it It's Me Azon?
It's me, Azan.
Hi Azon. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I'm 43, and I'm Filipino.
Okay.
Was that all the questions? I'm sorry. That's it,
Yeah,
right?
I mean I'm assuming when you say Filipino you mean like Pacific Islander?
No, I'm Asian.
Okay, cool. Talk to us.
I was just scrolling to the live, and then I heard what um the lady had to say. Um, I'm Asian. My husband is black. I have a daughter with him, so my daughter is half black. Um, I
Uh,
mean, what do you?
no, she's not.
I'm sorry.
Oh, why do y'all do this?
Say
Let
that
her
again.
talk, man.
No, no, I didn't
Why?
hear that. Say
Why?
that again.
We have a term for this. It's called tokenizing. You don't want to come up and start immediately telling us about
No,
who
no, no,
around you is black.
no.
Like,
I'm just saying,
I'm just saying, even if you had the best intentions, don't do that around black people. We pick it up every time anyone non-black does it. It's a thing. But go
no,
ahead, keep talking to us. I
no.
want to hear what you got to say.
I just, I mean, this is for, right? Pro-Palestine is for Black. So I just wanted to say, I'm coming on here because my child is half Black. I don't want you to say oh, she's
Child's not
Asian.
half
Why is
black.
she
Child is black.
Well, I mean, I'm Filipino, so she's half Filipino. So yes, she is Black,
But that's not.
Filipino.
You can be black and from. You can be black and Filipino. She's multicultural, but she's a
Right.
black child.
Yes.
Because even in the
And
Philippines, they don't look at her and see a half
Asian.
Filipino. They see a black child.
Um, probably because I'm
There's
I'm
racist
darker
Filipino
skin tone.
people. They're not going to treat her the same as they're going to treat other Filipino people. I've met them. They're
Trust
going
me,
to know she
I
black.
was not born here. Okay, I came here when I was in
Neither
high
were the
school,
people I'm talking about.
and guess who bullied me? Not not my black friends, not my white friends, not my Latino friends.
All right,
It's the
but we're not going to get
Filipinos. So
into who
I know what
bullied
you're
you.
talking about. No, no, no. I
That's
know.
very much
I know what you
anecdotal. We're
mean.
talking about race. It's a
So
social construct. I don't want to get into your childhood trauma. I'm not your
right.
therapist. Let's
No,
just talk
no.
about the topics.
Right. So I mean that's the only reason why I mentioned that. So as my child, what do I teach her, right? Like I teach her to stand up for what's right. For me, for what's right is the people that's being oppressed, being unalive. I mean, I guess I don't have to be like an Arab. I don't have to be like a Muslim, or I don't, you know what I mean? Just seeing the children being unalive, that's what breaks my heart. I think we have to stand up for humanity first before anything else. Because like before I'm a woman, before I'm a mom, before I'm, you know what I mean, like I'm a grandmother, I'm a human first. So I think we need to basically stand up for human rights before anything else.
Tackle this, please.
I was about to get in all of that.
Just Azon. So
I,
I mean, I get where you're coming from, you know, but when you say things like when you use the two words human rights, we as Black people, we know all about the lack of human rights
I
in
know
United.
that.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. So, I mean, I get where you're coming from, but you started out the conversation about your daughter, and I get it. No one's hating on you here, but you got to realize who Black people are. You might have a Black husband, and you might have, as you say, a half Filipino, half Black daughter who is Black, by the way. Okay, because it doesn't matter if you're married to. Look, if you're white, yellow, purple, pink, magenta, and your wife or your husband is Black, your child is Black. Period. That's how it works in this world. Okay, the world that you live in and the world that I live in. That's the way it works. And when it comes to human rights, without Black people, without Black Americans, no one has human rights. If we don't start as Black Americans, if we don't tell the truth, if we don't tell the world the truth in the 40s and the 50s, and become unalive just because we're telling the truth in the 60s, and then become the uh, the boogeyman in the 70s and the 80s, and then we not only become the boogeyman, what we go on this trip called the school to prison pipeline. Once all that happens, okay, we totally understand what human rights are and who it affects. Okay, you probably, I don't know how you present. You know, if you present as Asian when you go out into the world, if you present as a white tea woman, I don't know. I have no idea. Okay.
I'm
But
Filipino, so I present as an Asian.
okay, so we as Black people, when we go out into the world, as soon as we walk out our door, as soon as we walk out our door, that's who we are. Okay. And we get it. You know, we understand what your situation is, or I understand what your situation is when it comes to your husband and your daughter. But if you're gonna do this, get on the pro-Black side of this thing as an Asian woman, if you can even try and like, and we know you
No,
can't.
what?
We hold on. We know you
I don't
can't
want her on the
understand.
play back side.
You know, we know you
You
can't
don't want her.
understand that. But your
I'm sorry,
daughter's
say that
Black.
again.
Your daughter's
I didn't
Black.
hear the host.
You gonna confuse her.
All right.
All
I'm just.
right.
I'm just saying that, I mean, we're, we, we all need to unite. You know what
That's
I
not.
mean?
We've been trying. Look, that whole kumbaya thing, like walking hand in hand up to, up into the sunrise. That's not happening, man. We're done. As black people, we are done. We are
That's
tired
not.
of. Yeah, we are. We're tired. Let's just listen to us. I will say it, and everyone on this panel will say it. We're tired of trying to help everyone before we help ourselves. We have gotten so many different types of people out of trouble. Without us, there's no Cesar Chavez. Without us, there's no women's rights. Without us, there's no civil rights. None of this stuff happens without us. Our our,
So,
our spirit, our awareness, and our ability to just stomp shit in the ground when we have to, because we're not afraid of anything. Okay,
so are we,
we got some
are
people.
we, are
Hold
we
on.
just supposed to like ignore what's happening?
You
Are
went.
we?
Oh, did they drop everybody? They dropped everybody. They dropped everybody, y'all. Yo, I don't know what's going on my page. I just got my live back. Now they dropping people from my live. I don't know what happened. They just dropped everybody. If y'all agree, come on. Request come back up.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hey, yes.
Okay, well, Azan's gone, but maybe she's in the chat room.
Yeah, I don't know
Um,
what's going on.
Somebody probably got mad and tried to report you.
Except I just got my page back. Like, this is literally my first page. This is my first live
Oh,
after coming back. Like, I just got my, like, it's crazy. I don't know what's
this,
going.
this,
Like, someone.
this, this is,
Yeah,
you know how they be. They be mad. They be salty. Now they don't like these topics.
that's crazy. That's crazy.
But
Well.
I'm gonna just drop my
Mm-hmm.
part in, and she said she's gone, unfortunately. But basically, she said that
Oh no, she here.
okay, Azan, you're back. So this is the African superstar.
Yes,
So
I'm back. I don't know what
yes,
happened.
yeah, it dropped everybody. He's been having some issues with
No,
his
why
live.
they do that?
Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's part of this kind of conversation, honey. They don't want
Yeah.
us to have these kind of conversations. Um, but anyway, you made a statement saying that it wasn't black people and stuff like that bullied you. So I assumed that maybe you received it from your own people. I mean, I guess that's what you were saying.
No, my fellow Filipino people.
Okay. Fellow Filipino. So my point about this whole topic is that where black people's interest needs to be is where it's reciprocated. Okay, so you gravitated towards black people and ultimately married a black man, probably because they received you and they treated you decently or whatever. All right. These Arab folks, for instance, have a long history and still modern day of racist treatment towards our people. So, my point about what I said earlier is that why would we show solidarity with people that are treating us this way? When we have other causes that we could be focused on that are directly impacting our people and our people that have not had historical oppression among us. For instance, as a member of the diaspora, so if you're coming from America, you're coming from England or Australia, your people have never been enslaved by the Congolese. They've never been enslaved or received racist treatment from Haitians or Cameroonians or Ghanaians or Nigerians or any other place from the continent. Matter of fact, the continent is welcoming to members of the diaspora. We can't receive that anywhere else in the world, from your country to other countries. So at this point, I think that the best thing, if a person is pro-black, not anti-racist, someone who believes in their own people, would preface their people first. They would look at the causes directly impacting their people, not the Arab world, for instance. It's a tragedy what's happening there, but it's been going on for decades, and that is their situation. That place is not indigenous to Africans. Africans are living there, and there are Afro-Palestinians and Afro-Israelis and all that. But I just think that this cause is not where we need to be putting our attention. So just kind of elaborate on where I was coming with my statements.
Okay, I'm assuming you're an American, correct?
She's an African,
No,
but she is from
no, you
America.
live in America. No, you live
I
in
don't live in
America.
America. I live in Ghana.
Oh,
I
okay.
live in Ghana.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
live in Ghana.
So I don't know, because you have an American accent. So I was like,
Yeah.
I
I went
thought
to
like
school
this
in
is
America.
okay.
Right.
So I guess I'm speaking through like the Americans, like you know what I mean, like. But what I'm saying is, I guess I look at it this way, right? Yeah, whoever whoever was racist towards you, correct? Or whoever did you wrong, those are not the people that's in there though.
Oh
You know
my
what I
God.
mean? No, I'm just saying,
Oh
like
my God.
it's kind of like
I'm
this.
the only one that hasn't spoken
No,
yet,
one
and I'm
second.
telling
So it's
you,
kind of like
y'all.
this. Like, no, I'm just looking at it it's kind of like this. Like, if someone let's say a black person was mean to me, I'm not going to be like, oh, okay, now I don't like black people. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to do that. Like, I don't know. Like, I can't,
No, we don't know what you mean.
I,
Because
I have to, I
you're
have to
speaking in
treat
collectives,
everybody
like
the
you're all
same
lives
way
mattering
with
situation. No, no,
respect.
you have to wake up because you have a black child, and what you don't realize is, and you're gonna see it in a little bit, how your child's gonna be treated totally different from what you experience. And you're going out of your way to do this all lives matter shit. And when in reality, black people have always treated
It's not
everyone
all,
equally.
what do you mean
In this
all lives matter?
conversation, in this conversation, when you sit there and you talk about we're all just people, blah 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 blah, we don't have a problem with people being people, but how black people particularly are being treated says a lot about how people have a problem.
But I
Yeah,
think like,
you may not be aware that your child is going to be perceived as black, even though she's mixed race, you know. And I mean, she's going to receive this treatment, and you need to make her aware, because otherwise she's going to continue to try to engage with people that are disrespecting her, giving her racist treatment. You know, you need
no,
to teach her that,
I
because
am, I
what you're
am
saying right
teaching her
now
that.
is, well, just because you have an encounter with one person doesn't mean that you need to judge the institution. And that's incorrect. Because I mean, you live in America, so you know about police brutality, right?
Yes, I do.
Exactly. So that impacts both your child, potentially your husband. You know, they are
Right.
black. They're seen as black people. You understand? So they can't have this ideology of, oh well, we can't judge one situation. But no, they need to be aware of
All
what is
right, she
going on
go.
around them.
Thank
Yeah,
y'all for the
yeah. I
Panther
mean,
pause. Oh my goodness, she's giving me a headache. She's giving me a headache. I mean,
man.
that level of cognitive dissonance, I cannot deal with it. I can't. I could. She almost everything she was saying, I wanted to like rebut to, but
Well,
it just
you
would have.
know what
It
kind
would
of
have been
man
too
she
much.
married, bro. You know what kind of she married one of them
Yeah,
raccoons, bruh,
no,
because
exactly.
she's completely unaware of how it's going to happen, like how it's going to impact her kid. And when her kid's going to school, or you know, starts getting this racism piece, she's going to be like, but I'm half Filipino.
Mm. Oh my goodness,
Why are they
that
treating
was
me like this? Mom, I was
that
with a
was
group of my
crazy.
friends and they picked me out of the bunch, and I don't
Yeah.
understand why. I was just minding my own business, like that kind of stuff, you know?
And
It's
then the
crazy.
individualization thing was crazy because when we look at Palestinians as a group, the group that they are a part of are the same group that enslaved the Zanji people, our ancestors from East Africa as well, and had them in harems. They were sex slaves, our ancestors. So if we also want to look at the group that they are part of, they are part of the Arabs. So we know that they are to this day part of a slave trade in Libya, and so that's, you know, there's plenty of evidence to show that we don't have to individualize things. Yeah, it's
And
like
I mean, if you real
yeah.
talk, if you anti-African, I mean, the way we should be moving as the diaspora is we should have our brothers back across the board. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So if you know, like, okay, you're not necessarily Libyan, but you're from Ghana, you're from South Africa, you're Black American, you know that there's injustices happening against your people in this location. There should be, that's where the solidarity should be. Like, oh, you
Right.
dissing our people, you see what I'm saying? Ain't nobody cool. But we always want to pander and be like, well, we can't judge a book by, but they're judging us by a cover, fam. They're judging
Yeah.
us by a cover. All of us have been profiled. It doesn't matter if you're educated. It doesn't matter if you're rich. It doesn't matter if you're world travel, smart, business owner. They stigmatize our people, but we do refuse to stigmatize their people, even though they have a long history of their violence and injustice
Yeah.
against our people. You know what
I
I'm saying?
mean, and
So
then we now have to. We're the only oppressed group, the most oppressed group. Olympic, what do they call it? The Oppression Olympics, we won the gold medal easily. But we're the only oppressed group that still are asked to do both and care about another group that oppresses us. Why is that the case? You know, like they're going to do the same thing that brothers and sisters have gone through for hundreds of years. And to this day, still going through, that no one talks about. And yet we're supposed to somehow not only try to get brothers and sisters to wake up to, because a lot of us don't even know what's going on in Africa. We're trying to get us to
facts,
wake up to what's
facts.
going on in Africa. But now you got people coming up here, well, we can do both. We can chew gum and walk at the same time. But you're not, though. You're not, though. Because before you do both with someone that would call you Al-Abid, you got people in Haiti that could use your platform, raising awareness for Canala Pop Campe. You got people in Sudan that could use your awareness for what's going on there. You have people in the Congo, as we've mentioned over and over. You got all these different conflicts going on. You got, and then after you get over the militias and the war crimes. Then we get to the apartheids and the segregations that's going on all across the world with our people. But somehow we got time for people that even when we do go to their land, they treat us with racism. Somehow we skip over all the black people going through stuff worldwide, and we got time for people that don't give a damn. I have not seen one Palestinian live talking about free Congo, but I can point out, I can send y'all all right
You never
now at
will.
least
You never
5
will.
creators on this platform, black creators talking about free Palestine. I know black creators who changed their username to Free Palestine. They ain't doing both because there ain't enough characters that TikTok will let you use to put Free Palestine and Free Congo. You only put one. So when you have to prioritize something, if you prioritize anything but your people, hey, that's cool. Some of us love our people. And in loving our people, we are against anything that is against our people. We sympathize with those that are oppressed by the same systems, but we are in love with our people, and in our love for our people, we have an allegiance. And we have a duty to stand up to those injustices against our people. Should those injustices also affect another group of people, that's what's up. But some of us, all skin folk ain't kinfolk, but some of us hate oppression more than we love our people. And so we took up the whole, well, these systems oppress us, so I'm going to turn into Captain Planet or Superman now, and I'm going to go out there and fight oppression anywhere that it exists, even outside of my people. And that's when it becomes problematic. Some of us have chosen to be anti-racist instead of pro-black. But I'm going to land there, and I'm going to go to the next guest. Who is next? SK with the rocket emojis. What's good? Talk to us. Can you hear us, family?
Oh, my bad. I hear y'all now.
All right. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
My age is 45. My race is black. My pronouns is he.
All right, thank you. Talk to
And
us.
I'm from Detroit, Michigan, and I just want to say, the pro-Palestine is pro-black. No, interracial dating can be pro-black? No. And Europe is a continent? Yes. I guess. The reason
Yeah.
the reason why I'm gonna say, here's the thing, me being from Detroit, Michigan, is it's a heavily segregated area. Surrounding Detroit, you have Palestinians, Jewish, Arabic, and Chaldean. And me being from there, my I had a relative that got robbed, shot, and killed, and then my family, we moved out of Detroit to the suburbs. In the city that I was moved to was Southfield, Michigan, and it had a heavily Arabic, Palestine, and real heavy Jewish population there. And the reason why I can't be I'm not pro Palestine or I'm not pro Israel, because the way they treated me when I was coming up, it was just the utmost racism. You know, I couldn't go into their shops. I couldn't go
Wow.
there would be days where they couldn't drive. It was a religious thing, and they would have to walk to their synagogues. There would be about 15, 20 of them walking down the road, and we try to get through the traffic. They wouldn't move out the way. For the Arabic population, they owned a lot of the gas stations in Detroit, Michigan, and a lot of the gas they would just I don't want to get too much into it, but yeah,
Mhm.
man, I was treated with the utmost racism from both sides of them, and I sympathize with what's happening over there. But as far as me like saying, I'm pro Palestine, I'm pro Israel, I can't do it. I'm not pro. I sympathize with them, but I'm not pro for it, because it's just some of the most racist stuff that I've been through dealing with them living in Detroit. And
Yeah.
uh it, it's gotten a little
And
bit better. It's gotten a little bit better now, but um it was to the point to where, it's to the point now where my old neighborhood is they're trying to have all the black families sell their homes so the Jewish community can take that area over. And
damn.
a lot of people have sold their homes, but
Yeah.
there's a couple in that area that refuse to sell. And
All they gotta do, all they gotta do is get enough of them to sell and raise the price of basically renovate the houses around people, and then they won't be able to afford the taxes, and they'll have to move.
yeah, and then even we would go out. It's a city called Dearborn that's very heavy populated with Arabic, Chaldean, and Palestine. And in that city of Dearborn, that's segregated by Arabic, Chaldean, and Palestine. I
Yeah.
would drive through there. I would drive through that city. We would try to get some food from one of their restaurants, or uh, go shopping there. They wouldn't allow us to go in, or if I did go in, somebody would follow me around, and it was just the same thing, the same racism that we were getting from Caucasian Americans that we still get now is still happening to this day. So
Mm.
when I go back to Detroit to visit, I still see it. And I live in Colorado Springs, Colorado now, and back to the whole interracial dating thing. It's a lot of that out here now, because I'm prior military, so the whole interracial dating can't be pro-black. Heck no, because every black man that I know that's interracially dating or that's interracially dating, it seems like they're 50-50 split torn between
Yeah.
racial issues when it comes to, so say for example a black man dating a Caucasian woman or a white woman. It's a 50-50 split between what's going on with him and black people, and then what's going on with what they see with white people. Same thing I notice with Spanish people, and the same thing I notice with Asian people. When it comes down
Hmm.
to it, they still gonna support their own kind. So
Right. Yep. Well, that's a word. Yeah, that's the thing that um that puzzles me is that when they had an opportunity, when the people that that live in a place we now call Palestine had the opportunity to participate in the oppression of black people and participate in the slave trade, they did. They
Yes.
did
Somebody
before the
said,
Europeans. Like
yes.
they. So
Yeah.
now that ability has been taken from them. Now, they're getting a little bit of the treatment that we've gotten for hundreds of years, and now they come running to us and saying that we need solidarity because we know what it's like. And I think that's weird. I think another talking point that I've seen frequently on TikTok, especially, is people saying, "Well, there's black Palestinians, right?" And I'm like, "But that's a problematic point of view. Like that's contradictory
Yeah.
because I don't know how many of y'all know this, but the largest African American population outside of the United States is in Israel. The largest African American, I'm not talking about black, but the largest African American population outside of the US is in Israel. So why would you? So if you're going to use there's black Palestinians logic, that means that we're supposed to be pro-Israel, right? Because wouldn't that make more sense? But at the same time, the amount of black people, Afro-Palestinians that are there is less than 0.1% of the country. So it's not like what are we talking about here? Like we're scapegoating. Like what are we doing? Like you're scraping the bottom of the barrel of logic to try to get us to side with people that's still oppressive towards black people in their country and marginalize them. So I hear you. I appreciate your opinion, brother. Thank you for sharing that with us. And thanks to
Hey,
everybody down below.
no
Tap and
problem.
like. Yes, sir.
No problem. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Thanks for tapping like, everybody. Keep tapping like. We are above 50K likes. I might change the topic. Oh, Alicia says 75. You think we should go to 75? We might go to 75, y'all. Keep
Tap,
going.
tap,
Keep
tap.
tapping like as you're in here. Send a little rose, whatever, like little one coin, whatever y'all send, man. It's dope. Send that so that the algorithm knows that you're getting some value from the live as you tap and like and listening along. Appreciate you. Don't forget to send some gifts to my panel. They up here doing some white work, yeah, if that's what you want to call it. But you
Oh,
know
you
what I'm
can drop me
saying?
down, sir.
All right, appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Wait, let me follow you. I got you. All right, brother. Speak. What's going on, brother?
Peace, man. It's been a while.
Yes, sir. It has,
Yes,
man.
bro.
They took me down.
Yeah, man.
Took me down,
So
bro. Yeah, go ahead. Talk to us.
I'm 33, super duper black, and he him. And just to answer
Absolutely.
the first two, I'm not gonna answer the third one. Pro-Palestine is pro-black. Hell no, it's not, because at the end of the day, in this country, we are selective with our outrage. Black people are selective with their outrage. And it's amazing to me, like a lot of y'all already said, that there's a lot of lives on TikTok, for example, where black people are pushing this solidarity with Palestine, but we don't see that happening in the majority for what's happening across Africa, the Congo, and a whole bunch of other places, and not just in Africa, in other spaces where black people are at, or melanated people. So hell no, it's not pro-black. Number
Mm-hmm.
two, interracial dating is one of the dumbest things a black person can do, because it just doesn't make sense. At the end of the day, just
Yeah.
because in this country laws have been passed for us to blend doesn't mean it's a thing you should do. Stick to your own race, stick to your own people, keep your bloodline going. And number three, I'm not even giving that energy, man. That's all I got.
All right. Appreciate you. Speak. Thank you. Thank you for that word, man. Everybody, send some gifts to Speak. That's one of my co-hosts. And I got some more people. Man, everybody coming up here to see me today. I appreciate y'all. Baby C, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Oh, I am black. B1 all day. Black first, every day, all day. I am 49 and I am a woman.
All right. Appreciate you, sister. Talk to us.
Pro-black Palestinian is pro-black. No, it's not. B1 all day. I'm black before I'm anything. I'm black before I am a woman. I'm black. So if it ain't black, don't attract. Everybody's jumping on board with this Palestinian. I tell black folks, educate. Please educate yourself. You will find that this whole kumbaya that they give us, everybody wants to kumbaya with us when they're in trouble, But what no one would say is if you trace your history back, you'll find out that everybody had a play into treating you bad. Everybody had a play into enslavement. Everybody, from the Jews. They talk about the Jews. Everybody was Jews this, Jews this. What about the black Jews? What happened to the black Holocaust? You know, nobody said nothing about that. Nobody says anything about police brutality, but they watch it on TV every day. You know what I'm saying? Nobody talks about how our men, women, and children comes up missing. Where is the pro-black in that? And until we address the issues of our own people and what's going on with us, then I don't think we should be addressing anything else besides that.
Well, I heard that.
That's the first thing we do. Everybody marching, and every time we march to make a difference in this country, everybody else benefits from it. We don't benefit from anything. We still been marching, our feet tied, our backs broken, and still we are still the token. And I'm not gonna use the other word, but y'all pretty much know where I'm coming from. You know, so we ain't got nothing to do with that. That ain't our problem. You know what I'm saying? Black folks got smoke for black folks. That's it. We ain't got none for the rest of the folks. We're not even putting our foot into it. As far as interracial dating, all I'm gonna say is this. Don't call us when it go wrong. Do not call me and ask a black woman to stand online like that young man ran around TikTok talking about black women. I tried you colors. And then we saw him where a woman unalived him. And then everybody said, oh, look what that. We don't want to hear it. We do not want to hear it.
Young Jeezy.
We do not want to even understand that the napkin lady that just unalived 2 mixed biracial babies that was half white, half black. I know y'all saw that in the news. We don't want to hear it. I strolled right past it, to be honest with you. I just scrolled past it. Because, I mean, you trying to prosecute her for killing 2 kids that was her own, and preferably that they was black. I mean, that's a fight you can't win. So why even put yourself in that situation? You know, I'm not putting myself in a situation, no matter how much of a headache or how much problems or how much misunderstanding me and that black man. It's just me and that black man. Don't nobody understand me like me. And I ain't got time to explain myself to you. You know, this should happen, or you shouldn't say this, or you should. I don't have that time in the apparatus, so I'm just gonna stick with my own. So we just gonna have to keep tussling, and we gonna have to keep fighting, black man, because I ain't going nowhere.
I heard that. Appreciate you.
And as far as your opinion as a continent, that's your continent. Go find it. That's your continent. Go find it. I love you, brothers and sisters. Y'all stay blessed.
Right. Thank you, Auntie. Appreciate you.
Can I speak to what she said about
Okay, go ahead.
this level of expectations for Black people to stand up for everybody else. It's almost as if they feel entitled to us in such a way that you should be speaking for us. You should be loud at us. You should be putting something together that benefits us. And I think that it's the wildest thing to see in this country and everywhere else, that these people have a literally this entitlement to us for us to do the work to help them.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, and
That is what
Legend,
it
did you
is. Entitlement.
see
Go ahead, sister.
all that money that they sending over there, all that relief money? I saw something about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they sending was it millions?
Yeah. It's
They
in the
sending a
B's,
load of
yeah.
money. And I'm like, we got all these situations happening, right in America. They still ain't cleared up the water in Flint. And they always sending money to Ukraine, sending money to, Israel, whatever.
Yeah.
it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You need to take care of home first. And our people, just like the auntie just said,
And that's my
take care of home first. Issues relative directly impacting your household, your family, that's where you need to be caring about.
and that's my thing. I'm not mad at the US government sending money over there, because that's what the US government is going to do. They're going to do little stuff like that. They don't care about us. We know that. And my thing is, we don't care about us. Like D just said, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay they don't care about us. That's typical. What is up with us on these? You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought it was just gonna be for that 1 week. They had that little back and forth with Hamas and Israel. I'm thinking, all right, Black people want to speak up because of Malcolm X and a few other people. Okay, cool. But now I'm telling y'all, it's all over TikTok. I cannot scroll down my feed without seeing some Black person thinking they're going to break down why somebody on a TikTok video, and I'm going to share it with y'all in my Discord, somebody broke down that the reason Black people should support Palestine is because their flag is the color of watermelon, and we eat watermelon. That's
I
literally
can't.
what she said.
But they was also doing the same thing with Ukraine. They were so passionate about Ukraine. They had an opinion about Ukraine, not even understanding why the conflict was there, why Russia, even that Russia has had some dealings on the continent. They just automatically, they do as told. So they've been told, okay, we need to care about these situations.
Right.
And then we just start, kicking off the trends, because we are trendy people, though. We're very influential. So it's like, okay, everybody talking about it, so let me just get on it. Because I know a lot of these people that's getting into this thing, be it the Israeli side or the Palestinian side, they just going with the trends, because they may not even know the history. Because again, why would you be supportive of these countries knowing the slave trade, the opposition, and the racism that, if you pick up with your pro-Palestine flag or whatever, take your ass to Palestine and see how they're going to treat you. Just like you said when Malcolm X got there and they arrested him. Imagine you over here talking hashtag free Palestine, you carry yourself over there in solidarity with them, and they start hitting you with that racism. Does it make sense?
No.
Does it make sense? It don't make no sense.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. So, and that's the thing. We don't got to be pro-Palestine. We can be against oppression, because that oppression that they're going through started with us. We the test dummies. We're crash dummies. You know what I'm saying? We're the ones that it started with. We're the lab rats that they got started with the oppression, and then they took it other places. So if we want to stop oppression other places, we ain't got to do nothing but focus on ourselves, focus on home. And another thing is, it's, if you think about it, it's kind of like if you had like a serious mortal wound and there's something going on with you, and then you see somebody else get hit with just a piece of what you got hit with, and everybody, you trying to get people to come gather around you, get you some aid. You trying to get like spread awareness to your injuries. But now, why would America care about what you got going on if you don't even care about what you got going on? Black folks, why would America care about what you got going on? I'm not mad at America for sending that money to them. America don't care about what's going on with black folks. We don't even care. We care more about what's going on with other folks than we care about what's going on with ourselves. You can't do both, because doing both is taking attention off of what's seriously going on in our community. Why am I care about what y'all got going on more than y'all do? Y'all can't even focus on that 100% because you now giving out 50% to Palestine. So it just don't make sense on so many levels. I think right now a lot of us are caught up in the hype and the media, feeding this to us. And so I get it. Some of us making content because it allows non-black people to, cheer us on, and it gives us this euphoric sense of, unity. Cool. I see what y'all are doing, but I'm thinking as the conscious community moves forward, as Pan-Africans begin to unite and talk more across the continents, because there's been a lot of unification, especially on my platform, man. I've been connecting with brothers and sisters from Africa, the Caribbean, everywhere, South America, UK, everywhere, all over America. As we begin to wake up, I think we're going to look at these times a little bit differently in a few years. I'm gonna give it a few years. I'm gonna go to the next guest though. Appreciate you, African superstar. The next guest is, I
Yeah, much
believe,
love.
Toddy.
Thank
Hey.
you very much.
Hey, what's going on? Give us your age, your race, and your pronouns, please, if you got any.
40, black, he.
All right,
Man.
talk to us.
Just like to tell you guys real quick that I visited Israel. I'm from Angola. I visited Israel like 4 times. There is plenty of racism in Israel. Even amongst them, there's plenty of it. There are some, for example, there are discos that won't allow Jews originally from Iran and Iraq, or even North Africa. There are Ashkenazi parents that don't want other Jews to be part of the school that their kids go to. So there's plenty of racism. The thing is, as a black person from Africa, I'm terribly uncomfortable with when people say that Israel.
Oh, you're breaking up.
There is apartheid in Israel, like there's in South Africa. I'm not from South Africa, but how is it now?
Better? Yeah, I hear you. Say you're not from South Africa.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I come from a country that had a very late independence, so it
Which
wasn't.
Country?
We didn't. I mentioned it earlier, Angola.
Oh, Angola, right.
So,
right.
Yeah. So I have an idea what colonialism was about.
Yeah.
My parents are still alive. They
Portuguese.
lived it. And here's the thing about Israel when people say that it's an apartheid state like South Africa. It isn't. You cannot compare it. I'm going to tell you why. First of all, there are Arabs everywhere you go, basically. There are Arabs everywhere you go. Apartheid, I'm talking about Israel. In Israel, there are Arabs everywhere you go. There are, in the center of the big cities, you see Arabs everywhere. You take a cab, there are Arab drivers. You take a bus, Arabs are driving. There are Arabs that are part of the parliament, of the government. They've been there since basically the beginning of the country. And you can go to universities, you find them there. Some, not all are Muslims. Some of those Arabs are Christians, but the majority are Muslims. And there are ways for them to get to college. Are they discriminated? I'm not an Arab. I don't. But I'm sure they are. There's racism against them. They are discriminated. But as an African, I find it shocking that people would even compare it to South Africa. There was no such thing as black people just moving around the country as they wish. Everything was completely controlled. There was no such thing as just going to school with whites. No such thing as being part of the parliament. No such thing as voting, and all these things. Arabs in Israel are allowed to. They even play for the national teams for the soccer team, for the basketball team, they're allowed to do that. So are they discriminated? I'm sure they are discriminated against, but they are not. It's not the same thing as in South Africa.
Mm.
Yeah, it's just that's what I wanted to say.
So you're saying it's not the same as South Africa and Israel?
It's not apartheid.
Yeah,
You cannot compare it, and it's
People
unfair
people have been
because when
comparing it, but he's
you
they
saying
have.
that
understand
Yeah,
it's not accurate. Yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
and it looks, and then what happens? That people think, oh, so South Africans had all that freedom, so they were moving around like we were moving around. Just that they were still suffering apartheid. It's a whole different game. It was a whole different game. You cannot compare it. I was there
Mm.
4 times. You cannot compare it. I travel around the country. I run into a lot of things. I got racism from everywhere. I was working for a film festival in Holland, and they sent me to do some research about the Ethiopian community because some of them were making documentaries and movies. There was even a guy that was called the Spike Lee of Israel. He had a movie out like 10 years ago, really
Mm.
good movie, and we brought him to Holland to present the movie and stuff. So I mean, there are plenty of stories. I mean, even the Ethiopians that suffer racism from Israelis, Jews, they can also tell you that, listen, it's not easy from both sides because if we are in the army or if we are police officers, when we are sent to a place where there's a conflict between Jews and Arabs, Palestinians, and they spit on us and they call us monkeys. So the Palestinians have
Mm.
enough time to call the Israeli cops or members of the army monkeys and spit on them. So even that, they still suffer hate from both sides, especially from Arabs, because Arabs cannot believe they're part of the police corps or the army, but they're not going to just humiliate them for that. They're going to humiliate them for being black. So it's
Crazy.
a tough situation. I'm not pro anything. I'm black first. I'm very uncomfortable that, I mean, like I said, again, there's plenty of racism in Israel, but there are laws against racism. You can
Yeah.
go to jail. You can go to jail, and white Israelis have gone to jail because of racism, and it doesn't happen in the Arab world.
Mm.
Because the
Mm.
first thing they're going to tell you is that our religion is against it.
Mm.
There is a sin. There is a sin. It's not a crime. It's a sin.
Mm.
I'm
Wow.
not worried about sins. I want to make sure that when you discriminate, you end up in jail. I'm not worried about what's going to
Wow.
happen to you when you die. You know what I mean?
Wow. Wow.
So
I've faced that same rhetoric here on my live.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a sin. It's fine, but
They
I wanted to
deny
make it a crime.
they deny Islam's role in enslaving Africans um by saying that it's haram to own a slave. So I'm always puzzled by that because they'll turn around and talk about how Christianity was used to enslave Africans, these same people. And in Christianity well, there's parts where they do allow slavery, but it also says you're supposed to love your neighbor, and you're not supposed to, thou shalt not unalive. And there was plenty of that going on from Europeans. So if we're going to use the book and say that, because it says it's a no-no in the book, that it never happened, um, I think that's the problem, But
Yeah.
they use their book that they choose to believe as justification and reasoning behind everything. So,
Yeah,
it's difficult.
yeah. The person that was showing me around, she told me that you have to be careful because in Israel there are some rabbis that still to this day teach people that black people are black because they're cursed, and
Yeah, yeah,
that comes from the Abrahamic. You can find it within Christians and Muslims as well.
yep, yeah. And then
So
Sheikh Anta Diop put that to rest in his book, The African Origin of Civilization, where he talks about how Hamitic people, the descendants of Ham, included all races. It's an ethnic group. Hamitic people were an ethnic group, and not a race within it, not just black people. So that debunks it all right there, the curse of Ham. Yeah. But appreciate you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
sharing that perspective, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. All right. I'm gonna go to Ari, and then we'll go to personality. Ari, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please, brother?
Hey, my age is 26. You said age, race, black, and male. Okay, yeah. You
All
heard
right.
me?
Yep. Appreciate you,
Okay.
brother. Could some of y'all drop down? I got some more people that want to come up here.
Yeah, I need to go to sleep. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Thank you,
drop off
brother.
too. Bye.
All right.
Okay,
Thank
see
you,
you there.
sister.
Hey, what's up, brother? Long time no see. I've not seen you.
Hey.
I've been waiting. I swear.
Yeah. They try to get me down out of here. But
Yo,
I'm back.
Let's see. Yeah. So my the first question, right? I'm not gonna lie, I've been confused about this because I've been like wondering, like I've seen the same thing you've been talking about, like on my FYP page. I'm like wondering, what does being pro-Palestine have to do with being pro-black? That's my first. I don't even understand that. I'm like, what does it even have to do with this?
Like, what does that have to do with black people, right? Like, why do you have to be black? Like, even if you care, right, and you're sympathetic to what's going on, and you want to help in any way you can as an individual, why do you got to rope the black community into it? Like, why can't you just do that? Like, it's weird.
Exactly. But, I'm going to be honest. I think it makes sense why it would happen. Not saying like, not saying I'm supporting it, but right. My thing is this, right? Do you know what's in like, what's the word? So in our place, right, there've been some, Israeli people like coming into like Nigeria, especially particularly my side of Nigeria. Me and personality, we're from the same tribe right here. So they're like Igbo people, right? And they've been like really trying to put in more money towards like, the whole, you remember the whole thing we talked about that Yahwism and Igbo people and like this?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. So they've been really
Right.
trying to push that narrative more and more and out like this, right? So we had a theory that a lot of like, and then, right? So there's also been some propaganda where guys were trying to recruit people for the army, to fight for the Israeli army or something like that.
Where?
In Nigeria.
In Nigeria?
Yes.
Yeah, brother. It's happening loudly here. Been happening for a
So
while.
I'm telling you,
It's wild.
I feel like it's propaganda. They're trying to get people
Not
to fight
Tinubu.
on their side. You get each side are trying to get people. So by doing this kind of stuff, it's like, oh, come fight for me, come,
Oh
actually.
my God.
Yeah.
Not Tinubu. Please. Did Tinubu have anything to do with this?
I don't know, but
It's even
like,
beyond
I'm so
him.
tired of this
because he
man.
allowed the people to come into it. Remember, there was like, yeah, we had somebody like
I'm
coming
so
like,
tired of Tinubu. I don't know if it was. I hope it was. I gotta look this up now
No, you're good.
because after what was going on with Niger, I'm tired of Tinubu, man. He looked like Franklin the Turtle.
Oh my
He
God,
looked like
you don't
Franklin.
even
I don't know if you ever
man.
seen that cartoon, Franklin.
Yeah, no, I remember
But
that.
he just be
Franklin the Turtle
betraying
from
his
what's it called?
people
Like
left and
all
right.
Exactly. I remember that, like all the stuff from like we used to watch, like Little Bill and all those like this cartoons, that preschool cartoons we used to watch. That's what I remember. Franklin the Turtle, like this would go.
Yeah, he do look like Little Bill.
Yeah, but I remember that. Like he does look like that
Tired of this
Franklin the
man.
Turtle. I swear.
Oh my goodness.
And the worst part, do you know? Oh, in fact, I'm sorry if I'm going on tangents, right? It's just like with this, but it's like even regarding Tinubu, right? Do you know like? I'm not gonna lie, the American government is even part of this stuff. He wasn't elected fairly, right? So it's like
Oh
American
yeah.
government, exactly right. American government, FBI actually came to our Nigeria and said, "Hey, we're gonna come in, we're gonna come in and step in and try to oversee the election, oversee the recount to see if it was a fair and a free election." So they came after the election. They said, you know what, it was a fair and free election, even though people had proof that it was rigged, everything like that. They were stopping people like this, right? Come to find out, another thing is, I'm sorry, I know I'm going on this, right? That you don't know if you heard about the University of Chicago controversy with Tinubu.
Yeah, I heard about it. Yeah,
exactly right.
Yeah,
exactly. So it's like the whole United States. It's like this, right? So it's like, no, I don't get it.
Yeah,
but yeah, sorry for that derailment.
Yeah,
but,
no, all those puppets are gonna fall, man. We just gotta, we gotta wait till our generation. You say you 20 what?
26.
All right, so you close enough. I don't know. You close enough to my generation. I'm in my almost about to hit my early mid 30s. I'll put it that way.
I see. I
So
mean,
I'm
I'm
close
like
enough.
right at the
Yeah,
cusp. Yeah,
I'm right at
Gen
the
Z.
cusp. Yeah, you know what
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
saying.
yes,
But what I'm saying is, we gotta wait for our generation to just get a little bit older, like to actually start taking back some of this power. I'm ready to see the African World Bank, that Julius Malema was talking about in his speech at the Pan
yes.
African University. I'm ready to see the African World Bank. I'm ready to see the African military, and I'm definitely ready to start seeing more African universities. I plan on my children getting their education in Africa.
Thank you.
So you know what I'm saying. Like I'm ready to. We got to start healing the diaspora within ourselves. You know what I'm saying. I want my
Exactly.
children. Yeah, like so. I think that's going to
We need
happen
you
with
guys
us.
back,
I
man.
think it's
We need
coming.
you guys back.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, we
We
need to
need you
be
guys.
back because I want my children to have knowledge of themselves. I want my children to feel like they belong to the land that they're on, and I don't know what that feels like. I don't know what it feels like to even be in a country that's just full of my own people. I don't know what that feels like, man.
I
And
feel
I don't know
you.
what it feels like to belong, because most black people, you talk to them, we don't feel like we belong to America. That's why Colin Kaepernick took a knee, because we don't that anthem was not our anthem.
I
So
feel you, brother. No,
yeah.
but no, trust me. Let me know, because I will look, legend. I will personally take you to my village. I will personally take you to
Mm,
my village. I will personally help you like this. And when you get to like this, when you get to Nigeria like this, right? I will
yeah.
personally take you to my village.
Mm.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, me and my wife, we definitely going to Nigeria. I'm gonna hit y'all up. I'm gonna go live while I'm out there. We going to Nigeria. We trying to go next year. So I'm hoping,
Definitely.
but we gotta start in Kenya. She got a cousin out in Tanzania. So
Tanzania, that's a
um
really good place.
yeah. So we were gonna start there, and then we're gonna go Nigeria, Ghana, um we're thinking about Uganda, but we want to go to all of these places and just get passports. To be honest, we
I
want
feel
that
you.
dual
That's smart.
citizenship. Like me and my wife, we have like actual, like, we sit down every night and we plan out what we're gonna do. So we getting it together. I'm hoping
I
by next year. Yep.
because like my brother, he just got dual citizenship with Kenya right now.
Yeah. That's that's great. That's great. Yeah, Kenya. Yeah. So I just want to have the access. Be able to go there with no visa. So.
That's good.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'll definitely visit your village, man. Just keep in touch.
No, definitely.
You come around often, man.
I live
So
in Texas right now. I live
oh,
in
you in
Texas
Texas?
right
Oh
now. Yeah,
wow.
I go back and I go back and forth, but I live in Texas right now.
We're
Yeah,
literally here just to save up money for Africa. Like, we
I
was
feel
living
you.
in
That's
LA.
right.
That's all we're doing. Like, we just here because it's cheaper than LA, and we're just saving up
Exactly.
money. Like, yeah,
No, I feel you, bro. That's why I'm in Houston like this. It's so much cheaper just to like stack up.
yeah.
Cause that's what I'm like
I heard
planning on
that.
like.
I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, all right. We gotta get back to the topics.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like that's about that. Um, Next question, interracial dating. We already know that one. You can't.
yeah.
My thing about that is you can't. First of all, you can't be call yourself pro-black if you're not even thinking about a black family.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry if if you don't have a black if you're not not necessarily aspiring to, if you're married and have a family and it's not black, I'm sorry, you're not pro-black. You cannot call yourself pro-black. That's a
Yeah.
fact. Because your mind is always going to be, first of all, your kids, and I'm not trying to, I know Irish kids are black, right? But at the
Mm-hmm.
same time, when you have that kid with that lit person, you're also giving your own kid permission to say, you know what, I'm also part of this side too. I'm both black and I'm white tea, and that like and then your kid will look at you like, Dad, Mom, why should I be against these other white tea people, or not, or like why should I
Mm.
only prioritize only just black people and not
Right.
other white tea people? It's gonna have that like this. So it's
Yeah.
always gonna be that hot or cold kind of
Yeah.
mentality. So it's that's why I say you cannot be pro-black. I mean, you could probably help or do something, maybe like give money, but you cannot be pro-black. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Because first of all, even generational wealth, going in
Mm-hmm.
because
Right.
that.
Yeah. Nah. I mean, me and my wife have been trying to figure out how we're going to leave our assets to our children, like how we can legally codify it where they can't pass it down to someone non-black. If
Exactly.
anybody knows how to set up a loophole like that for a life insurance or a trust, let me know, because we are actively trying to figure that out right now. Like, because legally, you can put it down in your will or in your trust.
Oh,
However,
really?
the courts won't uphold it. What's that, D?
Do it where it's tied into the generations. It just can't be sold. You think you can do it that way?
I mean, no, not that it can't be sold, because we're Dr. Umar just made a video about this. He said when you have a little black child and you pray over them, and they grow up to be to come of age, there is a good chance they will become a coon.
That's
And
true.
I am
Especially in
horrified,
America.
mortified that one of my grandchildren will be that COON, that it could be an issue. So I'm trying to figure out how to prevent them from doing something stupid with what we're trying to build, me and my
Right. That's
wife.
what I'm saying.
I
Like,
feel
if you
you.
can't find a loophole, just make it where they can't sell the property. It literally has to be passed down within the family.
But see, that's what I'm saying. What if they marry someone and and
It
and
can't
they
be. It
join our
can't be
family?
given outside the family. It can only stay within the bloodline of
No,
your family. Like, it can only.
I know, but what if it goes to the children of the
Right. So, like, let's say it goes to the grandkids, and all of a sudden, yeah, they didn't YT'd out the race. It still can't be sold by them.
oh wow.
Do you get what I'm saying? So it makes
But
it
that's
where,
the problem, though. It's still it can't be sold by them, but it's now in
but you
white
don't have to.
presenting
That's how
hands.
you tie it to all the kids. You don't tie it to just one of the kids. So it's now a family collective. Unless all your kids end up marrying out and widening it out that way, it's still tied to all
Mm-hmm.
the kids. So even the grandkids are attached to it, and if they choose outside, it's still the same thing. It's tied to all of the kids. So let's say you have 3 kids, right? Then this
Mm-hmm.
this land or property goes to all 3 of you guys. If you choose, whoever chooses to live on it, well, let's say you have 3 different properties on it, then it passes down to each one, but no one can sell it. So
Mm.
even generations to come, if they choose to go outside themselves, they still cannot sell the land.
But they gonna have they bunnies sleeping on my land.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only catch.
Damn.
But they don't own nothing. They don't own
I
anything.
know. I
And
know.
even if your son or daughter passes, that person doesn't walk away with any of that land.
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought about this. I didn't think about this particular way that you're mentioning. So now you've brought up my wife. I'm sure she's listening. We'll be able to talk about this.
Yeah.
I know it can be done because the Rockefellers did it.
Right. When I worked
Yeah.
for the attorney I worked
Yeah.
for, we did wills all the time. And one of the
Mm,
things about it, they changed and updated, but he would go over piece by piece, even like the little intricates of little words.
yeah.
So you can maneuver them a particular way. So even if you're reading off the wheel, the person's like, "Oh, it's mine," but there's this catch-22 to what you're giving. So I tell you to just like contact a few lawyers and sit down and go over wills and stuff like that too.
I mean,
Because
but see,
a
that's the thing.
family
It would
trust is
have to
the
be
same thing.
right. It would have to be a black lawyer, because a white lawyer gonna look at me crazy when I say this.
Yeah, no, I
You
understand.
know?
You're in the right
Yeah.
area. You're in the perfect area, honestly.
Yeah. We gonna finish up some of that this weekend. Actually, we working on that. But we at least gonna get it started. We got to figure out how we gonna figure that out. But appreciate, because the
That's
whole
smart.
the
Yeah.
whole like game plan for me in my personal life is just to re-inject my family into Africa. So
Feel you.
hopefully, you know what I'm saying, we have some children that marry some African people. We have that way ties with certain tribes and can start to grow there. We'll have businesses in America that we can, have, different opportunities for brothers and sisters on
That's it.
on the motherland, where we're not taking from their economy, but we're just adding to it. We got a whole like thing that we putting together, and I don't want this to fall into the hands of a colonizer for that purpose.
Exactly.
Like,
It's
you know
your
what I'm
land,
saying?
brother. It's your
Yeah,
land. It's your land.
yeah. I hear you.
It's your continent,
Yeah. Uh huh. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm gonna have to have relationships, hopefully with some chief or someone near the chief.
I
You know, I
got
know.
you.
You know what
I
I'm
got you.
saying?
Yeah,
Yeah. Somebody, yeah, because I know the chief. That's who decide if you get the land or not. So,
I got
you
you,
know,
man. Like
yeah.
this, you know, it's a code. I mean, I already said you're already part of my tribe. I've already claimed you part of my tribe already. So,
Appreciate you. Absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely. Well,
yeah.
thank you, brother. And
No,
I will be
thank
in
you.
contact. Yeah, let me go to the next guest. You've been waiting.
Yeah, sorry about
Personality.
that.
Yeah, give us your
Hey.
age, race, and pronouns, please.
All right, greetings. Bantu woman, 40. And I'm a very wild one at that. Ari, I see you, brother.
All right. Thank you, sister. Talk
And
to us.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy to hear. Like, I love to connect with my soul brothers and sisters. And I love the conversation every time it's really talking about the motherland because it needs all the protection.
Yeah.
There's so much happening here. And it's really
Hmm.
wild that even most of the Africans living in Africa are not aware of what's going on. And that's even what breaks my heart. And it's really, I think it's really amazing for me to come in here and see that you guys like literally take your time, educating, strategizing, talking about how to take the big step, into
Yeah.
coming back and, just doing the right thing. Because what you're talking about is what we really call family planning. You're already talking about the
Yeah.
generations to come, But,
Hmm.
the thing you were saying earlier, my grandfather did that, he was an opera in my place. He was like a
Mm.
very very big Ichie before he died,
Hmm.
and so he had like so many vast land, and there was this big community. I can't even count how many acres it was. It was like a big farmland, and he didn't
Wow.
give it to any specific child. It was like, this is for family. So anything that it has to be like collectively. Nobody takes a decision without the other person. So, I mean,
Wow.
my grandfather, according to their Western standard, was uneducated, but he had all the wisdom. He understood what communal essence was all about. And he
Hmm.
did so much to protect the generations even to come. And that's why, I think he gave me all the education that I have, even though unfortunately we see some of my, brothers and uncles not, following the path that he has said, but some of us understood what he did and why he did it. And I want to appreciate the fact that understand the concept of chiefs, understand the concept of this communal thing. I'm so
Yeah.
proud. I'm so proud.
Yeah.
And it really makes me very excited, And let me
Hmm.
just talk about this thing because I've been wilding over here. I've been screaming behind, like, I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
And we are in this space talking about something that concerns us, and you will see these people like the pro-Palestine thing. Hey, I literally have deleted. When I see those things on my FYP, I first of all click on not interested. That's the first thing I do.
Yeah.
Like, I want to control the algorithm. I don't need that media programming.
Yeah.
Because this thing is so wild that, do you know, our media channels right here in Nigeria? I live in Nigeria. I hate the West so bad. I don't
Yeah.
ever spend more than a month if I ever travel because I understand the essence of being in the motherland. I'm so scared of the food you guys eat there because I don't wanna do that thing you're doing. So, like, it's really wild that the media here, we're not even reporting about things happening in Congo. They're not even reporting about things happening in the middle belts.
Hmm.
You
I heard of
know,
that. Yeah.
because do you know in the middle belt we have been having these people called the headers men or whatever with their AK-47
Hmm.
unaliving, having ethnic cleansing, like literally going into a village and taking out the people there. It's
Yep.
not on our media. Nobody is talking about it. They're not
Yeah.
talking about anything happening in other African countries. But guess what? Every single time you turn on the TV, we're hearing Brazil, Israeli, Palestinian,
Yep.
and I'm like, what the? Like, I literally had to switch. I always switch. I don't care where it is. If I'm on the banking hall, I'm going to tell them to change the TV. I am so radical. I do things like that,
Yeah.
because I don't want that programming. And that's why our people are so dumb. You will see people living in Nigeria. I see them every day, and I'm like, bro, you gotta just take this shit down. I literally unfollow. I block even people that even understand the concept of this whole Pan-African pro-black, and they're still doing the nonsense. Like, I literally block them.
I
I tell them,
know. I'm sorry, you get me
it's
excited, but I know
it's wild. It is wild. It's wild.
it's
So
wild.
I'm not even gonna pro-Palestine, pro-black. No, hell no. And it's even wilder for me because I'm not even pro-black. I'm pro-Bantu. I'm for the indigenous
Hey,
people because I know we have black clones. They look
yeah,
like us,
yeah,
but they're not
yeah.
us. Yeah, so there's a lot of scam going on. You're gonna see people look like us come into the space and tell us to do hold hands and do kumbaya. I'm not doing
Right.
kumbaya. I hear you, brother. Sometimes I hear some sisters say, I have sympathy. I have no sympathy. Zero. No, I have
Yeah,
none to give. I don't
I
care.
heard that.
I
Uh-huh.
do not care. And we should not care because we are the most oppressed people who are being told to care about the oppressor. How does that make sense? Like,
Right.
make it make sense. It doesn't. So
It
it's
doesn't.
not my business. I'm going to mind my business. And my business tells me nobody cares. Nobody cares. But I need to care about me. If I care about
Absolutely.
me, I gotta be selfish about that, and I have to control my mind and focus on my focus. So for me, I am focusing on my focus. I don't care. I have zero empathy. I have none to give. Because when you look into what went on and what's still going on, there is a lot of this thing happening right now. These are two brothers literally fighting over a toy. They're fighting over the toy. They're always fighting over land. That's why
Yup.
they invade everywhere. So it's not really my business. And any black person, whoever is pro whatever for them, you are also an invader. I'm just going to call you that. You are not one of us. You will never be one of us until you have the reset. So I like to keep it real, like, cause I'm tired of the filters. I'm tired of always, we were always trying to be the good guy. It's also good to be the bad guy, Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I
need to
hear you.
have balance. So we need all the energy when it's time to bring in that vibe. Yes, I want to bring it in. I want to be the shaitan. I want to be that black demon they're talking about. I want to represent him well. So
Absolutely.
it's just me. So interracial dating, I'm sorry. You're doing that. Oh my goodness. I don't know what name to call you right now, but anybody who's already in that, I'm so sorry for you because I'm never going to see you as a brother. You already sold us out. You did, like, you are just continuing the legacy of oppression against us. So you are already part of the problem. That's just it. For the last question, I don't even care because I'm so pro Bantu. I don't even care about this continent shit. So I'm gonna leave that shit for you to answer.
I hear
And
you. Uh-huh.
yeah, so for me back in here, it's a lot. It's really strange that right now I do not even have a family. Like, because most of my family here, they don't have an idea of what I talk about when I talk about this thing. When I talk about the scam called religion, they're looking at me like, what is she
They
saying?
Christian?
When I'm talking about we shouldn't care about these people, they're looking at me like, what is she saying? Like, it literally feels like nobody gets it,
Yeah.
and it's just a
Same here in
problem,
America.
it's just a
Yeah.
problem that people it's wild. So sometimes the only family that I see is when I come in here and I connect to my soul brothers and sisters who understand the assignments. We need to understand the assignment, and the assignment is to protect ourselves, our people, because nobody cares. They've never cared. The only time they talk about us is when they want to use our numbers because they know we have the voice. And so it's always for them. They're so entitled because you always see the entitlement. Every time we're having a conversation, we're talking about us, but they want to come in. They want to talk about their selves. They want to turn it to an individual thing. It's like the disrespect is always wild, and they always come in acting all innocent. And that's even what makes me really mad when I see them coming in, and acting like they're part that they're concerned, and then they don't care. that we're talking about what concerns us and they have to stick to the topic, like it's like for me, that's the red flag.
Yeah.
And that's why I always say we shouldn't care. You have every right not to care about them. It's none of our business. We're going to stick to our business, and I want them to stick to their business, because the only thing I think we really need right now is to be left the hell alone. We need our space. We just need them to leave us alone to do our thing, put our shit together and move, because the oppression is already long overdue. And for me, I'm saying it's game over. I'm going to keep screaming game over, because their time is up. Everything has an expiry date, and they already enjoyed the whole thing for a long time,
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's time for us to take it all back.
About
We
that
need to take it
time.
all back. Yeah. So thank you, man. I really do appreciate you. And I live in
Appreciate you,
Nigeria. I
sister.
have so many projects. Though the Pan-African thing, I've been revisiting that thing. I see a lot of the clones coming into that circle. So we always have to be very careful. And of course, I saw Dr. Umar. In fact, when I saw Dr. Umar's book, he was just talking about it coming in the store or something. And I saw the I think pro-African parenting. I was so in love with him. And I'm like, hey, here's us. He understands what they came and destroyed, because the one thing that they destroyed was our family. They came in and broke it. They broke it so badly. We need to protect it, because the thing that they always make sure that they take away from us is the family bond, and we need to protect it so wildly. We need our family bond to get back together. We need to understand the concept of taking it, bring it back to the motherland. And that's why I'm so proud of you, that you understand the assignment. You understand that your kids need that mother nature, the motherland nurturing, because it's really so warm to have your kids back here and really breathe among their people, So I really love you, and I'm wishing you the best, in all of that journey of really bringing it back home. So thank you. And I really hope more people get to join this, because this is what we need. We need to stop this generation and build it right, for the protection, because we have to protect this legacy. We've been hurt for a long time, and we need all the healing we can get. I'm going to mute now. I know I took a while, but thank you so much. And I love you.
Appreciate you, sister.
I really do love you. I appreciate you. And to all my people here, I love you all. Let's keep it real every time.
Absolutely. Bantu love worldwide. Absolutely. I appreciate you, sister. Thank you. She ate that plate up. I seen y'all had some questions about Bantu people. Those are the indigenous people of the continent that are not the descendants of foreigners and invaders. If you want to do some research, go ahead, look it up. BANTU. I talk about one of the Bantu words, Ubuntu, quite often on here. We talk about it, and that just means you're indigenous. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. I hear that, and I would say to you, sister, also don't. Which I think you summed it up nicely when you brought up Dr. Umar's book. But just to those out there, Pan Africanism as a movement is always going to have those that don't understand what the hell they talking about. Because I was on some live and this dude was talking about we need to redefine Pan-Africanism to include Palestinians. That's where they lose me at, because I'm
Wait,
I'm
who said
like,
that?
oh,
Umar said that?
Seriously?
no, Umar didn't say that. Hell
Oh,
no,
okay.
he didn't.
Sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
wait. I almost
Nah,
had a
hell
heart
no.
attack.
Nah,
Sorry about
Umar
that.
didn't say that. That was somebody up on TikTok who I'm just for the sake of his platform, because I ain't gonna get messy, but y'all might see him on TikTok. Y'all might just be scrolling one day and be like, oh, this who Legend was talking about. He said redefining Pan-Africanism, and then he got pro-Palestine and all this other stuff up here. Listen, we ain't redefining Pan-Africanism. If you get it, you get it. Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, the Congo, Zimbabwe, South Africa. We're talking about the people that are the blueprint of oppression worldwide. So we're talking about those that we're not talking about those that came down from the north, and so that's what sister was speaking about. And I definitely love listening to my African brothers and sisters on their lives. I get a lot of good knowledge from them, and I'm hoping with my platform, sister, to take someone, because that's really the disconnect. And Malcolm X spoke about this. The disconnect is we as diasporans, Africans, we know a lot more about the oppressor because we lived with them up front for 400 years. They couldn't tie their shoes without our ancestors. So we know they ass. And now we need to bring that knowledge of oppression, and James Baldwin calls it the duality of the Negro. He says that we can see things through a white lens and a black lens because we're black people. So we grew up the same way they grew up. We can see things through their eyes, but we can also see things through our eyes because they'll never know how we live. So that's the reason we're good at music and art, and like we know what they like because we can see things we know what they like, and then we could take it and add our flavor to it. But what I'm trying to say is that is the knowledge of the diasporans. And then the brothers and sisters on the continent have this rich knowledge of the history, the land, and the culture that y'all can share with us. Hopefully, my platform can be kind of like a guide to brothers and sisters in the Americas to talk about what I see the African brothers and sisters talking about on their lives. So that's where I'm kind of like made a bridge. B1initiative.org. If y'all want to check out my Discord, it's a Pan-African safe space. I got brothers and sisters in there from all across the globe. Our goal is to connect the African Americans that might not know as much with the knowledge of the brothers and sisters that have a closer direct tie to the land, the history, and the culture of our ancestors. So, and vice versa, to teach the brothers and sisters on the continent. Some of them got white saviorism, blindfolds on their eyes, and got Stockholm syndrome, and think that becoming a doctor in Nigeria and moving to LA is a flex when they need to be doctors in Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? So, because I heard there's more doctors in LA than all of Nigeria. And so
That part,
you
that
know what I'm
part
saying?
is
So we need
wild.
to tell them, we need as African Americans kind of explain to them, you want to turn around and go back home with that knowledge so that you can help your people. So, because we understand a little bit deeply that ain't nothing for us over here. I'm telling you, ain't nothing for us over here. But let's go to the next guest.
Legend, hold on,
Speak.
brother.
Did you want
Before
to
you
say
go to
something?
the
Go
next
ahead.
person, let me do a mod break or announcement real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
So what's happening, y'all? We got over 200 people in here. By the top of the hour, let's try to get to 160K likes. So if everybody in this live is power tapping, you're gonna see a red bar start to fill up. If you do that 3 to 4 times, I know we can get to 160K likes or more by the top of the hour. Make sure y'all gifting the host Legend to get him diamonds so that he can move up in the rankings. And more people will see this on the FYP. And let's try to get to, I guess, 90 shares. We at 68 right now. So share the live with up to 10 people. Make sure y'all gift the host, gift the co-host to Diva. And if you want to show me love, you don't have to. You can gift myself too. But I don't really ask for that in this platform. But make sure you gift Legend, and the Diva. Let's get to 160. Get those shares up. And man, spread the word, man. And if you're new to the platform, follow the host. Follow the goddamn host. And that's it, man. Go ahead. Y'all
Thank
got
you,
the head.
brother. Everybody send gifts. Send gifts to my co-host. That'd be D.
Oh,
And
you
brother
almost at
Speak up top.
30K, my fault. Yeah, make sure the goal is to get the brother over 30K. I missed that part. You at 29.9 now. That's crazy.
Word. All right. Appreciate y'all. And oh yeah, right. Let's go to the next guest. Zoe, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
37, Black, Haitian.
Kanala Pop
Him. I guess him. Pronoun.
All right. Talk to us.
All right. On the first one, I don't think that being pro-Palestinian means you're pro-Black. I would rather, say you're pro-Haitian or something like that, because they're going through shit over there too. And they've been going through shit since the earthquake. You feel me? So
Yeah.
at the
Since
end of the
before
day,
that, but yeah,
at the end of the
I
day,
heard
you can't say you pro like black unless you like standing with. I'm not saying Palestinians ain't, people, but at the end of the day, they're not black. Like Haitian people are
you.
black. You feel me? So if you're not down with Haitians and free Haiti and all that, come on, man. Like,
Yeah.
but now this one just gonna get a little shaky though. This interracial dating shit. You feel me? Now you saying dating. I'm just dating. I'm not trying to build a family. How's that being still pro-black?
Yeah, I cannot. you talking about dipping in the mayonnaise, but you
Yeah,
ain't talking about getting tied
yeah,
down,
not
huh?
having kids with it. But now, look though. My girl that I had 2 kids with, she mixed. She white and black. I
Uh-huh.
understand the seed is from the father, and the father's black. You feel me? So she's
Yeah.
black. But how
She
you feel
black.
about it?
She black. That's a
Okay.
black woman.
So
It's
the
just,
kids are straight black or the kids are mixed?
the kids. Wait, she got them children by a black man?
Yeah, me.
Oh, all right. So yeah, they black.
So them being lighter than Jesus.
Your children are lighter than Jesus?
Lighter than Jesus, my dude.
That's crazy. How'd that happen? She must be lighter than Jesus.
She
She
is
light?
light. She light. That's what I'm saying. So am I
Oh.
still pro-black?
Does she identify full time as black?
Yeah.
Like not saying
So can she
she
renege on the
switch up in
other
front of the
part?
police, or she switch up when she trying to get a job.
Nah,
Well, I
she
don't
never
know.
switches up. She's her.
All right. Well, she black, man. Whether
So
she
what, she gotta renege, she gotta act like
Brother,
that other part don't exist?
listen, see,
nah. Oh, now
you
see,
didn't
now
hear
that's the
him.
issue.
You didn't hear him. So when he came up, he went out his way to say that she was a black biracial person, right?
Yeah.
It's immediately him identifying that she has more than just black in her, quote unquote. So it's very interesting that you went out of your way to define her as being a biracial person more than her just being a black person. You yourself might be fetishizing a part of her that you don't want her to be
Right? Yeah.
non-racially
It's
black.
not a fetishization. I'm just bringing it up because
Well,
it is a
what would
fact.
be the point? We got
Because it's a fact.
we
It's a
got black
fact.
people, sir. We have black people that are fair as fair can come.
I understand that. We come in all shades.
Exactly. So then why did you go out of your way
But
to call
it's
her
a
black?
fact. I met the moms. It's a fact. Like it's a
Okay,
white. So
what
you
does that
can't. I
have to
can't.
do with her being black?
Because
You
I can't.
yourself are questioning her blackness in this very conversation.
I think he might not understand that you could be black with a white parent, but
Oh hell, wait,
having a white parent don't make you half white.
brother. She said it's I am art. What is it? Artex. She said she his girlfriend.
Yeah, that's my
she
girl.
black. She blackity black.
But she's not dark skinned though. Like
What
she's
does
not
that
like a
mean?
person will walk up to her.
It
They're not
isn't
gonna
about
first say
skin.
like she's a black woman. You feel me?
No,
Like, they're not
sir.
gonna jump to straight
No.
black, like straight
Your
up.
man up here playing you out like this. You want to come up here, sister?
Get up here.
Get up here. He making a. My wife will unalive me. Y'all, like I
Listen,
said, my wife.
because we just
My
had a
wife
debate
darker than
about
me,
this.
so
Me and her
I
was
can't
just talking
even.
about this, seeing your topic. We was just talking about this, and I'm like, yo, you can't negate that you still have like, like white in you. So it's like,
Nah. See that's the thing. She don't got white in her. She got a white parent. That's not the same thing as having white in
but them two
you.
made her. They made
All
her.
right, no. Let me explain something to you, man. Blackness is where all humanity comes from. We come from the most genetically diverse continent on Earth. You understand? The entire human race owes its ability to breathe air to a black woman. So blackness is basically we have all the people in us. They just recently traced back Chinese people to a specific tribe in Africa. Like all of Chinese people come from one tribe. They found them. They're a tribe whose eyes look like this, and they black as you and me.
Yeah, my son got
And
the Chinese eyes. My newborn, he got the Chinese eyes. I'm like, yo, what's
yeah.
up?
No,
So
listen,
I'm like,
real
what's up?
quick,
so
legend.
wait,
He
hold
is
on.
trying to play me
Don't come
out.
up here. Don't come up here dismantling everything. Hold on.
That's
So
It's me.
so
What
that's
are you talking
that's
about?
art.
That's art.
It's
That's my
me.
baby.
oh, okay,
That's
all right, hold
what's
on.
up.
I'm gonna let you hold on, I'm gonna let you come in. Damn, what's I about to say? So what I'm trying to say is they came from us. When
Mm-hmm.
you take something like if I was to take I don't know, like chocolate milk and I was to filter out the chocolate and then put chocolate back into the milk. After I done filtered it all out, I put it back in there. Is it not chocolate milk?
But
I put
listen,
it
all you filtered out was the color. You didn't filter out the taste of the chocolate in the milk. You filtered out the
I'm
color.
saying if you could filter out all of that and then if I erase an entire blackboard and now it is a clean blackboard and then I write on it again, is it a clean blackboard still? Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
Like
it's still
when you
black.
talk about whiteness, you're talking about a dilution of what we already have inside of us. And then you're talking about the most genetically diverse people. So there's no genetics to race. Everybody, there's different ways in which we come out, different variations that we've adapted to certain areas, things like that. But at the end of the day, you can be if you have blackness in you, that is
Mm-hmm.
the one race that was meant to be excluded from whiteness. There's people of color and there's people without color. You cannot be half people without color and still have a color. You can't be a clean chalkboard and still have drawings on you. You can't be regular milk and have chocolate milk in you. It's not it's chocolate milk, bro. It's like there's no half and half. So
Thank
now
you.
I'm gonna let sister talk. Go ahead.
So me and him get into this debate all the time because he doesn't understand what I'm trying to say. And so I get heated because I feel like he's trying to minimize my blackness all the time because he's trying to say that I can't negate the white side, but what I'm be trying to explain to him is I didn't pick my mother. You know what I'm saying? Like I would never tell my kids to, and he knows this, like I do not agree with interracial dating. It just so happens that my mother is white and that's just what it is. I didn't pick that. However, I'm still black. There's no way around it. It's like, and even our kids are not whiter than Jesus. I don't know why he said that, but they're not. My son does look. He does have Asian kind of eyes. I don't know where he gets it from, but okay. But at the end of the day, we are all black. My children are the same complexion as me, but we are black. Period. So I wanted him to come up here. I sent this live to him because I wanted y'all to explain it to him. Because when I try to explain it, I guess because I'm half white that he thinks that, what I'm saying, like I'm just trying to minimize that
Mm,
side and I'm not. So I wanted somebody else to explain it because I be getting pissed off. So I wanted somebody
yeah,
else to explain it in a correct way. So yeah, I'm glad that
yeah.
he heard y'all.
Never in the history of white folks making children with black folks have mixed race brothers and sisters been treated like anything other than black folks. They've been given a little bit more grace in
Mm-hmm.
certain areas. Only phenotypically, they haven't been as profiled and discriminated against based off how they look. In certain, they'll have them in the house, but they
Mm-hmm.
still in slavery and bondage with the rest of us. So that means that when we're talking about police pulling us over, I'm not trying to hear Logic or certain white passes. I'm not trying to hear Drake's son talk over me when I'm talking about my experience as a black man. But I can't negate the fact that that's a black person.
All right,
And
so
then
she's a black person.
yeah,
All right. Yeah, all right.
still
I'm
black
just
man.
saying. I was just stating, like,
You need to be
I'm kind
careful
of
though,
still
because
stand on it.
you sound like you trying to make her not black, because
Nah,
that might.
I'm not trying to take that from her. I'm just saying you
That's what I
can't
was
negate the
hearing.
other
I
side.
know,
You
but you gotta understand. And I know how y'all Haitians get down. You don't understand. Let me explain something to you. Let me
can't.
explain. I know how y'all get down because I'm from Elizabeth, New Jersey.
We from
So I don't
North.
know if you
Oh,
know.
you in Jersey?
That's where I'm
We
from.
in
I'm not
North.
there now, But you know about Elizabeth?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we from North.
come on, man.
Oh, all right. So you know how many Haitians over there?
Yeah,
I grew
bro.
up. Oh, I grew up
I
around the
already
Haitians.
know, man.
Okay, like my godparents growing up. Like I was always spending. Like, listen, I know how y'all Haitians get down. I know how y'all Haitian brothers get down. So I know sometimes y'all like Kodak Black. You know, Kodak Black said he don't even He said he like light skinned women. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you better be careful now, cause you don't try to make her something exotic. Like, you know what I'm saying? She a black woman, and just let her be that.
Thank you, but hold on, I just want to say this too. So I'm very big on interracial dating. It can be problematic, but I feel like he doesn't feel that way because he has dated white women in the past and he considers
Yeah.
himself pro-black. So I
Did
don't
you
feel that
date? All
way.
right, hold on. Did you date white women or did you poke white women?
If I'm dead, I'm bogus.
No,
No, well, all
he
right, no,
dated.
I understand that if you dating, you poking, but if you poking,
Nah,
you
I
ain't
wasn't
always
trying to
dating.
procreate. I wasn't trying to have no kids or nothing like that. Nah,
But
hell
was
no.
you bringing her home to mom?
Nah, never met the parents. Nah.
All
Oh
right,
my
so
God.
all
Always
right, so I'm not
raised
going to give you a
close.
pass on that because it still could, be problematic. But there's a difference there. As men, I do understand that difference, but at the same time,
I
you still get side eye. You need to leave them girls alone. That's risky business, brother.
You still get the side eye though.
Yeah,
You get
Can
the
I ask
shake
you
the
a
hand. You don't
question?
get the embrace. I
Why,
got you.
when you met your
Ass.
wife, did you think she wasn't black?
Nah, I know she was black. Like,
he
especially
thought
like
I he told me that he thought I was Hispanic or Spanish
she
or something
looked
like
Spanish a
that.
little bit. So I thought she was like,
See what I'm
like,
saying,
that's
brother?
what I'm saying about you
I
Haitian
caught
brothers.
it
I'm telling you.
earlier.
bro, she like if you look at if you go on like she looks like like
Looks
you would
like
Not
think
too
like
much
that.
off
on
the
me.
glance, like
She
off the
looks like
glance, like
my
you
little
walk past and
cousin.
go, what up, ma? Like on some
Looks
oh
like
yeah,
my
need it,
little
what up?
cousin.
Like and she
Listen,
wouldn't
he
know
is
I'm black.
problematic. Okay, he is problem motherfucking matic. Okay, period.
I'm
That's
just saying, man.
Hey, y'all Haitian dudes, man. I know y'all like y'all Latinas. That's what I'm talking about. That Blanquimente got y'all, man. I don't know what
He
y'all
said
call
that
it.
like man, take us
Yeah,
up.
listen. I know.
Oh
Yeah.
man. But that
But
other
all right,
one,
man.
European construct, I think it was more like a business move. I don't think it was like a I think it was more like a way to make,
Mm.
make themselves seem like, I guess a construct. Yeah, I guess.
Definitely have Nazi passing client who told me that black men literally would tell her, damn, I thought I got the best of both worlds, like a YT woman with a black woman's body. Cause
Woo.
she very much like when I say old school black woman's body, like little bitty waist, everything else. Yeah. But she has
Who you
very
talking about?
it's one of my clients. She's very much YT presenting, like hair and everything. But when she opened her mouth, it's a
Wow.
black woman. But I find it interesting what he said, and I caught it early on. Like I think you need to kind of measure out blackness because the scale that you're putting us on is very small, and we are far broader than that.
Mm-hmm.
Blackness is like I know, we are the God. We got the God gene, the Eve gene. The women have the Eve gene. I understand that.
Women got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. But at that, like, I'm just saying, like, if I understand he's saying, like, your parents, you can't pick your parents. Yeah, you cannot pick your parents. But those two people chose to create you. So you can't negate the fact of the other parent just because there's something that's like, you know,
We no, but see that's where you're getting confused. We negating we're the way race was constructed was to whiteness excludes all other races. It was not meant to include nothing. Blackness, however, includes all other races because as soon as you have a child with any other woman, you having a black child. So that's the difference. We not denying the fact that she might be multicultural. Culture is different. Culture is how you eat, how you dance, what you speak like, different
And
things
that's
like
what I
that.
say.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah,
I
like
say.
she could be multicultural in that sense. She got that white other side of whatever they might put potatoes and on their hot dogs or something weird like that. I don't know what they do, but yeah. So other than that though, she's a black woman. So it's not negating one side to be black.
I feel you on that. I feel you on that though.
Black community too. That's very
Yeah.
dangerous to the black community to feel the need to include where you've been excluded, but also to align someone somewhere where they wouldn't be accepted, or to push something on the black community where it could be dangerous. Like, you don't need to leave out your YT parent when in the inclusion of that YT parent could be detrimental to our community building. So I don't know. I
Well,
just find that interesting, especially coming from someone that's like I'm assuming you're a monoracial black man. You know, I never understand the need to water down someone else's blackness or to try to delineate them away from it. It's very interesting because every time she speaks, you know, she come off as a black woman to me.
mm-hmm. I
I'm
mean, you.
I'm not trying to take her blackness away. I'm not. She's a black woman to me. We had two beautiful black kings. It's a black family
But
over here.
but I'm not though, because at the end of the day, we always had these conversations, and it's but you can't forget the white side. And I'm gonna be honest,
Yeah,
the only
that's what
thing I
I
relate
was
with
gonna
being
get to
white is
that.
that my
I was
mother
gonna
is
get to
white.
that.
Other than that, I don't relate with anything of that. Like, and I would have never. I don't want my kids bringing home somebody white. Like we have, like I said, we have this conversation all the time. Do not bring home anybody white. Period. So that's how I feel. But I don't know. You know,
Do
that's
you
my
do
opinion.
you let them watch Disney movies?
I mean, I have a well. He's 4. He's really into like Spider Man, but he likes Morales because Morales
Uh
looks like him.
oh. Uh oh. Now see, you ain't doing your job.
But
You ain't
Morales
doing your
looks like
job.
him, so Morales is black.
What?
So Morales is Black Spider Man.
His dad's a black man. His
Morales is
mom's a
Black Spider
Spanish
Man with a
woman.
white girlfriend.
Oh,
Yeah,
see,
he got a
I
white
don't want.
girlfriend. Yeah, he does.
I don't watch it, so that's problematic. Yeah, that's it.
You see what I'm saying? No, because that's the problem. Is black boys are conditioned to look at white women as the default woman. We're brought up, and black women struggle with this too. I don't know why y'all think it skip over us, especially when you wear like weaves and stuff like that. Not saying that sisters can't rock how they wear their hair however they want, but when you do that, you got to also teach your black boys that they can appreciate a black woman with her natural look, because you're going to give him beauty standards from Europeans, and then he's going to grow up and he's going to have the European beauty standard when he's looking for a woman.
Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna be honest. I really haven't like watched it too much. Him and his dad pretty much watched Spider Man together and stuff like that. But I didn't know he even has a girlfriend. So
Yeah,
That boy
yeah,
yeah,
playing
he got a
Roblox,
white
man. He
girl.
playing video games. He ain't shows that he
All
watches like
right.
it's like Roblox and like stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah.
But I understand what you're saying though. I gotta. But they make sure they don't put out stuff like that too much for black people to watch and stuff. So you gotta
Yeah.
dig for it.
You know
You
what's
got
interesting
yeah.
is in the conversation I've had with several black men, they speak of poking the YT women, and they always say
Mm-hmm.
they don't want to have children with them. I find that very interesting that you would spend your primary years or give someone your gratification, like giving them anyone that sexual gratification that you don't see any real investment in. That's so strange, but that's
I
another
was
conversation. I'm
young
gonna
though.
stop there.
Like I was like
This
young.
is the thing. This is the thing. A lot of sisters don't understand. I might even host a live on this one day. It's the difference in how men and women view sex, and sometimes we could talk about it. I talked about it on another live with a bunch of Pan Africans, and the brothers understood, the sisters didn't. I'm not saying the sisters are wrong. It's just there literally is a difference in how men and women view sex, and the way men view it might be more rooted in misogyny. So it's definitely chauvinistic at best.
So,
But
brother, you're well
yeah.
read. You're well read. So for me, it's
Mm-hmm.
always this complex that I go back to was when slave boys were
Mm-hmm.
literally being forced to do and to
Yeah.
service these women. So I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I look at it differently, but it made me think of something earlier. Someone said, not in your live, but another live, and it
Mm-hmm.
made me think of how black women look at dating outside their race. And I know in my family, it's only one, and she's a younger. I think she's 20 that is officially dated outside her race.
Mm-hmm.
And it made me think about oh god, it was so weird. I was driving. The complexities of has anybody ever watched I've said this before, I brought this up. What does that mean? Mandingo. It made me
Mm-hmm.
realize that when I said that about the entitlement earlier, they kind of compiled each other, because it was the idea that these people feel entitled to our bodies.
They feel entitled to us in a way that is, when you really look at the history of it, that I've said this before, it's never been addressed or corrected. We will literally go march and fight for everyone else. But even in the history of things, we were constantly used in some way or
Right.
form. And I guess I look at dating and relationships totally different. And that's
Well,
fine.
yeah, well, that's why I would give sister some grace. I think she dropped down, but yeah, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing says that white tea people in an interracial relationship are always the aggressor, because they have privilege and power over us. That white tea woman has more power over a brother's life than he has over hers. As long as that's the case, the same way it's unethical for a boss to sleep with his secretary, it is unethical for a white tea person to claim to be in a consensual relationship with people who were non-consensually brought to this country to benefit them. It just don't work that way. So, that's something, that's always going to be problematic, you know. But when it comes to men, and poking the milk versus marrying the milk, the only reason I say there's a difference is because there are brothers that poke the milk and keep it pushing, and then the ones that marry the milk be like on a whole nother level of cognitive dissonance. Like they really believe in like this, like, I don't know, post-racial world. Like
Why
those are the
Speak
ones
did
that
it?
what?
Is that why Speak did it?
What's what Speak do?
He got him
Speak, you married some milk?
on.
Don't ever put that out there. Don't lie on my name like that.
Like,
I've
no,
never
I don't
dealt with
want
them
to
people
know
like that
Speak.
before. Hell no.
Just the
I barely even talk to them people. Don't do that to me.
No, but here's the thing.
Hell
Yeah,
no.
I mean, that's the thing. I'm telling you, when you talk to a brother and he says, he's done some things, then I'll be like, yeah, that's still problematic because you're risking your life for some poontang. But at the same time, and you are risking your life, like especially if you're meeting them on like dating apps, like brothers that do that are wild. Like you telling me you go over to someone, you go in to meet somebody that you met on the internet, and all she got to do is say she feel uncomfortable, and your life could be in danger. You could end up on the news. That's crazy. But that's much different than somebody trying to bring her to the cookout. That's when it gets like, okay, you really about this life. There's something wrong with
I feel you on that one.
you. You know what I'm saying? But
Listen, man, let me say this. Diva, don't start. I am quiet tonight. I'm just here to mod. But listen, y'all slacking on the tapping, man. The lights only went up by like 8,000 all this time. Listen, let's get to 160K, man. Tap, 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 tappity, tap, tap, tap. Yeah.
appreciate you. All right, y'all. Let's keep it rolling. Like Kelly rolling. Appreciate
Legend,
you,
you ain't
brother, for
never
coming
switched
up.
the
Yeah,
green screen. Like you kept it here, so
right.
I guess we moved to somewhere else, and like it's not resonating or whatever. Let's get to
Yeah.
160K, y'all. Tap, 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 tap.
Yeah, I'll move it to somewhere else.
Changing the screen. But while you do that, I'm gonna do
Yeah.
this. Hello, hello, and welcome, you guys. Welcome in. Come into Brother Legends Live. You need to sit down, have a seat, grab a drink, and don't forget your popcorn. You know we always switching it up. You guys, can you do me a favor? Send Speak a lion. It's not to kick him, it's to encourage him. He said he's on mute. Y'all know when Speak is quiet, something is wrong. But you guys tap that screen. What'd you
Now I
say,
turned
Speak?
over a new leaf, man.
160,
Listen, sister, hold on.
160,
I didn't mean to cut you off, but
160.
listen, I turned over a new leaf. I am not doing the barking on nobody no more unless it's necessary.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
not doing
lying.
that no more,
But
man.
anyway,
I'll be
speak,
giving
speak,
myself
go,
a headache
speak, go
listening to
on
people
mute.
nonsense.
Speak, go on mute. Thank you. Tap
And
the
I'm
screen, you
sipping, so
guys.
I'm chilling.
Tap, tap, tap. Tap the screen. Go drink your milk, Speak. At the end of the day, you guys, it is my turn to talk. Thank you. So you guys tap that screen. Go ahead and share the live. Share with your friends, your frenemies, even your enemies. We're here for the fight. Round. You guys, make sure you gift the host. Make sure you share Brother Legends Live. Make sure you subscribe. And you guys, don't forget to subscribe to Brother Legends YouTube as well. Be one first. If we get some foolery, send a pause, you guys. Please mute. Thank you.
Appreciate you, sister. I'm gonna go to this. We got two guests up here that's been waiting. Rob, the God, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
It's 36, blackety black black, and he, him.
All right,
Yeah.
appreciate you. Talk to us.
All right. So originally I was here for the other one, but I guess I'll answer these ones too.
Mm.
Can interracial relationship be problematic? Of course they can be, because I mean, again, I've mentioned this a billion times. When you're in an interracial relationship, one of you have to water down who you are to appease the other person.
Mm.
Thusly,
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to the whole being pro-black thing, you can't be pro-black because how are you going to be pro-black if you're watering your blackness down?
Mm.
So on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 2 in 1 right there. Can
Mm-hmm.
interracial relationship help end racism? Again, no, it cannot, because there's been plenty of times where we've seen interracial couples date each other, and I've even mentioned this before to you, where the one lady had mentioned to her boyfriend, dating you ain't a flex.
Mm. Yeah.
So it's
Right.
kind of like you're just blatantly just throwing it out there that, yeah, my family's racist, and everyone to you, well, everyone when it comes down to your black boyfriend, they're telling you, oh yeah, your black boyfriend ain't shit.
Right. Well, what were you
But
gonna say about the other live, the other prompt that was up?
so the main one I wanted to hop on was, why is it that every time there's something that's going on, we gotta get involved, or they gotta try and involve us?
Mm.
They did it with the whole overturning of Roe v. Wade. They're like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, we need the black women to stand in unity with us to get our rights back. But yet
Mm-hmm.
then turn around and vote against their own. It's like, why do y'all need us to help push your agenda?
Right.
Y'all aren't even helping us with our own shit.
Right.
So
Yep.
that whole, oh, if you're pro-Palestine, you're pro-black, like, no,
Mm-hmm.
no, just no.
Yeah, we ain't doing that. I heard you. Absolutely.
It's like, until y'all show up for our shit, we don't need to show up for your shit. I'm sorry.
Right.
But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that was the main one I wanted to hop on, because everything else kind of falls in line with what I was talking about with before, with the whole interracial dating, black man, woman marrying a white person, still being pro-black. You can't do it.
Yeah.
'Cause like I said, you can't be pro-black but yet water down your blackness for somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
You can be
Mm-hmm.
black supportive, like I told you before. You can support black businesses and support other people that are black,
Yeah. All day.
but you can't be pro-black because you're watering down your blackness. I'm sorry.
Right.
And like I said, with the interracial relationship ending racism, it can't. It's not. I've even seen where a couple broke up and the dude sent his daughter home to his white ex with cornrows, and he said, "Why do you have this ghetto ass shit in my daughter's hair?"
Mm. Mm.
So it's like, it's not going to end racism just because you're dating a black person.
All right.
And I'll stand 10 toes down on that.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I appreciate you.
get this
Thank you
puppy.
for adding that to the
Well, you know
live.
what? I'm an alligator, so I'm wait.
Say you an alligator?
This puppy finna get ate.
What's that mean? I might not be hearing you. All right. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
It's your night, cause
Nah, your audio just switched up. I think your mic died or it unplugged. Cause I don't know if this the one that got batteries or something. I don't know. But yeah, you sound different. We can hear you, but your mic, your audio changed.
it's
A
wet.
lot. Yeah,
All right. Yeah, I'm
I
trying to
noticed
fix
the
it.
switch
I
up.
was gonna
But
say it sounds like it's in the. It's like
Yo,
in the
Legend, when
back.
you do the lives, do you do this straight from your phone or you do this on a computer?
no, I usually do it with a yeah, I do it from my phone.
And you got the mics you
But
use is Bluetooth, right? All of them.
the first one I use it.
Yeah, like the lady, I forget what it's called, the small mic, and then you got this shit. Okay, I got you. I got you.
Omo, talk to us. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Age 35, race black, pronouns him, he. Yeah. To,
And
to
talk to us.
all right, to answer your question, the first one here says, can interracial relationships be problematic? Absolutely.
No.
Huh?
That's what it says. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Every relationship can definitely be problematic, and then interracial relationships can be problematic.
Problematic.
Yeah. Can a black man or
Every
black woman woman marry white and still claim to be pro-black? I think personally, I mean, as of today, my thought is that being pro-black too can be seen as an idea. So if you have that idea that you're pro-black, you have it inherent in you that you definitely see something positive, from this, which it is. I don't think who you're marrying or who you're dating should be a limiting factor to continue or champion that idea. It's like it's like religion, for example. Let's assume you've practiced a religion for, let's say, 30 years, and suddenly you got married to someone who is practicing a different religion. The fact that you're, interracially putting two religions together doesn't necessarily mean you're going to abandon yours. You can still, practice yours and still pursue a different course as well. So I think uh interracial relationships can still allow black men and black women to be pro-black even when they're in one. And the last one is, can interracial relationships help end racism? Now, the way I look at that question is, okay, can it help end? So it doesn't necessarily mean will it end it. So can it help end it? Probably can help. Would it totally end it? Probably not, because as again, racism also can be likened to an idea. So if you have this idea to always, oppress people, or to always, do bad things to people, it might take a very long time for you to, see the negative from that idea, but that doesn't necessarily mean you might quit that idea. So, with that being said, if you're in an interracial relationship, and regardless of what race you are, and you have an idea that says, well, okay, maybe certain people have been racist in the past, but maybe for me, I'm in an interrelational relationship for a different reason, perhaps because I have this idea that I love black people, or I love Asian people, or I love Mexican people, and or I love this man actually, and then his race is just an additional factor. Can it help end racism? The answer is yes. Will it end racism? The answer is no.
No, 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 hell no.
What's the rebuttal?
I just want to understand how you think that interracial relationships will end racism or even push it in a positive direction when we've seen it literally generations and it hasn't even helped in any form. It's actually conflated our communities. It's broken them up, if anything. It's been more harmful. Even understanding how generational wealth is like left by the dad or the husband, right? You going outside of your race and leaving your wealth with another community, how does that help the black community?
I personally don't necessarily see it as living
We
your
know.
wealth.
You can tell. You already
I
did it.
okay, let me explain. I don't think any woman that I marry or date is necessarily living my wealth. There are ways, to gather wealth, right? There have been certain things that have happened in the past, regarding education, how to keep wealth or how to really recognize wealth and things like that. But now there's an opportunity to have some of this information, that can help project us in a different light. But that generation, the generational wealth and all that plays a huge role in this. I don't deny that. But I don't see the relationship of you being with this woman or being with this
So
man.
okay, hold on, because I'm gonna break this down to you. Because I was in a live yesterday, brother. I wish I had shared it with you. It was a whole bunch of brothers across the continent, right, having discussion about marriage, and they were very serious about it. And an African American man got up there and he made it. He said, "Y'all talking about this pretty stuff," and that black man said, "Marriage is political. Marriage is with purpose." And he kind of broke it down so eloquently because I'm so tired of marriage being a thing that people look at as just love and attachment when every other race knows, even when kings and queens would get married, they would be bridging two different communities together. They would be bridging wealth together. They would be building their armies, bridging their armies together to fight or either obtain more land. But in today's society, you act as if you attaching yourself to something does not mean anything. It's just simply based on a love or the idea of love, and that is not realistic when the community in which you come from has been torn down the most, probably by the same person you have no problem attaching yourself to.
I Okay, I totally agree with that point. Valid. I see the logic behind that idea, but also if you want to look at it in a more broader perspective now, okay. So yes, there's been a lot of oppression, like I said, in the past, and now
No,
we
today, not in the past. Don't say the past. Don't say the
okay,
past. It's not over.
okay, ongoing. It's. I mean, it's not been eradicated, so there's still it still happens. So when I say in the past, is because I hear generational. So generational is not something that happened yesterday. Generation has to come from history. So that's
Generation
why I say,
happens to today.
huh?
Generation continues today. You're part of a generation, are you not?
I am absolutely. I am part of the generation. Absolutely. But what
Okay.
I but what I'm trying to debunk in what she said is that how it limits your wealth. Okay, you're coming from an oppressed society, now you're marrying this person, and all of a sudden you're transferring your wealth to this person. I think that alone can go both ways. That alone can go both ways logically.
So who
But
outlives a relationship, a man or a woman? Who lives longer?
say that again.
Who lives longer in a relationship, a man or a woman?
I think a lot of factor comes to play when it comes to
Well, I'm not asking you
longevity
about
of life.
factors. I'm asking you about, based on statistics and studies, who lives longer, a man or a woman?
I I mean, from
Just
where I come from,
guess.
I would say a man. How about that?
Okay, it's definitely a woman. So statistically looking at things, if a woman lives longer, the likelihood of you passing, you're going to leave something for your spouse, right?
Right.
So why can't you just be a black man that married or dates outside his race and just loves black people and loves his community? Why does it have to be the title of pro-blackness when you already did not position yourself to be with a black person? I love that laugh.
No, I just felt put a lot of words together to kind of like throw me off in a little bit, but
Why
I
Don't get
why
thrown
can't
off.
why can't you be a man that just loves a woman outside of your race or loves that woman and just love black people? Why do you need to preference the pro-blackness?
I think a lot of things a lot of decision we make in life comes with preference to start with.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Yes, you can definitely pick up my words, but a lot of things comes with preference. There are people who like the Androids, there are people who like the iPhones, there are people who like,
Oh no.
and this is just an example. Forget about what country I'm from right now. Let's talk about this topic. So, the
Do you
fact
even
that
like coffee in your coffee, or you just drink it with a shot of just cream? You just like cream in You know, is there any coffee in your coffee?
There's no coffee in my coffee. I'm just here, having a good time listening to you guys talk and just reading
I
up things
believe you.
on the internet. Nothing. But what I'm trying to say is that I definitely can love black people the same way I can love Asian people, the same way I can love white people, the same way I can love green people.
And then they love you
There is
like you
But
love
yet they
them.
don't love you back.
Do they love you like you love them?
Rather,
you know
actually, I wouldn't even ask them that. They don't love your people the way you say you love their people. They can love you. They can love you as an individual, but they don't love your people. Because if they did that, then Chinese people wouldn't be in the Congo. There wouldn't be Israelis in the Congo. There wouldn't be Americans. There wouldn't be, um, you know, Boers in South Africa. There's a lot of
and,
things.
and I agree with you.
Name
I agree
name
with you,
name
brother.
name one African military base in another country.
We don't have time for that. Uh and
You
I
don't
say
have time for that. That's what we're talking
What the
about.
hell is
What?
happening right now? What is going on?
okay,
That's
but
what we're
but
talking about.
Brother,
but
peep it.
you
He didn't
said
have
some.
time. Hold on. He didn't have time for the displacement of his people, but he's pro-black. Ain't that some shit?
Hey,
You,
that's wild.
I think you're just picking up one,
Listen,
two,
listen,
three
y'all.
words
Could I get like
and
one,
you're
just
making
30
certain
seconds with this guy? So,
conclusions.
brother Omo, pardon me, sir.
Yes,
Can
sir.
you just remind me
Son, bro.
again, where are you from?
I,
Were you born in
and
America or somewhere else?
I wasn't born in America.
So,
I'm a
you
proud
believe
Yoruba.
in interracial dating, correct?
Absolutely.
Why would you do that to yourself as an African?
Why would I, what do you mean? Why would I do that to
Why
myself?
would you
I'm not.
believe in, for example, you dating an Asian person, a European, anybody that's not African? Why would you do that to yourself?
I'm not. It's not because you're doing it to yourself. Because it's because of the choice you make. Okay,
Why
Exactly.
and
would
And
you
the
choose
choice
that?
you're saying that is okay for Africans or black people is it's okay to deal with people who are not
wait,
Africans.
wait,
That is
sorry, I'm thinking.
insane. Why would you do that to yourself as an African? And for you, sir, understanding the
Come on, brother.
history that Africans was snatched up from Africa and dropped off all across the world, and
I
specifically in America. We were brought here to this country, or our brothers and sisters, our ancestors, was brought here to be slaves and literally build this country. And it wasn't until the late 90s, I believe, where
I
interracial dating or marriages was allowed from the 1800s or when we got here until a certain point. We were not allowed to blend, to mix with each other, to have kids with each other. Europeans,
I agree
literally,
with
hold on,
you,
brother.
but let
Europeans,
me give you
great.
my
Hold on. Europeans, great. Our black sisters. Europeans violated men sexually and in other ways, made black people understand that they believe black people are less than. So why would you, sir, as an African, believe in interracial dating in 2023? Why would you do that to yourself as an African? Please help me understand that, brother.
Okay, let me help you make some of this understanding. Because one is that the people that you're meeting in 2023 are not totally the same people that existed those those years ago. And the reason you can laugh, but I know there's logic in what I'm saying.
Sir, okay,
Okay,
I
hold on,
really want
listen.
to
Let
understand
me
your
just say this.
perspective. I
Hold
want to
on,
learn from
speak.
you as
Let
an
me ask you,
African why you
speak,
doing this to yourself.
speak. Let me
But I'm
just
gonna
ask
mute,
you a
man. I
question.
can't. I can't.
Let
you
me
would
ask you a
learn if you let
question.
me speak. If you let me talk. I mean, if you let me
Sir,
also share my
sir,
ideas.
hold on. Do you
There
know
from
what
today. Go ahead.
epigenetics is? Do you know what epigenetics is?
Do I know what
Epi
epigenetics?
Yes, sir. Do you know what that is?
I do. I have an idea of
Okay,
what
so
it is.
when we think about history in the context of it, let's we're gonna act like I'm not gonna speak to history. I'm gonna speak to present. So
Okay.
what presently has happened in society that it has fixed any of the ramifications that have happened because of history?
So what has fixed it?
Right. When has anything been addressed or fixed?
Because you said they're not exactly the same people, but they're still eating off the plate of the remnants of our ancestors and the work that they did in this country, or across the diaspora for that matter. So what education or format has any YT or non-Black person had any level of education that addresses or fixes the issues that Black people are still being oppressed by today?
Right.
No, you said right. So they're the same people. Nothing has changed. There's never been a level of correction or education to change the mentality of the same people that raised the people that raised the people that have raised these people.
Right.
So it's your YT, you got a savior complex. And you have this superiority complex because even in the conversation you said they're not exactly the same. Therefore, you've experienced some level of oppression or racism from your family now or someone around them, and you're okay with it as long as you have access to certain things. That's how that comes out.
To you, you can definitely put your own illustration out there, but
No,
I know
I
there's
did not though. You said they're not exactly the same people. So how are they different?
the way they're different, are also the same way I am different from my ancestors, and also the same way while you are also different
Oh no, I'm not
from
different
your
from my
ancestors.
ancestors.
Huh?
I am not
You said,
different. I am my ancestors. I am not different.
okay. I
Uh-huh.
like I said, you definitely
Hey,
take
this is
over.
reminding me of a good metaphor I love to use on this live. Omar, I got a question for you. Let's
Yes,
say
sir.
you're sitting home with your family, right? And you're watching a soccer game or a football game.
Okay.
You're watching a football game with your family. Your mom is there, your father is there, your uncles, your aunts, your grandparents are there. Everyone is sitting down watching the game, and everything is great. All of a sudden, you ever see the movie Scream? Have you ever seen the movie Scream? Have you heard of that movie?
No.
Scream is a movie where a man with a kitchen knife basically unalives people. You know what unaliving is?
If I know, what was that again?
Unalive, like to Kill. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Kill.
okay, okay, okay. Yeah.
All right. So a man with a kitchen knife unalives people. Right. That's what the movie's about. So
Okay.
now this person walks into your house while you're watching football with your mom and your dad and everybody, whole family's there, and then they unalive. Okay, ILL, your
Mm-hmm.
entire family in front of your face.
Mm-hmm.
And there's blood everywhere. It's disgusting. Oh my goodness, it's a gruesome scene. It's like a horror movie. But he doesn't do anything to you. Keeps you safe. Nothing happens to you. He then wipes off the kitchen knife and cuts you a slice of cake. Would you eat that cake?
Probably not.
Okay. Some people would eat that cake. Now, when you choose to eat that cake, or when someone chooses to eat that cake, they're not doing it with the best interest of their family in mind, are they? They don't care about their family. They say, hey, you know what? Cake is cake. I'll eat it. The cake didn't do anything to me. The knife didn't do anything to me. But you can't say that you are pro family and you care about your family and eat cake from the knife that unalived them. You understand?
I get what you're
Some
going.
people, some people remove context conveniently, and they remove themselves from their ancestors and their family because it's more convenient for them to eat the cake with a free conscience. But the thing is, a lot of us give a damn about the context in which we have relationships with these people. You don't have a non-black, or I don't know if you said your wife is European or whatever. You don't have a non-black spouse because nothing was done to your people, and we all were just living together happily on earth, and one day you met someone you loved, and it just happened to be that, and y'all just fell in love. The only relations that Africans have had with the rest of the world has come at the cost of African life and servitude. So that being the case, they're the aggressors in the situation, to the point where you have even internalized their idea of love. Because you say you're Yoruban, there's a Bantu word called Ubuntu. Do you know what that word means?
I've heard Ubuntu. Yep.
Ubuntu. I am who I am because of who we all are. You
Right.
cannot say you are for who we all are if you don't consider what has happened to us and our ancestors in your decision making. So that would mean that it's okay if you want to be in an interracial relationship, that's fine. But you can be black and happy in your interracial relationship. We hope that you're anti-racist and working every day with your non-black spouse or significant other in that journey. However, you cannot be pro-black, because pro-blackness means that you care about Ubuntu. It means that you care about the family and what has happened to us historically to this day.
Right. And I will definitely disagree with some of the points. I can definitely be pro black. I can definitely be pro family, and still
Please
engage.
explain how.
I've seen a lot of
You say
comments,
you
I don't
disagree,
understand
but you can be
history.
pro-black in that predicament, or a black person. Explain how. Explain how that's possible, please.
Explain
How
how
can
it's
you eat
possible.
it? How can you eat a cake that was cut from a knife that unalived your family and still say you're pro-family? Please explain how.
I think one reason is because of the forgiveness can be one. Just to put it in a more simpler context, forgiveness can be one. The ability to also dwell more in the present, than dwell so much in the past. Now, I like the illustration you gave about the person that unalive and then provided a cake. Now, I know you can hear I'm African, right? The
You're
same.
Nigerian.
Yes, I am. Yeah, proud one, big one,
I
strong
love
one.
the
Love
black
it.
community.
Huh? What was that?
Nothing. Go ahead.
So that same scenario can happen in a place where there is no interracial relationship. So it can happen. So let's say, as I am a Yoruba person now, a person from a different tribe in the same country, of 200 million people, also comes around and
The
does the
country is
same.
a company.
You say what?
The country is a company. It's a British company.
I mean, you can call it what you want, but I told you it's
It
totally
is.
controlled by
It
Nigerians
was
right
never.
now.
It was never. It wasn't created to be a country. Nigeria was created to be a British company, a palm
I
oil company.
I agree, but a lot of that ended, more than 60 years ago. A lot of that ended already.
60 years ain't enough time for you to be turning around being with their daughters, brother.
Yes, it's not. It's not, but there's no way we can, speed time. I can make it 200 years by today. So, we have to also move forward and see what we can build for the generations to come. I think the moving forward is what we also need to add into the topic. So, so
Two more pause.
okay, fine. Like I said, someone from a different tribe can do that same thing to you. So are you gonna say, because someone from an Igbo tribe, murdered all my family and then left me alone, because of that, I'm not going to relate with anyone from this tribe any
All
longer.
right, what you're using now is what we call a whataboutism. So that's when you deflect from the main conversation and add another argument to maybe sort of make a false comparison between the two. The difference is if one tribe did that to another tribe, and you were to be with that other tribe, that wouldn't be 400 years of oppression and racism. That would be gang shit, as we call it here in America. And gang shit is much different than racism. We call that gang shit in America. In America, we have tribes too. one red flag, one blue. Some of them wear black flags. You know, we got different types of gang shit.
Right.
But yeah, that's all that is.
I like I said again, you know, I totally agree with your points. I believe there's a lot of places where we both agree with each other as well. You know, like I said, these are my thoughts of today. You know, maybe something can change tomorrow. I don't know, but like again, I think a lot of things, you know, can work. And while you said, I think a lot of things that you said that I'm doing, I think you're also doing the same thing. There's also a lot of hasty generalization going on there. There's a lot of jumping into conclusion going out there. So when you pick two words
It's a lot of
and
critical thinking. It's a lot of critical thinking, my brother.
absolutely
Part of the reason I have my nonprofit is because a lot of African brothers don't understand and sisters don't understand how white supremacy operates. Um, the only time y'all see Europeans is when they're giving you aid or telling you to come to their countries for a better life. And because of that, a lot of y'all see things the wrong way. And we know it's the wrong way because we've been around them for 400 years. We know exactly what they're doing. We know exactly how they thinking of y'all. But y'all don't even know how they're thinking of y'all. Y'all have this fantasized version. And I've I've talked to many African brothers and sisters that do understand. So I'm not saying it's all my African brothers and sisters on the continent, but many and there's some brothers here in America, sisters here in America too, that think the same way you do. You know, and it's just it's unfortunate. It's a form of Stockholm syndrome because like you did earlier, you have to remove all context of which we got here. You have to use a Christian version of turning the other cheek and saying you forgive them, which is something that Africans in West Africa would not be Christian if it wasn't for slavery. Let's be honest. Even if you want to say Christianity is an African religion, because of the East Africans and Ethiopians, it would have never came. It came to West Africa through slavery. So that's not something that our people chose to do in West Africa. So when you use the Christian morality and Christian ideal of love, which is romanticism, which was created in the 18th century by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, these are concepts by which, if you haven't educated yourself and learned about, it's easy to just believe. Um, Unfortunately, the scholars, the theologians, the Pan-African scholars that we have been able to, provide more insight into these things. I would
I
encourage
get
you to read
I,
some books. I would encourage you to look up the Crest theory. Um, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing has a book called The ISIS Papers, and I pray that as you go through life, you don't end up in any dangerous situations, not understanding the danger you're putting yourself in. But
I mean, I would, I would say amen to some of your prayers, but I will also encourage you, brother, to to also learn, and
no, I've
also
learned. You haven't told me one book. Tell me a book that I can read to learn.
I would encourage you to learn more about IFA, IFA,
I know
learn
plenty of
about.
Ephod. Then why'd you say amen instead of Ashe?
Oh, okay. You said why'd you say you said you
Man,
put
you just said amen.
yeah, I said amen. Yes,
So then
amen.
why would you use forgiveness as something that we need to do towards those that have subjugated us?
I agree. And why would you speak English? Why are you not speaking Yoruba? That should be a question. Why are you not
I'm
speaking?
not Yoruba. I'm not from the land where they speak that as a. You think I learned it? You think my ancestors chose to learn English? You think I'm speaking English for fun? Like, what does that mean? See,
Okay,
this is what I'm
so
saying. This is what I'm saying. When you don't know context, you say ignorant shit like that. I speak English because it was whipped into the backsides of my grandparents. No one told. I didn't choose to learn English. We didn't choose to come here. In fact, we probably from the same tribe going back hundreds of years. Many African Americans are from the Yoruba tribe.
I
So
agree, but
it's just your side was probably either the side that was enslaved over there or sold my side over here. But we from the same shit.
I totally agree with that, and you know, and that also played an important role in that. There were people who, you know, were sold into slavery by the brothers as well. You know, regardless, you know, who they sold it to, but you know, somebody did that too. So even while we criticize, you know, the people who are making the bad decisions to buy, why didn't we also go back to those generations and also criticize those people who decided to sell the brothers as well?
Because they did that's horrible what you just said. So if I tell you to sell me your neighbor, I'll give them a shotgun to come and get you and sell you to me. Which one would you do?
Say that again. I didn't catch that.
If you don't like your neighbor, you have a beef with your neighbor, right? Your neighbor's dog keeps taking a shit on your front lawn. You don't like it. And I tell you, hey, sell me your neighbor. I'll give you a blam blam. You know what a blam blam is?
I want to assume
Pew pew,
something.
pew pew, pow
Yep.
pow.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right. I say, hey, I'll give you this pow pow. You go next door, tie up your neighbor and sell him to me. And then you already don't like this person. And I say, if you don't do it, then I'll go give him the pow pow and I'll have him sell you to me. What would you do?
I don't think I would do either one of them.
No, it's not either. If you don't do it, then I'm gonna go give him the pow pow and I'll have him come and get you and sell you to me.
Yeah, I think I'll let him rather do that.
Oh, so you'd rather be a slave?
I would not. I mean I mean I just chose not to be the one enslaving people.
All right, so yeah, so you'd be the slave. And so
I would not
that
be the
is how my
slave.
ancestors what?
I will not be the slave.
I just told you the choices is you enslave your neighbor or I will give him the pew pew to enslave you. So that means
You went out, brother. You out, brother. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Your mic out. Your mic out.
you would either have to go and get him or I'm going to tell him to come and get you. Which one would you choose?
I think when you put scenarios like that, you know,
This is
I
what happened to your history. You tell me to study Ifa, you don't know your own history. It's
no,
disrespectful. This is what happened. They didn't sell each other for fun. That you have said more ignorant shit about your own people than you have said about your significant other. On
no,
this live, you have shown your ass over and over again, and I'm trying to save you time and time again
no,
to
you're not
get you
trying.
to look
You're
at
not
some
trying.
logic, but you have so much Stockholm syndrome that you can't even hear what I'm putting down.
Because all I hear is hasty generalization over analyzation of facts, and you know,
I'm
beyond.
giving you facts. Are you dumb? Are you
No,
serious?
no, I mean, a lot of you said I don't know your history, and I agree with that. I
You
probably
don't
don't
know
know your
your
history.
own history. I'm talking about
You
Yoruba
don't know my
people. What
history.
the
You
hell are
don't
you
know it.
talking about?
No, you don't know it. What you know is wrong. I'm telling you, it's wrong.
This
Nah.
guy's crazy.
Hey. Go and get your
Oh my
kid,
goodness.
Poochie.
Hey man, shout out to y'all for the Panther Party.
No, no,
That's
no,
crazy.
no. Hold on, Legend. Let me just get like 10 seconds, brother. Listen, we need a moment of silence for the ignorance that exists in the world. This is sad, and that brother is on the motherland. That is the saddest thing when I hear these conversations and hear them talk the way they talk. I am ashamed, but I also understand what happened to him.
Yeah.
I get it. But real quick, brother, let's do a break. Yo, we need to get 175K likes, man. I'm quiet tonight, but I'm gonna pass it over to the diva to continue the break, the announcement. We need to get to 175K likes. We need everybody, all 275 plus of y'all, tapping the screen. Y'all fill up that red bar 3 times. We need to get a 175K. The goal is 250 likes, 250K by the time the live ends. Make sure y'all gift the host Legend if you enjoying the content. Follow the host, tap, 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 and I'm gonna hand it over to Diva so I could be quiet because I'm not on the panel to create no chaos today. But that was wild. Yeah,
That
sister.
was crazy.
Yeah, that was
Y'all ready?
crazy.
We got to get it cleansed real quick. We got to cleanse our palate.
Yeah,
Holy
man. Smudge,
Spirit,
smudge the
activate,
live. Smudge it. Come
activate,
on, sister.
activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Hello, hello, and welcome. You are in Brother Legends Live. Again, you guys, you are in Brother Legends Live. Go ahead and tap that screen. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Go ahead and tap that screen, you guys. I need you to get to 200K. I know we said 175, but we need 200K. Go ahead and share the live. Invite your friends, your frenemies. We even like the enemies. When y'all see us up here with these coons and poons and fatting and babooning, send those paws. What are you waiting on? We need you to save this live. You guys, give Brother Legend. He is taking his time to educate the fools today, and we don't want to hear it for too long. So send the paws, send the gifts, and tap, tap, tap that screen. You guys, at this point, I do feel like we are in trouble, but I will say this. I'm going to tap out and take a pause. I'll be waiting.
Appreciate you. How we in trouble? What you mean? You we in trouble?
Spirit,
Okay. That was ridiculous. It's there's COONs on the motherland and in America. It's just part of the brainwashing that's been done to our people. So, I try to have some grace because when you know your history, you know that that's one of the symptoms. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for helping me reach the live goal. Thank you. I'm sorry for find your name. Diane, appreciate you. All right, so I don't know who's next. Alicia, I'm not sure which person came up here first.
Legend, can I say something real quick, brother?
Yeah. Okay.
Listen, with people that still live on a continent or have never left, I actually don't, my brain doesn't process how you can still live on a continent of Africa and you don't see who's colonizing or who's coming in to invade, who's invading, who's actually in control, and have perspective as to what the hell is happening to you and your neighboring people, tribe to tribe. I still don't, I can't, my brain does not process that. But I also understand that here in America, we see things in a different way because of one, propaganda. We have access to the internet, and some of us actually do research and look at things from more than one lens. Like some of us
Yeah.
look at documentaries, some of us read, some of us pick and choose to tap into other spaces by way of the internet, which is what the internet is for. We make a conscious choice to do this, but I still don't understand how Africans, no matter where you are on the continent, can still exist in that delusion, and it's like you're oblivious to it. And,
I
and, and when
understand.
interracial with the interracial dating conversation, I really don't understand that piece, but also I do understand because I'm an American, if that makes sense. Like that's what it bothers me when I hear this. But I always say this when I'm on your panel. Like I'm always intrigued by anybody they see they Nigerian, Haitian, anywhere, Somali, anywhere on the continent that they say I'm this, but I believe in interracial dating or love is love kind of conversation or what have you like that. It hurts my brain. I guess is the best way to say that. Like,
Yeah.
what you think about that, brother? Because like it's sad. It's actually sad to me to understand that we still have people lost that's living on the continent and they still don't see it, and they speak in a way where it's ridiculous hearing them talk, if that makes sense.
Yeah. That's because they don't have the intimate relationship with white folks that we have. So they look at them, and like I said before, they only see Europeans when they're giving them aid or they're telling them, "Hey, come to our country, we'll pay you better." Their parents raised them to get jobs in European countries or in the United States. So they're taught to look at whiteness as like the goalpost. And so, it's a survival technique. And it goes all the way back to the Yoruban people. The word COON comes from Africans. I explained it before, but for those of y'all who don't know, the real word is barracoon. Barracoon is a cage that they would put our ancestors in when they were enslaved. They put them in cages or before they sent them over across the Atlantic Ocean. So they would keep them in these barracoons, and sometimes there would be a person inside the barracoons with people. Everyone's scared, they're defecating on themselves, and it's a very gruesome scene. They're throwing up. They don't know what's going to happen to them in the new world. They go into a land where they've never been, with strangers they've never met, that mean them harm. So they're all afraid. And the word COON came from the word barracoon because they would have people in the cages saying, "Hey guys, don't worry. Everything's going to be all right. We're going to have a good time in the new world. Everything's, you don't have to worry. It's going to be the land of milk and honey." And these people were delusional. So they had cognitive dissonance, so that's basically where the word comes from, is those that were trying to like see things a better way than it actually was showing us who they are, like showing us what the actual situation was. So
Right. Let me just
yeah.
say this one more thing, right? So what I think is happening is it's conditioning, it's indoctrination. Like if we think about the US, we have cell phone towers. We have access to the internet today in 2023. But when our people, our brothers and sisters, was cotton picking, country building slaves, they weren't allowed to read.
Right.
They weren't allowed to learn enough to expand their horizons, if that makes sense. And I think that's what's happening in Africa, across Africa. They're limited on resources. They're limited in certain ways. When I say resource or access, that's a better word. They're limited in terms of the internet. We got Wi-Fi, 5G over here in America. They don't have 5G over there, I don't think. They have
Nah,
to live
they
off
got
of.
they got
One
they
Hold
second,
got
one second,
internet.
one
on, hold
second.
on. Let me
They
just say
got
this real quick,
internet
and then you
speed.
can, if I said anything that's wrong, you can correct me because
I'm
I'm not that complete. Like, I'm not
No, they
completely
have it
in the
though.
truth. But
They
in
have it
They
certain
though.
have it
spaces, they're
speed, but you
limited.
making it sound
And
like they.
yeah. But hold on. Let me just say this I'm saying this for a reason. They are limited by way of who's in control over there in the grand scheme of things.
Like, explain
And
yourself.
some of them are blind enough to believe that they are not being colonized or there's no corruption happening or that their verbiage says, I'm blind to this and everything is okay. People from China could come in, Europeans could come in, anybody could come in here and use us. And I am still okay with, let's say, marrying, dealing with, making kids with those people, or even dealing with them. Yet Congo is real, and in other places in Africa is real. Even though we have access to some things, depending on where you at, we still, like, I don't know if we still blind by choice. Like we're willingly ignorant, and if we get a chance to speak to Americans who are black, we all know we Africans. At the end of the day, the conversation still says, I'm on the motherland, you black Americans or black people across the globe, y'all are blind because y'all don't believe in Christianity, for example, or you believe you have issues with interracial dating, yet you guys as Americans have more insight on things, yet we on the motherland are choosing to be stupid.
No,
Did that make sense of what I said, Legend?
my brother.
Hold
Blunt.
on. I'm throwing this to Legend for a reason. Anybody could jump in
Well,
afterwards, but did that make sense what I just said?
I don't know. I got confused,
It doesn't
but
though.
So what the
It
Blunt.
brother that
doesn't.
was just on the panel, he believed in interracial dating or Matt, whatever he said, right?
One
He's
second.
okay with that. right,
One
Legend?
second. One second. What you
Yo,
saying? What you saying? Yeah.
London, why do you
Go
keep
on.
unmuting, bro? I'm talking to
He
the
trying to
host.
say something. He from
Fall
You
back.
from
Hold
Africa,
on,
London?
London.
Nah, nah,
Hold
nah.
on.
I'm Haitian,
London,
but
let me talk to the host so I can
okay,
clarify what I just said.
okay, okay. My bad, my
This
bad.
blind
Apologies.
African, did he say he was from Nigerian or Haitian? Whatever he
He
said,
from Nigeria.
he's speaking in a way where it's okay for him or Africans to deal with people who are not African. And then there's some other people who are on the motherland understand, I hope, what's going on in the Congo, for example. Yet they have access to the internet the same way we do in America. Yet we as Black Americans choose to learn more and be privy to what's going on. Yet they're on the land and they speak in a way like if everything is still okay. But
Br-
we
Um,
understand that what's happening to them is
but
fucked up.
speak. I think it's this. It's cognitive dissonance, but it's also understanding that
It is.
we're sitting underneath these people. We've been on the belly of these people for over 400 years. You're speaking to people that every day they see their own people. So I think it's beyond just saying, someone is not. Thank you
So
for the
D, I'm gonna
corgi. That
let
was
you finish.
beautiful.
So to
I think
me,
it's
let me say
beyond
this before I'm gonna let you go ahead. So to me, they're still cotton picking, country building slaves, and they don't see it.
that though. It's not okay.
Some of
Listen.
them,
One
some
second.
of
One
them.
second. One
Let me
second.
be mindful.
Okay,
Some of
hold
them
Interject.
on.
are cotton picking,
London,
country
please
building
stop. Just go on
slaves,
mute.
and they don't
Go on
see
mute
it.
until brother asks you to unmute. London, please,
Okay, it's
respectfully.
good. It's good.
I gotta
Okay,
get to the next guest. These sisters
let
been down
brother
here
do it.
waiting. But here's the thing. So no matter how much internet you give them, a COON is gonna be a COON. That's just how that work, I the difference between African Americans and Africans that are COONs is just that they speak English. Because Kanye West sounded just like him when he was with Kim Kardashian. That brother that was up here, Kanye was sounding he was going just as dumb as that guy that was up here. And the difference is what between us and the conscious brothers, the many African Americans, even if they're not well read in Pan Africanism and all that, we still do understand white folks a little bit differently because we've been here underneath them for 400 years, and they tell us that they love us, but then they would grape our ancestors. They tell us that they love us, and then they would, whip us if we did something that they didn't like. They would tell us that they love us and that they Christian, and then they'll hang us up from a tree. So we understand we have less cognitive dissonance in certain areas, even if we're not well read. We understand that they don't mean what they say. That brother that was just up here believes what they say. He believes in love and marriage. He believes marriage and love. And for some reason, he says he follows Ifa, but he believes in a Christian form of love for some reason. I don't know if he understands that. I don't know why he believes in romanticism, but we can get into that another time. But what I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, he believes that marriage is about love because they told him it was about love. He believes Christianity is about love because they told him it was about love. He probably believes in democracy. And these are all things that, we as black folks have understood. Okay, Christianity got a lot of anti-black undertones. When they say that they love you, they don't mean it. And we understand that democracy doesn't really mean who has the most votes wins. That's something that they kind of use to get us to vote for them. So we start to understand a lot of that. They don't understand the double speak like we do.
Right. So this is the last thing I'm gonna say. It's gonna be quick. I already know that Africans have access to the internet. Like, I'm not stupid. But I said that for a reason. To say you have access to the world by way of a damn phone, because a phone is a computer. But Americans, or some black Americans, choose to learn more or dig deeper. And some of them over there, they're just blind and lost in the sauce. Even with TV, their program is their TV networks. Yet our program on this side in America is TV and the internet. But some of us choose to dig deeper. And like I said before, We weren't allowed to read, or our people in America, because Europeans or whoever was the slave master chose to keep people blind. They are literally living in 2023, and some of them sound stupid. They sound like they're blind in
But
2023. Yet
there's
we're
African
on
Americans that's
TikTok
the
talking to
same.
each other, and they're
American
okay
people
with
the
the
same
stupidity.
way speak.
I
Look,
land.
what we gotta realize is
That's
what
all I
brother
got.
said.
I
I'm gonna
land.
just close it with this. It's
I ain't even
Stockholm
need to defend
syndrome,
that, but I'm gonna
and
land
it's the
because I saw
it.
those comments just
But
now. But I already know.
speak.
It's the same thing in
It's
Central America and Honduras, bro.
but
There's a
listen,
lot of people that are slaves
it's
by way of their
across,
mindset and all that, and they're brainwashed. We're still Africans at the end of the day. We so happen to speak Spanish and
brother.
Garifuna, and it's the same shit in Honduras like it is in several
That's
places
what
in
we saying.
Africa.
It's not about
It's
being
the
smart
same
or
difference.
dumb, bro. But it's not about being smart or dumb, because across the board and across the diaspora, we have black people that are poons, like period. So it's not about like a lack of education. I feel like some people look at it like they're exotic. They've never been around them. Some people look at it as something to be fetishized. We got to look at how society has treated these YT people. They have literally put them at the top. He feels like he got the prize. So we have to realize like it's more than just like the access to something or somebody being smart or dumb. It is literally how society has placed all of us as black people across the diaspora.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, let me go to the next guest, y'all. Game Nerd, could you give us your
I ain't
age,
gonna
race,
make
and
me
pronouns, please?
sound like a fool up here, goddamn. I know what I'm talking about. But go ahead, next person. Fuck. I mean, middle finger to y'all, goddamn.
Speak.
Nah, I'm probably talking to people in the comments. I'm just messing around, man. Go ahead, y'all.
Hi, thank you for having me up. I'm 34. I'm black, and what was the last one? I forgot what the
Your
last one was.
pronouns?
Oh, my pronoun. She, her.
All right,
So
thank
for
you.
your topics, for the sake of the topic specifically, I'm a note here that I am mixed. So like, I just want y'all to be aware of the perspective I'm like answering these questions from. So, for the first one, can interracial relationships be problematic? Absolutely. I feel like a lot of times when couples, especially black and white people, when they get together, I feel like a lot of times it's not genuine on the YT person's part. It's not like genuine interest. A lot of time it's like a fetish. It's fetishization. Ugh, messing that word up, but it's more of a fetish thing, and I don't feel like it's genuine at all. They're not, like you said earlier, like they're not finding these people by chance. A lot of times these people seek out people of color, like you said, because it's exotic or something like that, which is, it's so weird and strange. And then like a person like me, they get together and they have someone like me. And if you are a product of a person that was fetishized, um living with that person that has that fetish with people of color is just not, you're putting that child in a very unhealthy environment, especially when that child is going to be a person of color. So like, that's just bad all around. I think the relationships can be very problematic for a lot of reasons. Children being one, and just like the whole fetish thing. For Can black men and black women marry white and still be claim to be pro-black? I don't think so. In my opinion, I don't think so. I know some people are not going to agree with that, but I don't see how that can be possible. Like through this conversation, we kind of touched on a lot of that stuff already about like just the history. That's like a big one. That alone, what solidifies my ideas on that. So just the history alone, I don't even have to go any further than that. That's enough.
Mhm.
So like can interracial relationships help end racism? No, actually I think it kind of hinders ending racism, since a lot of the YT side of this racism thing has not done the work to like
try to even right the wrongs. There's not no work going on over there. There's not no progress going on over on that side, and it's not on Black people to make that progress and do those things. So no, I don't think it's going to help end racism just to, you know, be with people who, you know, historically are terrible to us. I don't think that's a good idea at all. I think it's a terrible idea, actually. So, yeah.
Wow. When you came up and you said the biracial disclaimer, I got really nervous, but you passed with flying colors. I'm gonna give you an A+. Thank you.
Just one thing: don't call Black
What'd you
people
hear?
colored. That we not colored. We just Black people, y'all.
Okay, all right.
That's it.
Well, yeah, I chalked that up to semantics. She might not have known, but other than that, I mean, for a biracial sister,
Good.
All the confused biracial. She said
People love
us when
colors.
she talked about Black people, so that let me know that she got it in here. So you know what I'm saying. So that's what's up.
In the head.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate you, sister. Thank you for sharing that. I'll go to the next guest. Fifi, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Um, I'm Black. I'm actually from Africa, and my pronouns are she, her, and I'm 23.
All right. What part of Africa are you from?
I'm from Cameroon.
All right. Free
From
Cameroon.
West Africa.
Absolutely. Talk to us. Talk to us, sister. You there?
She got a bad signal.
Yeah, maybe a signal. Fifi, you there? I don't know what happened. She waited a long time
She
for
was
that.
saying some wild stuff in the chat.
She was.
Yeah.
Was she from Africa?
I thought that, yes, but they trying to live up to speak expectations tonight.
Oh, no. Listen, God is making us stop, man. God don't like ugly. God knows when to intervene. When God wants you to be silent, he'll make you get a phone call, God damn it. Yo, leave me alone, y'all. Y'all keep messing with me.
Fifi, are
I
you
can hear
here?
you guys. I can hear
Okay,
you guys.
talk
Can you
to us.
guys hear
What
me?
you guys got?
Now.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we hear you.
Yeah, so I tried to establish that like I'm African because I feel like you guys already have that bias and you might as well start sending the polls. But like, yeah,
We African too. What you talking about?
I don't know, because I feel like the guy, what's his name, Speak, he kind of said some pretty disgusting stuff about Africans, and yeah, and like there was this girl in the comment section who was on your side, because it feels like it's kind of your side, my side. So there was this girl even saying like, "Are you insulting us?" Because it kind of felt insulting when no
Can
one
you
commented on that.
explain how, like, what were you offended by?
I personally, I wasn't offended because I feel like that's just how it is. I've seen it a lot portrayed in the media. Like, you all claim to be African American, but like, I don't see the African part because you all
I don't
claim it
claim
only
that.
when
I'm
it's
not African
convenient for
American,
you,
but you
and
talking
then
about some people. But I'm gonna let you continue
When is
talking.
it
Yeah, I
ever?
don't
Please,
claim
no,
that.
wait,
But
stop.
go
Speak,
ahead, Miss
speak,
Lady.
speak, 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 speak. Stop, because you're gonna turn my show into the Maury Show. How is it ever beneficial to anyone on Earth? How is it ever convenient to anyone on Earth to claim to be an African?
I like being African, and I feel like when it's time for
Yeah,
you
you can
guys to
like it all
play the
day. I
yeah,
like being
no, when
African too. But when
yeah,
is it convenient? You said we choose to be African when it's convenient. When
oh
the hell
yeah,
is it convenient?
yeah, when because you guys love playing the
Name it.
victim so
Name the
bad,
time when it's
and
convenient.
and you
Don't go
guys
to
love
you
playing.
guys and all this other bullshit. When is it convenient? Name a time. You said something, back it up. When is it convenient?
I said when it's convenient for you guys. I don't know
When
when
is
it
it
is, but
convenient
I
for
feel like
us?
you all claim it only
When?
when it's
Name a
convenient.
time. Name a time. When is it convenient? When we get pulled over by police, is it convenient? When we're getting a job application, is it convenient? When we're naming our children African names, is it convenient? When we're told that we have to be Christians or just living our life and having our African hair showing and our culture, we can't express our culture in public. When is it convenient to be African? I really want to know.
That's why I started by saying that I'm African, and I've never been to the US or any of that.
See,
So I
how you
cannot
keep
really.
ignoring what I'm saying? You're being very dismissive. That's very if it's not convenient, then just renege what you just said, because you just said some bullshit. You
No,
just
I
said it
said
was when is it convenient?
I don't know about your experiences, but I do know that you guys
All
claim
right,
it
but
when
you
it's
said, but
convenient
you
for
know
you
what you
and you
said out
let
your
it go
mouth.
when
You
it's not.
said we
Answer
do
the
it when it's
question.
convenient. I don't want to hear nothing else but the answer to my question. When is it convenient for anyone to be African? It's not even convenient for Africans to be African. That's why half of y'all talk about they come up here and they say I'm Muslim. They say I'm from this tribe. I'm from that tribe. They don't want to consider themselves black. They don't want to consider themselves African. They say, oh no, Africa's made up of different tribes. When is it convenient to be African? Even Africans on the continent don't want to be African.
No, I want to be African. That's why I'm not
I'm not
talking
talking about
about
you.
everyone
I'm not
else. I'm
talking
talking
about
about
you.
me.
You said it was convenient. When is it ever convenient for black people in America, for African Americans? When is it convenient for us to be African?
I didn't say that. I said you guys claim it when it's convenient for
That's the
Right.
you.
When is
question.
it convenient?
You have to answer the question directly. Stop running around or beating around the bush. Answer the question. He's asking you a direct question. Answer the question.
And I wanted to talk. I said most of the times when there was the George Floyd thing on the news, you
I
all
want to talk
came
to
back
her.
and
I want to talk to her. Okay, so let me say this. The point that we make in this space is we are all African. We're all African, and there's literally an African diaspora. So it's very interesting that you said I'm African, and we choose to be African when it's convenient. And there is no level of convenience with being black, nowhere across any spectrum. We are literally penalized for showing up our skin color, including you. But you kept calling us victims. And I have an issue with black people looking at other black people and knowing the historical context that has happened across the diaspora to black people, that we are victims. We are victims of something. But the issue is that you rather make it a joke in regards to how your people have been oppressed than acknowledge it and move forward with as a community, because we are family. But the issue in this is that you want to separate yourself from us. Now, when is it convenient to be an African?
okay, you said I want to separate myself from you guys.
Now, see, you see how you're trying to go to another question?
Because
When
I just said when it's convenient for you guys, because I don't know about your personal
when is it
experiences.
convenient
But
to
when
be
is it
African?
convenient?
Obviously,
When
there
is
are
it?
times that it is. There are times that it's
When?
convenient for you
Like
guys.
what?
When? Name one.
Because deep down, I don't even believe that you guys want to tap into your African side. You guys don't. You just want to claim
Besides,
African
we are
because
African.
it
Hey,
feels.
she don't know where she's at,
My
y'all. She
cousins
just
is
showed me.
African. The
She don't know
people
where
in
she
this
at.
chat is African. We all African.
She don't know
Welcome
where
So
to the
she
real
at.
world. We're
You're in the
Mr.
wrong
African.
Speak
live.
when the
Fifi, you're
guy
in the
speak
wrong live.
when he was talking ill about Africans, talking about how we don't do
Ma'am,
research,
did you
we're
not
not
hear me
smart
address
enough,
that?
which is
Did
why
you not
when
hear
he was
me?
talking, why didn't you
Did
guys jump to our
you
defense?
not
Because you
hear
just have this
me?
black
You can keep
narrative and
talking. It's not going to change nothing. Turn the dumb down. I sat there and I told Speak what it was, because even African Americans do that same goofiness. You're doing it because you sat up here and said, if they don't agree with you, then they're the problem. You're the problem because you're trying to separate yourself by condemning us and saying that we find it convenient to be when we want to be African. Baby, I'm African every day I wake up. I can't wipe this off.
And you guys claim that this is a discussion, but you kick off anyone that has any contrary view. You all bully the person because the person has a different view from you.
Listen,
Now
Even if
who's the
someone has a
victim?
different
is your
view,
Now
boyfriend
who's the
white? Is
victim?
your
dog.
boyfriend white?
Listen
Is
to
your
that
boyfriend white?
victimization.
Is your boyfriend white? You got a white
What does
man?
that have to do? What does that have? I'm
Because you're
African.
so
That does not have
offended.
anything
You're
to do with
so
anything.
offended by the conversation that has nothing to do with you if you're not dating outside your race.
Y'all find a need to fight for the same people that'll watch you be strange fruit. It's so weird. But is your boyfriend other? You over there sucking cave nuts? I don't know. At this point, you gotta be, because you came here to fight your own people. We your people. Newsflash. We cousins.
And you came up here to argue with us. That's crazy. That's wild. I don't even know what the whole point of this is. Shout out to all the Africans in America. Shout out to the American Africans. Shout out to my cousins on the continent, in the Caribbean. Shout out to my cousins in everywhere that we exist. Asia, Europe, wherever you are, South America, Brazil. We love all our cousins, our African cousins. We know that no matter what language we speak, especially Haiti, Kanala Pop Kumpe, especially Haiti, man. We love all our family worldwide. Jamaicans, absolutely. We love y'all. Shout out to all. We're not doing the diaspora wars in here. We understand that no matter what language we speak, no matter what religion your colonizer taught you, we are all the same people worldwide. If you line us all up in a row, you couldn't tell where we're from. I mean, some of us, got certain facial features from certain tribes, but we all the same people. And some of those facial features from certain tribes, you'll find them, and you'll think they're from one tribe in Africa, and it ends up they from Brazil or something because of their ancestors. So we all one people, man. We're not doing that diaspora wars on my channel. I don't engage in that. I'm gonna go to the next guest if you finish, Fifi.
You go and lay in that cave and get them fleas.
All right, I think she done. Thank y'all for the Panther Paws too. Appreciate y'all. Cave nuts is crazy, D. Cave nuts is wild. She said you sucking some cave. That's crazy. All right, we gonna go to London next. London.
Hold on, let me just say something real quick because she said something about people getting dropped for disagreement. So for the people that just joined live, because I saw the numbers go over 300, this is a democracy. The people in the comment section decide who stays on the panel outside of a co-host or a mod. So you see the 5 Panther Paw rule. If the comment section feels any kind of way, well, whatever's being said on a guest, the comment section decides who stays or gets dropped. So the host or the co-host don't decide this. The people in the comment section decide this. That's why we had the 5 Panther rule. This is a discussion, not a debate. The goal is for y'all to come up on the panel, answer the questions, and see where the conversation goes, depending on who the new guests on the panel are. So I just wanted to correct what Fifi said. Again, the comment section decide who stays on the panel, not the host. So I just needed to correct that. Make sure y'all keep tapping the screen. The goal is 250K likes by the end of the live. Everybody on in the comment section, tap, tap, tap. If you tap long enough, you're gonna start seeing a red bar in the top left corner. If everybody in the comment section fills up that bar 3 times, we can get to 250K likes in no time. Make sure you gifting the host legend to move him up in the rankings. Keep tapping the screen, share the live, and gift the co-host, the diva, and Lala. Lala, shout out Lala. She just jumped on the panel. And if you want to show me love, you can. I don't ask for it, but make sure y'all gift the host legend and the 2 co-hosts and follow the host. And I'm gonna shut the hell up now.
Appreciate you. And shout out to Leisha for moderating so well today, man.
Yes,
Much
Leisha.
Much love. Killing it down there. All right. Who we got next? She did tell me, and I forgot that. Oh, London. London, give us your age, race, and pronoun.
Yes, I'm 30, so as you guys can see, I'm black. Yes, I'm black.
Yes, we see.
Okay, I'm turning my camera off.
Absolutely. Appreciate
Yes, I'm 30. I'm
melanin.
Haitian. I'm Haitian, but I live in the Netherlands, Europe, West Europe, and I don't have any pronouns.
All right, talk to us.
Yes. Obviously, because I live in Europe, yeah, this question should be easy. Can an interracial relationship be problematic? Yes, it can be, but it depends. Especially like I live in Rotterdam. It's like a metropolitan. It's like a lot of people from different races, and it's very common to come across interracial relationship. But like if the whitey person come from the hood, then it's like all right. But if the white person come from the suburbs, then there can be some issues because the family have certain expectation for their daughter. So it's 50-50 over here in the Netherlands. And second question, can a black man black marry white and still claim to be pro-black? I think it can because last year, it was last year or 2 years ago when the George Floyd incident, and I see a lot of interracial couple came around and they were protesting. I'm like, yo, I didn't even know they were getting down like that. And I see like on the news, I see white people be fighting against their parents to say, no, this thing got to stop. And there was a war commotion for at least five to 6 months. So it's 50-50. Whoa.
I know you
And
Um,
go on.
lying.
damn man, I was rooting for you, man. I was
And
rooting for you.
now,
The hood comment took me out of there.
1 second.
Yeah, the hood. Oh man, the hood comic was it? Oh la la.
But I'm telling you my experience here in the Netherlands. I don't know how you guys. What is your experience there in the USA?
Man, we not grateful for they scraps. We don't want they hood scraps
I
coming up in
understand.
our neighborhood. How is that not problematic? That should let you know right there.
I understand you, but listen, I'm just being honest. I'm just like telling the experience of the black man over here in Europe.
Yeah, the black man experience is no different in Europe than anywhere else. Don't start doing that. Don't even
No,
start
no,
doing that. It is not different. It is not different. I
I'm not
know
claiming that, brother. I'm not claiming
Europeans.
that.
Okay, all right, because
I'm not claiming that.
a lot of Europeans come up here and they start telling us that, oh, I'm in Europe. I'm in Europe. Our white people speak German, so it's different here. Like, like y'all need to stop, man. Actually, they just did a study. They just published it 2 days ago that
Go
said
on.
that racism is on the rise in Europe right now, and Germany is leading the way. So
Now, but do you know what the thing is with Germany? I think in Germany, if you live in West Germany, that's like in Dortmund, Düsseldorf, and Cologne, and in Stuttgart, I think it's different. But if you go to the East Germany, like in the with the border with Poland, in Berlin and München, then it will be crazy because them people they think different. Like they were the proper like the
they
swastika.
do not think different. If they see my black ass, they are afraid. There is nowhere on earth where there are white people that see a black person and think of them the same way they think of other white people.
Oh no,
They're either
you're
going to
correct.
fetishize you or they're going to fear you. You're either God amongst men or you're a wolf among sheep. Those are the only two choices.
Oh no, you're correct. I'm not here to arguing with you, brother.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
correct.
not arguing with you. I mean,
Uh,
I'm just saying that's the thing. Like there's places where racism may not show itself so overtly, but it's always going to be covert. If I go to any part of Europe and I start laying with women, fathers are going to get pissed off worldwide when them babies come out looking dark. Like
no,
it don't even the royal family had an issue with that. And those are supposed to be the least racist. They're supposedly. I mean, I don't see them that way, but they're supposed to be the finest of the fine of white people. And they had an issue with their son having a mixed race child. So
like,
it's a worldwide
But with
system.
Diana too, you see that why she ain't here.
but
They
Mm.
got her on up out of there.
oh, you guys are right because the king, the Dutch king, he married a Argentinian woman, and the Dutch whitey woman, they didn't like it. They were protesting in the street. They didn't like it.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, all of these places that we're talking about were very comfortable when we were slaves. You know, whether they participated or not, some of them say that, you know, they didn't participate in slavery. They still worked with countries that did participate in slavery, and they definitely didn't do shit to stop the people that they were doing business with and trade with during slavery to stop them from doing slavery. They didn't sanction Western Europe when, like, you know, they say Poland, they never had slaves. I don't know if that's 100% true, but they say that, right? Even if that were the case, they didn't sanction anybody to stop them from benefiting from slavery. So again, worldwide, there's a system of racism, white supremacy. Doesn't matter where you at. I will say that interracial relationships are going to be problematic no matter what because of that simple fact. The fact that they are deemed superior in this world that was created for them to benefit them and to subjugate us means that whenever you're in a relationship with them, you are dating them under that context, under that premise that is problematic to black people. It's problematic to us.
No, that is very understandable. That's very understandable. I'm not even gonna. Nah, I can't fight it. It's very understandable because what I see every time in interracial couples, especially, I don't know how it is in the USA, but I have friends of mine that tell me that one of their friends had a kid with a whitey woman, and then the relationship didn't work, and she just took the kid and she moved far away, and the guy is not even allowed to see the kid. The guy can
Yeah,
only
that's
see the
how it
kid.
works in America too. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the guy can only see the kid on Facebook or Instagram. It's sad though.
Yeah, they either do that or they do the opposite and they put the kid up for adoption and they go back to living their nice white life. Like a lot of children in the American adoption system, probably in Europe too,
Mm.
the adoption system are mixed children because their mothers didn't
That
want them and they just want to go back to living their life.
Not even that. You see, like, I don't know how it is in the USA, but you see here in the Netherlands, like, basically you have them old couples. They will go to
Thank
like
you, Alicia.
these war-torn countries, and they will adopt them kids. Like, when I come across Asian people here in the Netherlands in the Hague, and I ask them, "Yo, do you speak Creole?" They say me no. I say why? They say, "Oh, I was adopted." I'm like, "Oh, that's mad, man. It's mad."
Yeah. So as for being pro-black married to a thin Lipian, I would say, what's your definition of pro-black?
Oh, well, my definition of pro-black is as long as you like helping other black people, like standing in solidarity with them, because yeah, like I say, when the George Floyd incident, I saw a lot of interracial couples there, like standing and marching for the George Floyd
If
here in
he
Amsterdam, Rotterdam. Again,
to tag, I'm in. Sir, what does marching for something change the dynamic for anything for black people that are getting unalived? They're
it
not they're
doesn't.
not
It
going,
doesn't.
hold on, no. You talked a lot. You talked a lot. I can't take no more. I'm about to piss on myself from like, you've got to be kidding me. You're telling me that the bare minimum of showing up with a person that you don't mind laying up with every day is helping the black community move forward? Like, where did you say you were from?
I'm like
He
where I live, where
It
I
don't
live.
in
matter.
the
It don't matter.
Netherlands.
At what point in history has interracial dating helped the black community?
No point that
Okay,
I
so
know.
then even in everything you're saying, talking about 50-50, if it was 50-50, don't you think the climate that black people live in every day would look completely different? They don't mind laying up with you. They just won't fight for you.
I understand that, but I'm telling
Anybody
you,
can show up in March. I can show up in March. It's free. It don't cost nothing to put my little tennis shoes on and play the game with you. It's a little date. Like, y'all
but
take the bare minimum. It ain't even bare minimum Becky's out here. They don't got to do nothing but come up with dusty feet and unwashed cave couch, and y'all be ready to go. Like, what
nah,
in the hell?
nah, you wild, D, you wild, you wild. Nah, this 2 for 2 though, you wild. Yeah, but listen, D, what do you want me to do? Listen, if them people, yeah, those people want to live like that, what can I do? I can't do nothing about it. I can only like say what I'm
Oh no, we're
seeing.
not gonna do nothing
You to
about it.
stop.
We need you to stop saying that just because of a march that's gonna be the end all be all. You
No,
30
but
years
we're
old. We
not.
the same age. Grow up.
We're not asking. We're not saying we gotta do something about it. This ain't our problem. As pro-black people, we only focus on our people. And if one of our people want to be with someone that's not our people, then they just not doing what we doing. So they cool. We
But
like them.
brother, listen, listen. If one of our people is not doing what we're doing, are we supposed to just let them go away?
Yep. Let them go. And see, this is the thing, because we learned this as African Americans. We already understand this. Harriet Tubman said she couldn't bring everybody with her. You understand? Like she tried to help some slaves escape, and some of them loved master too much that she had to keep a click clack pow. You know what that is? Click.
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
Go on, go
So
on.
she had to keep one of those to unalive some of the people that tried to excuse me,
Sabotage, sabotage.
right, sabotage what she was doing. And then Frederick Douglass said in his autobiography that he watched slaves fight each other over who had the better master. He watched them fight each other over who had the better master. And that's how some of y'all sound when y'all talking about Israeli and Palestine. But we'll get into that another time.
But do you know?
All
Do
I'm
you know what
saying,
the thing? Sorry, brother. Sorry that I interrupt
yeah.
you. So what I say, obviously, because I'm Haitian, the day that Haitian became independent, like when we free ourselves, in the Constitution, the guys say that even the Polish people, even the white people that are here, we will consider you guys black. Maybe because I'm Haitian, I will see it differently. Like I don't have a big issue with it.
No, listen, I don't see it that way.
Again,
No, but
I'm
here's the thing.
Haitian and I don't see it that way.
Oh yeah, nah. I mean, if you know about the Malat, then if you Haitian, you know about the Malat, man. You know what I'm saying. You know why that flag is red and blue and not red and black. But when you're talking about pro-blackness, the Black Lives Matter movement and George Floyd was not a pro-black movement. That was an anti-racist movement. That's why they're so pro-Palestine, and that's why they're anti-oppression, and that is great. But being pro-black at some point cannot be about what has been done to us and how we've been mistreated. Black Lives Matter was about telling white people that Black Lives Matter. Pro-blackness is about black people.
but
Anti-racism is to tell white people that we're human and for white people to understand that we're human. So you don't have to tell black people that Black Lives Matter. We know that already. That's
but
why Black Lives Matter is an anti-racist movement. Pro-blackness is when we come together and prioritize building within our community.
But brother, I have one question. Yeah, for obviously you come from the USA, but can you be a pro-black and still enlist in the U.S. Army? Because basically, when the U.S. Army go abroad,
You ain't
like
talking
people,
about you.
okay,
You ready to
again,
take down for that cave catch?
no.
No. Wait, hold on, D. Damn.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just asking as a pro-black, as a black man, if you enlist yourself in the U.S. Army and you know they will go to countries i- to countries in Africa and
All
they,
right, you want to know
what can I
something?
say?
Listen, being in the military as
Yes,
a black person is not a
yeah,
pro-black act.
yes.
It's not a pro-black act. So that's like asking me if it's pro-black for me to comb my hair. I guess in some ways it could be considered pro-black.
No, it's not the same though because listen, if the rhetoric here, yeah, is like for us black people to be engaged with each other, so
Hmm.
how if you truly love black people, how can you enlist in an army that you know that will go and bomb
I'll
or
tell you how.
or unalive people that look just like you and these people you don't
Because
I'll
have
tell
beef
you
with these
how.
people.
I'll
brainwashed.
tell you how.
People are
I'll tell you
brainwashed
how.
to believe in that system. That's why.
All right, if you believe in that system, then yeah, you're definitely brainwashed. But you can, I would say pro-black people are not interested in joining the U.S. military as well. But if someone does, you know, use the military as a form of survival, We didn't create the military. We
I
didn't
understand
decide
that.
to come to the United States and join the military. But the military has an industrial complex where if we do join the military, it can give us certain benefits that, you know, that we can use as tools for our own survival in a world that was not built for us to thrive.
I
So
understand.
I'm not justifying it at all. I look at joining the military as being a police officer. I understand that people do all different types of coon shit for survival. It
Oh,
is what it is. But I
not you,
would
Colin.
hold on,
Bro.
But
Lala. Hold on,
but
Lala. It is
but
some
listen.
coon shit. Go
But
ahead.
listen, brother. But listen, brother. You remember there was that Yoruba guy, and you ask him, what if you give him a pew pew to go enslave his brother, or the other way around, and he had to make a choice. But right now, I'm putting you in the same hot
And
seat because
yeah,
when they give you an M5 and you go there to Uganda or South Sudan or
they
North
don't go
Sudan,
down there. But I hear you.
yeah, but you
Some of
guys,
them do.
you
Yeah.
guys have military base all across the continent of Africa.
hmm
But regardless, like when they give you
One thing
basic
I see,
training.
Hold on. He making a good point.
Listen,
I'm about
listen.
to. Yeah.
When you guys get basic training and you guys get in the airplanes and you guys go to the continent of Africa, it's the same thing. Like obviously, I don't consider those guys pro-black.
Right.
For
Right.
me,
But
black
here's the
people.
thing.
One second. Let me this. For me, personally, and if you see the fact, people that put the U.S. Army uniform and go to Africa, for me they're the biggest coon. I would rather marry with a cave crotch than put a U.S. Army uniform of any kind of uniform
Lord.
and go on a life someone that
All
look
right.
like
All right.
me.
All right. Hold on. Because when you bring that up, right, about
Yeah,
our ancestors and selling their neighbor, right?
yeah.
That when you ask me, do I blame them for that? See, I want to go back to Africa. And when I get there, I don't plan on holding Africans accountable for taking part in a system that they did not create, control, or facilitate themselves. You understand? They didn't create the transatlantic slave trade. They might have participated in it as a means for survival because either you sell me your neighbors or I'm going to have your neighbors sell you. So they chose to survive. And that I cannot blame them for. The same way I
Honestly,
cannot blame a military man in a system he did not create, facilitate, or choose to be a part of. I mean, yeah, you have to make the choice to sign up, but he didn't choose to come to this country. His ancestors didn't choose to take a boat to this country. Most of the time, you're born here because you're a descendant of an enslaved person that was working on a plantation here
that's
against their will.
understandable. That's understandable.
So that's what I'm saying. Now, when it comes to marrying and being with white tea people, I can say that they're not completely at fault. I do look at the white person as the aggressor in that situation because we don't choose them, they choose us. And we don't they choose us and we don't want to admit it.
But
Because
it's the same as the
what?
army though, because the army will choose the black people and
Sir, this is the thing. See, this is the thing that you said that made me laugh. So, in regards to how you tried to get that heat off your ass, you went back to choosing the koch,
yeah,
the unwashed koch. Don't forget that part. But it's
yeah,
very interesting that you said that that's a choice. And I feel like in America, particularly, when it comes to across the black diaspora, when it comes to how we choose to survive, is one thing. But I feel like in this country, and across the diaspora, when it comes to blackness and colonization, it is amazing that the primary thing that you actually do have 100% choice over, you would still choose your oppressor. That is a very interesting dynamic that you use, because you could say that someone might sign up to save themselves, to get a free education, to elevate themselves in society, to try to figure out a way outside of the hood or poverty. But when you can 100% choose who you partner yourself with and how you build your wealth or lack thereof, you would choose your oppressor's daughter. That is an interesting aspect, sir. I love it for you. Go on over there and get that unwashed coochie.
I understand you. I understand you, D. But again, so if you have to choose between that or subjugate other people that look like you, anyway, it's smart. But this is the thing. This is the
But
thing,
no,
brother.
but
But
see,
because
that's the thing. You don't choose to subjugate. We don't choose what the army does. We can
But
choose
but
what we do. We
you
don't
choose to
choose what the
enlist.
army does.
But you choose
We
to
can choose
enlist.
who we want to be with and who we want to prioritize and build a family with. We don't choose what the United States Army does. We can join the army because we're so afflicted with racism, discrimination, and disenfranchisement in our own neighborhoods that we choose a better route out of our current environment. That is different, but that we are not the ones that tell the U.S. Army what to do. So at the end of the day, a black man in a black man in a uniform, in a military uniform, is working for a white man. If anything, you need to blame who controls the system.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's the same if I go back and I say, back in the days that we used to be prisoners of war, because I don't like to use the S word. We used to be prisoners of war. It's the same. The same as say, oh, because I'm a prisoner of war, I cannot try to escape. It's the same when you go, like you will willingly go and enlist in the army. Like if
Escaped
you
and
really
ran to Master's daughter. You
one
escaped. We
sec,
all
one sec.
escaped.
D, chill out. Give me some leniency. You like,
Nope.
Nay, what?
You're not used to American black women.
One,
They a little different.
one second. See,
They
I'm
won't
almost
let you
speaking
know.
Dutch with you. I'm almost speaking Dutch with her. I said,
But I know, but I
shit.
think you think our tone sounds aggressive sometimes. Go
No,
ahead.
no, 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 no.
Oh,
I'm used
okay.
to it because I used to live in England as well. I know how it is. Anyway, to learn my thing. The thing is, listen, you make choice, and people justify anything that they do, as long as they, or can I say, it benefit their bottom line. If it benefit a black man bottom line to enlist in the army, yes, even though he don't like the caveman or the cave woman and to go kill another brother that he will say, yo, you're a king or you're a queen. So that's your bottom
Unalive.
line.
Unalive. Say unalive.
Sorry, my bad. To go delete or unalive someone. Yeah, that's the bottom line. But for me, both of them are the same sin in the
No,
grand scheme of
they're
things.
not.
In the grand scheme of things, they're the same
No,
sin.
they're not in the grand scheme of things. That's what I'm saying. You're blaming an individual for a system, and then you're doing the opposite for. That's the craziest thing. You're enlisting in the military does not subjugate any Africans. A black man enlisting into the military does nothing to anyone but himself. That's something, a choice they make for themselves. The military is guided as a system by those that subjugate him. So
Okay.
he is just being subjugated by a system. He did choose to enlist in the system. That's all he did for himself. With relationships, it's the opposite way. He is choosing to ignore a system and choosing something up close and personal for himself that will just literally just be him, a choice that he makes. So the military is different because we don't choose where the US military goes. You can choose who you allow into your life. And so, once again, if black people want to do that, that's fine. Be what you want to be with, but it's not pro-black. That's the thing. And I did say that being in the military is not a pro-black act. It's just it can be a means for survival, and that's it. That's the best way to rationalize it. It is not a means for survival to be with a white T woman. That's honestly
So
to our detriment.
some with all due respect, brother, some black men see it like that. Like especially people that don't have like a a green card or a
Here we
European
go.
passport, they will see it like that because yeah, I know a couple of them that live in Amsterdam. I speak with them. They say, yeah, listen, this was my ticket out of that environment, and I do understand it. Like you have to do what you need to do to survive, but
Yeah, I'll be
to
honest.
pick to pick and
Yeah.
choose to pick and choose and justify certain things, I think like obviously we have to agree and disagree.
Don't we have to acknowledge that you a fool and you tried to sell us a dream and we tried to deflect and get that heat off your tail because you was on fire. We know you love to feel underneath the cave and everything, but at the end of the day, you 100% of who you align yourself with and where you put your life, especially when it comes to how you choose the partner. Ain't nobody forcing you to lay down with Becky. That's your choice. But
Honestly,
don't try to align those two align each other because you 100% get to choose the person that you pair with.
I mean,
And
because my thing is, you can prioritize your community and be in the military. Now, you don't, like I said, you don't make choices when you're in the military, but you can take the benefits that you get from being in the military and do things that align with educating your children and doing things that are pro-black. Being in the military is not a pro-black act, of course. However, when we talk about pro-blackness, we're talking about prioritizing the black community. You cannot prioritize the black community and prioritize a non-black spouse. And don't tell me that you can be with a wife that is not black and not prioritize her, because if that's the case, then you're not really in a relationship with that person. Like, if we're going to move off of bad faith and just say you're using them for a green card and then you're just going to divorce them the first chance you get, then I can almost say, that might almost, sort of, kind of, maybe get a pass. That might even not a full pass,
I
but
understand. Understand
that could
you.
almost get a half pass.
I
But
understand. I understand
but
you,
what we're
brother.
talking about here on this live, we're talking about real relationships. We're talking about people that choose to lay down and marry people that have historically subjugated our people. And you cannot prioritize someone, for example, in South Africa. They want to kick the Boers out of South Africa. You know, the Boers are the Dutch that went
Yeah,
to
yeah,
South Africa.
I know, I know it. Some people from
Okay,
South
so how
Africa.
can you marry a Boer and be a black person in South Africa and then prioritize your community that wants to kick your wife out of the country? What do? Do you leave the country with your wife, or do you stay and she go and not be in a relationship with her? Because
It's
that's
mad.
that's what it comes down to, is at some point you have to choose between her best interest of her people. You got to remember, she will always have an allegiance to her people. They
I
don't just
understand that.
marry you, and even just because you're black, they don't care about their people anymore. They still care very much. So, if you're going to be pro-black, then you understand the context of what's going on in South Africa, and you're going to say, you know what? Based on what's been going on to these people, it would be freedom for them to be free of the Boers. So I understand that you cannot prioritize that and be married to a Boer. So how you do that?
Listen, obviously, you know what? But I'm not even gonna rebuttal this. You're right. The way that you just break it down, you're right. You're right, bro. You just right. It will be difficult. It's damn if you do, damn if you do, and damn if you don't.
Pretty much, because like I would say the best course of action if you were in that situation would be just to let her leave. Because if you're for your people, then you understand what's going on, and you're like, all right, she got to go. Okay, so she's a colonizer on this land. So I'm sorry, but you got to go. You have to leave the country. My people don't want you here anymore. You have done too much damage to our community. And so you tell them to go, you tell her to go, you stay with your people, but now you're no longer in a relationship. But you are pro-black. You've done something pro-black.
Yeah, it is. It is what it is, bro. Yeah, you're right, man. You got there's no rebuttal there. It's one way or another, man.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Somebody said in the comments that their they left their family for their black significant other. I would say that is very sad, and I hope you get therapy for that, because that is not a healthy family relationship if you have to
That's
cut
that
off your family.
that's that YT girl that's down there tokenizing her black husband.
Oh, that's okay. Because ain't no way you cut off your
Same thing though,
family and that's
brother.
happy.
Brother, I keep saying the same thing. Black men, how far down the line do you have to go before you meet their racist family members? Before you are in front of the K, you know who? It is always interesting that they'll tell you how they have to cut off their family as if they are not the ones putting you in proximity to danger. That is the
Right.
craziest thing. Like, how about you go fix your family? Like,
Right. Yeah. Why aren't you there fixing your family? Like, if your family is so racist that you have to cut them off, then why would you wanna be with someone or have children with someone? Oh my goodness, whoever is with this person, why would you want to have children with someone who needs to cut off their racist family? You think she doesn't have any bias in her? You think she's been cleansed of racism? You think she doesn't have any microaggressions or
Hell
unconscious
no. Hell
biases?
no, because she down there in that chat perpetuating it.
But anyway, all right, y'all. We're gonna keep it pushing. We gotta go to the next guest. Thank you, London, for coming up. Appreciate you as
Thank you.
always.
Talk to you later. Make sure she put that leash on you before you leave.
All right. The next guest is Healed. Healed, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
She, I'm a female, 28, and I'm Haitian.
All right. A black Haitian.
Yeah, Black Haitian.
Okay.
Okay,
Welcome, sister. Go ahead and talk to us.
so I am Black. I was raised in a white community, suburbs. All the men in my family are married to Black women except for one. He's married to a white person. So we really did try to accept her. Like we really, really did. We didn't think her being white would be an issue, would be problematic. But later on down the road, we realized it was just something that we really didn't want it to be that way, but it can't happen. You can't be pro-Black and marry a white person.
No way in hell.
No, you can't have kids. A lot of issues that we thought wouldn't have came up, we really tried. And I mean, from the bottom of our heart, we really tried to because I guess we didn't want to come off to seem a certain type of way. But at the end of the day, there's just certain things. Her family's also racist, and she also left her family to be with my family member. And it's scary because the kids in our family are mixed, right? And when she goes up to go and visit her family members, we get scared. And it's like, why would you put those kids in that situation knowing that your family members are racist? Right? So another thing is we've noticed that when we go out to public, we can say we feel uncomfortable because of certain things, and she brushes it off oh, it's not a problem. Oh, I go through that stuff too. She tries to minimize our struggles, right? And she doesn't see a problem with it because she says, I don't see color. I'm not racist. But if you can't see my Blackness, you don't see me. If you can't see our Blackness, you don't see our struggles. And when I tell you, we really tried. We really tried. And so that's why I don't agree with interracial relationships, only because it damages the kids. My niece has anxiety because of it, and she's only 10.
They did do a study on that. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so
real.
they have problems, and I noticed she gets upset because I had I had them watch The Hate That They Give Us. And she was upset that I had them watch that. She was upset that I had to talk with them. Look, when you go out there, you can't say the same things that your mother says. There's certain ways you can't act the same way your full white brother acts. When you're having a conversation with a police officer, make sure your hands are on the dashboards. There's certain conversations I had with them, and she was upset about that. And I was like, but why would you be upset if you know the stuff that we go through? You claim to understand us. You claim to hear where we're coming from. So why would you be upset about me teaching them these things?
Yeah.
That's the problem right
crazy.
there. She is the problem. If the person that can't see the problem is automatically a part of the problem. Let me explain why.
That it's not me teaching them fear for the person in the conversation. It's me teaching them that they can't walk through this world like everybody else. Because if they have a hoodie on and they're going to the store, they're not understanding why their brother walks out perfectly fine and the cops is asking them a question and following them. I have to explain to them why that's happening to them. It's not me teaching them fear. That's their reality.
And nine times out of 10, I keep telling our people out here, and even some of their people out here is telling our people, whenever they say they can't see, whenever they don't see color or don't see the problem, they are the problem themselves. It's just that they don't reveal this thing as yet, and that's fact.
Yeah.
Because I don't understand that. How could you say, yo, I got black friends? Because I know this one white girl. I remember one time I was walking with her. So me and her walking by in the downtown area. So this one woman passed by, give the most disgusting look. I look at her and say, yo, you just saw the woman that's look at us? Because I think the woman probably thought we were together or something. And she's like, no, why? I'm like, yo, what the fuck? And these be the same motherfuckers right here that will say they got black friends. She's telling me. She's telling me. She gonna have the audacity to say to me, yo, chill. I'm like, what the fuck you mean chill? I look at her like, what the fuck? You don't see the issue right here? You're telling me to chill? That is addressing that is addressing the issue right here? I'm like, yeah, that says it right there. Y'all just love our rhythm, but y'all can't say our blues. Ain't that right? Y'all just want some black dick, but when it's time to be black, y'all would have stuck y'all tail and run. Always reveal
That's true.
yourselves.
And
I must be
also, I
I
don't
must
know
be
if
black.
people seen the thing that happened when Trump became president, the thing that was going around with the white men that were so pro-black. And then when Trump became president, they were like F blacks and all this stuff. And they were burning the black stuff. This girl recorded it. And it was like a thing that they were recording, like what their white boyfriends were now coming out and saying. So that's also scary. Why would you want to be with someone that might have a hidden agenda? That's scary to find out the person you were laying up to next to all these years secretly hated you. I'd rather be with someone that I know that
And during the Black
shares my
Lives Matter
struggles,
movement
that
too.
loves me, that we have the same skin tone, we have the same, I know like you're not supposed to trauma bond, but they understand. If I come home and tell them something happened, they're not making me feel like I'm crazy because they understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I
Well,
mean, y'all see it when the Black Lives Matter shit was going trending in 2020. We see some Drew colors come out, and I don't feel sorry for some of them Negroes that thought it was a safe haven going that way. I really don't. I'm just being dead ass because
Just
every last
smell
one of
like
these white.
King. Is you peeing? What is you doing?
Did you use the bathroom while you was on this
What'd you say?
live with your mic? Did you pee while you was on
Running.
live?
No, you
King, what
said
is that?
No,
speak.
no, 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 no.
No, did
No, I
you
was not.
pee?
No, I did not pee.
I don't,
it
yeah,
sounds
I
like
don't,
there's
Okay.
water in the
I don't know what's
background or
going on,
something.
but
No,
I thought
it
somebody
is
said,
water
yeah, I
is in
was
the
in the
background,
kitchen.
but I
In the
didn't pee.
kitchen.
Out the fire, you can't. I was gonna light you up. The torch.
The white girl
He's
that
been having
keeps
them
the
cans for a
white
long
tea
time.
girl that keeps commenting, no, I didn't say you're all the same, but like I'm just saying,
This is the
like I
issue. Oh
said
my god.
before, we tried. We didn't go in there saying we weren't gonna F her because she was
Healed,
YT. We tried.
healed,
You're not understanding. You keep
Healed.
trying to
What?
defend
No,
yourself.
no,
healed. Listen, baby, I
no.
just told
Yep,
you
y'all
she
all
is
the
the
same.
same
Y'all
person.
all the same. Congratulations, you win a prize. You ain't changed none, you ain't studied none, you ain't read none, you ain't learned nothing different before what your ancestors taught you. So how you any different? You all the same. You think the
She
same, you do the same actions. All y'all are Karens.
Yeah,
Epigenetics is real. Y'all
she
really do
just
be
like
feeling like just because
your
y'all attach
sister-in-law.
yourselves to black people or you get penetrated by a black man, all of a sudden you know all black people, black culture, we're a monolith. Yep, they all the same. Every
Wait,
single
but
one of y'all that come in this chat be doing and saying
Wait,
the same goofiness. They the same.
Wait, no, check this out, cause she was in there arguing with me that she wasn't even white. I'm not
Mm.
white. You don't
Is
phenotypically you
is she
present as such.
well, she don't gotta be white. Is she unwashed?
So was she Mexican? Was she Mexican?
She sound like she's
Mhm.
unwashed. That
No,
mean
this
they
is
racist
Bye.
when they unwashed.
What y'all talking about?
it
no, this
seems
is
like you're
this is
very defensive. Instead of trying to hear where we're coming from, you're stuck on trying to defend yourself. But I'm trying to figure out what you're defending yourself from.
Healed,
This
who
is our
is it?
experience. How can you defend yourself from someone else's experience?
Healed, who is it though? Because I can't keep up.
It's the
I think
white
it's the
tea, like
Angie. I
the
think the
one
name
that
is
said she had to
Angie or
leave
something.
her family for her man. I can't find her.
She want us to
Angie, that's
center
the
her.
one.
Don't do
Yeah,
that.
that's
Don't do
Don't.
Angie.
that.
Yeah, that's
Angie
okay.
is Angie, and it's another Lassie Cassie down there.
I can't with Lassie Cassie. I
From the
just peeped what
song.
she meant by that.
I'm like, you
I
gotta stay
can't.
on mute for that one.
But this
That
is the
was
yeah,
Ah.
but this is the issue though. Who would have thought in their right mind that it was a good idea with interracial? And we all see what happened to MLK when he talked about coming together. And we see who pulled the trigger on him. And we see who would have wanted to suffocate him. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a safe haven. Who
Mm.
really thought in their rightful mind?
I
Because
would
I mean,
just like to be the
I've been tapping
person.
with the ancestors because I even tell every last one of them that I bump heads with, I look,
Oh, she do like a dog.
I can't be with none of y'all because let me let y'all know. Let me tell y'all why. One, cats. One, y'all know somebody that don't like Negroes, and two, somebody in their family that do not like the sight of any one of us is still alive and well, and y'all know this too. And 9 times in
Mm-hmm.
a row, y'all know some people that don't like us.
Can I ask a serious
So
question for
three,
everybody on the panel and then
let me finish.
oh yeah, go
And
ahead.
three, I can't have babies with y'all because I
Hold
don't want
on,
my
you did
kid.
not
Her
just tell
time.
her. Hold on,
Respectfully, it was still her
you
time. You
kept
cut
cutting
her
her
off.
off earlier. Don't do her like that.
All
You
right,
I
but
cut her
didn't say
off.
let me finish what I was saying.
I
the misogyny is showing.
Yeah. All right. Wait. Hold on. Before we go there, I usually do let Shaft come up. He's one of my first guests that ever used to come on my live. But
I will kick Shaft in the
Shaft,
back. He's
yeah,
wrong for
Shaft,
that.
you ain't coming in order. We've been talking one at a time.
I
Um,
bet. I just
I
keep
think
quiet.
he's still going based off the old rules of my live. But he'll go ahead. Land your plane, sister.
Because I just wanted to, I'm kind of confused. Um, I don't know if y'all have noticed that every time we have like conversations like this, there's YT people that are in our space. Why is it so hard for them? I'm asking a question because I really don't know. Why is it that they like to come in these spaces and like have their opinion when it's clearly a Black safe space area? And then they come into our spaces and complain. But we're
Because
speaking about our experience, even though you're saying we're talking about white, but we're speaking about our experience. It's kind of like a rape victim going in some place and then the person that raped them saying, yeah, but I'm the one that raped you,
Hey,
so I should
Essence,
have a say.
they could
No.
do
Don't
the
say
Mad,
that.
opposite.
Don't say
mad,
that
mad,
word.
mad.
You
You
Don't
gotta
say
gotta
that
say
word.
chill
the
with
don't say
the
the
R
R
Oh,
word.
word.
You just went
R. I'm
crazy
sorry. I
just
don't know
now.
how to say it
Man,
out.
type F1 in the comments, y'all. She just went crazy. God
Absolutely.
F1
damn.
in the comments, y'all. All right, so look, let me answer a question real quick. So, during our ancestors' enslavement, they would be forced to learn English because the kidnappers didn't want them to plot their escape or revenge in a different language. So that's the reason that they're obsessed with our culture. That's the reason why we find them in our safe spaces. It seems like they just cannot leave us alone because they constantly are worried that we're going to start planning our revenge or at least our freedom without their knowledge. So they feel like they have to. It's their ancestors like working through them that they feel that way.
That's the epigenetics of an overseer. And that's why
Yeah.
when they were sitting there saying they're not the same, they're all the same. There's never been a time in history where those things have been corrected, addressed, or they've been educated in regards to what their ancestors have done or their forefathers have done to us as a people. And I think it's very essential that, like, I hate trying to talk to brothers about it, particularly because y'all always have like this cognitive dissonance when it comes to the cave koch. But I'm gonna say this: there ain't nothing changed but the sun moving around. That's it. These You tell me what moon we sat on and we all learned the true history of what happened in this country. And the level of uncomfortableness y'all feel, but y'all feel entitled to come and you be overseers in someone's space. That's what they're
Hmm.
doing, baby. That is literally passed down generation. It is in their DNA to be overseers.
Right.
Mm,
Yep.
okay.
I
That's
just
what
think
that
it's
is.
wild that there's this glow in the dark woman in here saying that, like, talking about how she's gonna have mixed babies and save the world, and that she don't want privilege and that's why she's gonna have mixed kids. It's like, I'm like, that doesn't there's just so much to unpack there. It's like, why what was your purpose of coming here? The fetishize black men and their light skinned babies is weird. Like, I don't.
No,
And how
well,
does having a mixed child undo racism? Like, I don't
it
like.
that's what Dr. Francis Cress Welsing says is whiteness is caused by albinism. They can't produce melanin pigment, so they can't produce color. So the reason that they fetishize having children with a black man is so that they get to experience or at least create the illusion of contributing to bringing a colored of someone with color into this world. They like the illusion that they were able to produce color.
Yep.
That's also why they tattoo their skin. A lot of rappers, that are white, they tattoo their face all up, and they try to put color all over the skin. It's another, they tan their skin,
It's
stuff like
giving
that.
like blackface, except like instead of her putting it on her face, she's gonna have a child who has more melanin than herself, and then she can play black mom, but she'll never be a
Right?
black
Yeah, that's it.
mama. You'll
Yeah,
never
right.
compare the black mamas. So it's like, just stop.
Yeah, because they can't have they can't produce color out of their vajayjay. You know what I'm saying? So they like the idea that something of color they can feel like they contributed to that. That's the thing. That's what Dr. Francis Cress Welsing says. But go
Yep.
ahead, Shaf. You wanted to talk to us?
Nah, I was gonna add to the part when
about the situation when they be speaking, when our folks they be talking different languages. Because even to this day, in the Caribbean, we still have those practices in our culture that if you go to any islands and any like traditional songs you be hearing, those are words of the ancestors that used to like singing like parables to try to get the message across. Because if they speak like, let's say, patois, they will get whipped and tell them to go back to work. This is in our history in Jamaica too. Why we have to sing a certain song and sing a certain way as a way to like outsmart the kidnapper and try to escape him. Because even to this day, I notice like whenever we speak our languages and stuff like that, they feel uncomfortable. I even seen that in recent times. I was talking to this brother and I was speaking a little bit of Patois got Twi in it. It also got Yoruba and also got many West African languages. What the hell? What's going on?
What happened?
No, see, my screen was bugging
How
out.
do I drop out?
Oh, I got
So
you, sister. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you. Okay.
Peace.
Bye.
Build.
So I remember I was talking to him, and then this one lady that happened to be there just took up the conversation upon herself, on herself. I laugh and say, "Hey, bro." I start speaking English. I say, "Hey, bro, why is it that whenever we talking, these people out here, whenever we be talking, they always feel uncomfortable? Why is that though?" And he just laughed. And I said, I think you should know. I said to him, I think we know where this is coming from. Good old kidnapping days time. And he laughed and said, yeah. Which I'm like, why is whenever we be talking, they just feel uncomfortable? Not even like some of y'all Black Americans, just by the way y'all speaking like non-rhotic English and stuff like that. Y'all know the slangs that we be talking in slangs and stuff like that. Because we talking slangs too in the islands and coding too. That's just a way we use to try to get away around, mess with their brains and shit, mess with the neurological system too. So it's like they feel like, huh? Like what are these?
I just found out that when people say "mind your business," that's part of our coded speech here in America. You know, the ancestors would talk about your business. That's basically when you were going to run off the plantation as part of the Underground Railroad. So you know they would say certain phrases and mention your business. You know, that's your business. Like that's their way of saying. So now it's everyone says it. I think I seen a commercial where a white woman was saying mind your business or something like that. It's everywhere. But that's actually from our ancestors. It's kind of crazy.
A lot of things from our ancestors, by the way, for the listeners of the comments. Even the little favorite game that y'all have to go to them what's it called, amusement park and play, like dunk tank and stuff like that. Yeah, they came from our ancestors. And
None
picnic
your
too.
business, stuff like that. Yeah.
And picnic
Well,
too.
yeah. Well, I
Picnics.
got. Go ahead, D.
No, I was agreeing, telling him, the history of the picnic is way deeper. But
Oh yeah, the picnic is crazy.
Oh, it is crazy. A lot of them games is crazy. Not just picnic, dunk tank, picnic. What else? The Gator call it that Florida State they always for some reason they keep using when during their games. I'm like, are you guys on fucking drugs or what?
Right. Yeah, that is crazy. Yeah. No, that is crazy. Yeah, some of y'all trying to bring the picnic to the cookout and we don't want it. That's what the live is about. Some of y'all we trying to go to the cookout, y'all trying to bring the picnic.
No, I don't invite nobody to the cookout.
Have them cookouts. They can have them cookouts how they want to, cause baby, I'm going to the barbecue.
All right, yeah.
We go my house.
I can't bring in seasoned folks to my cookout. No.
Y'all funny. All right, I'm gonna go to the next
Raisins in
guest.
your potato salad? What?
No, not today.
Radiant Cassie looks like she used raisins in her potato salad. I'm just
Probably.
saying.
Babe, let's be honest. But okay.
She got raisins in her bread, in her cereal.
What the hell?
Bugs where they ain't supposed to be. Here, let me shut up.
Hey, everybody that's never had a scone in their life, tap like if you don't eat scones.
For my mixed ass every time with the scone comment because I couldn't avoid it. That's the dry part of my personality right there. That's the shitty ass culture I inherited was a damn scone.
Yeah, nah. Everybody that likes cinnamon rolls tap like. I don't know.
Nope.
I don't know if that's a black thing, but I do. I don't know. I think black people like cinnamon rolls. Don't we? Am I
Yeah,
tripping?
I mess with it.
I
Yeah,
love
I don't
cinnamon
know. Some,
absolutely,
rolls.
absolutely.
yeah,
Warm it up too.
because they
Ooh,
moist,
ooh.
like they wet. Like I don't know. I don't know if I said that right, but Omi, go ahead and talk to us, brother.
I'm just astonished by like how many snow roaches are in the comments trying to talk about mixed babies like they know about the experience of mixed babies. Why do these ignorant ass people want to come up in here propose this hypothesis that mixed children are the answer to our problems when they don't know the experience of mixed people at all? And so I'm
Mm-hmm.
personally offended because as a mixed person, I've had a horrible ass experience. I know other mixed people who've had a much more privileged life than I have, who still have a lot of stuff to unpack. And so even if you have like a great home, your parents weren't toxic to each other inherent, maybe there's some inherent issues there, of course, but it's like, let's just say you have a great home, but it's like how you interact with society is going to be inherently problematic because you always have a foot in both racial experiences, but then you're not really accepted by either one. And you're always, even if you're phenotypically black, you still have to unpack the privilege that you have by proximity to whiteness because you have a whole ass YT parent. Let alone if you are lighter complected or YT presenting like myself, then it's like you have to live life looking like a whole ass European, even though you culturally, your cultural experience, your mindset is absolutely not, Wonder Bread. Like, I don't know how else to say it. It's like you're not one of them, and so it's like, but you will always be seen as an op by your own people. And so it's like, if you don't know what that's like, pasty people in the comments section, like, why are you speaking to that?
That's real. I would say there's many ways you can look like and actually I just seen Obama, an old Obama interview from 1991 where he was damn near my age. It freaked me out because it made me feel like, damn, I'm gonna be old soon. But anyway, it was 91 and Obama was giving this interview and he was saying how he was raised biracial and he took Michelle to Africa, and when she got to Africa to meet his tribe in Kenya, the people called her a white woman. And I just he brought out how that's funny because she's monoracial from Chicago and much darker, richly melanated than he is. So that is a thing. I just wanted to bring out was your
But even some of these famous cats out here even got stories still. That is quote unquote mixed race. Ain't Logic that says his mama call him the N word hard R. Even though all of us here know there's no difference between N or ER. It's the same one word accented differently. Stop playing with me. Non-rhotic English does exist, and then rhotic English exists. And this will fall in the category of rhoticity. It does exist.
Who called Michelle Michael? Somebody wild out in the comments. Thank you.
was expecting
I couldn't take that.
We ain't doing that. But
Michelle is more woman than your mama and your grandma. You salty bastards.
But but legend, I ain't gonna lie though, the Asian brother that coming here, he was topsy. His thought process was very topsy turvy, man. I don't even know which side this bed is on.
Are you talking about the
Who?
Haitian dude from the Netherlands or something?
Yeah, him. I was
Yeah.
in here listening the whole time. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, he sound crazy. I mean, that's the thing. They go up to Europe and they feel like these white people done saved them, so they go up there and
No, they thought
they
they in heaven
yeah, they think they in
Brother,
heaven. Yeah.
I have a
because
question for
most.
you, brother. I finally realized that YT people do season something. You wanna know what it is?
What is it?
Wait. Let me guess. Let me guess. Hold on.
Like, I
What
really want to
do
know.
white people season?
Um,
I don't even know.
They season it very well.
Very well.
very
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
You said well. Do
Got
you mean
it.
like they season it a lot, or do you mean like it
yes.
is well seasoned? Okay.
It's
All
well
right.
seasoned.
Y'all,
Let's say it that way.
Mm.
It's well seasoned.
somebody
What
said
is
they
it?
knows.
Turkey? I don't
Y'all,
know. Like, that's
somebody
nasty.
Pumpkin
no.
spice lattes.
No,
Somebody
Pumpkins,
said they
but that's
knows.
Indian.
They
no.
That
said
is
they know.
Indian.
Think about what I'm saying. It is well seasoned.
She said they
What, the
knows.
wrinkles on their face? Like,
Okay,
I
I'm
don't
gonna just
know,
tell
because they
y'all.
don't age well.
No, you know what they season well? They feet. They'll go outside and let it get all kinds of dirt and season
You
stuff.
stupid. I'm thinking you talking about
Don't be
food.
coming for my bare feet in the garden like that, man.
Your feet be black as fuck. They
Wait a
literally.
minute now, D. Wait a minute
It's
now,
funny.
cause I
I
be
was
going
picturing
outside
some
with no shoes
stanky
on
ass
too. I'm
shoes
from the
when you said
country.
that too.
I bet you took your ass in there and washed your feet.
Hell yeah, grandma wasn't playing that. You better get in the tub.
Well, I done seen pictures where they be laying in the bed.
Mm.
Them feet
Like,
be black.
is it, I don't know, like, is it just a my family thing, or are you not allowed to bring your dirty ass shoes in the house? Like, I
Nah.
don't, because my YT family bring their nasty ass shoes in the house right after I mopped, and I'm like,
Nah, you gotta take your shoes off at the door and
going in the bar.
You
you
have
can't
to.
get in bed with your outside clothes on.
Because I was discombobulated what seasoning the situation is going because I seen one of the most blasphemous shit to ever happen on here. First time cooking oxtail. And yeah, I'm from the island, so you know we love our oxtail.
Mm-hmm.
There's women that air dry the whole shit and then try to eat it. I'm like, oh my god, delete your shit right now, or else I will help you. Because I'm
Shout
like,
out to well,
why
I
would you
was
cook the oxtail
no,
and
shout
air
But
out
dry
to
the
I,
the
whole shit?
I gotta say
bruh.
as well that
Out
I'm white, but I'm from England, man. My socks are on all the time. It's fuck it. I'm so sorry. It's cold out here, man.
Stop lying.
England's
Reese, what's
cold.
your ethnicity though?
Lying.
White, Irish.
I
I'm
know.
No,
from
that
here, from
The
Ireland.
bottom of your feet is black
okay.
as tar. You lying.
Brother, it is
I'm like,
cold
as
in
long as you're not
it's
an
cold in England.
Anglo-Saxon, I'll hear you out.
all right, yeah, let's see what he gotta say, y'all. I wanted to say shout out to the Trinidadians and they roti, man. I don't know how many of y'all know about roti. Trinidadian roti is an
Mm-hmm.
amazing dish.
Legend,
Y'all,
I'm from the Caribbean, so I think you're asking some folks in the panel. So I don't think
man,
that
yo,
I don't think
To
that
be
question
fair,
is
I
going to
gotta
me.
agree with you. I had the roti with the like curried chickpeas and that. Oh, man, it's
man, I don't know about
so
chickpeas,
good.
but I'm talking about
Here,
that.
I'll be
Yeah,
right back.
that shrimp roti, man. You get that in Brooklyn. If anybody go to Brooklyn, go to the roti spot, man. Um, yes. I just wanted to say that because that might be my favorite dish from Black people. To be honest, even my own people. I don't know. I don't know. I'm being honest. I tasted heaven when I tasted that. All right, y'all. Um, we're gonna keep it going. Y'all need to tap like. Y'all ain't been tapping like enough.
Yeah,
We're
man,
not. We're not
250K,
going
man,
nowhere.
250K plus likes. Listen, the comment section is going to be removed. I'm going to inbox somebody, man. Y'all tap the screen. Tap, 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 and gift the host, man. Let's get to 250K plus.
Please. Collars and dressing, la la. No.
Oh
What
my
you mean
God!
dressing?
That's what I grew up on, and
You put
I
ranch on your
love.
collars?
Is you from the
No,
South?
I said, yeah, I'm from the South. I
Yeah,
like
I
collard
figured that.
greens and I like dressing, chicken dressing.
You know, dressing
Dressing.
Listen, what part of South?
Dressing. You ain't
to
never
make
had
What,
no
it dressy,
dressing?
but
I
they
ain't
what
having no
state you
dressing.
from?
You don't know what dressing is. Okay, well
Lala,
white
what state
people
you
call
from?
it white people have stuffing.
We don't eat stuffing. We got dressing.
Bread dressing.
Okay, I did know what you meant. We do call it stuffing in my family, but
What state you from, Lala?
No, that's that YT people shit.
I'm gonna be on the street with that one, brother. You lost a point there.
Me?
I'm stuffing. I wish my sister-in-law tried that mess. Talking about, you make stuff. You gonna make the stuffing, bitch? Who make stuffing? I don't know what stuffing
That's
I
what
don't
is.
know
my
that
family
shit.
called it. Listen, I'm lacking in all
Dressing,
y'all.
cornbread.
Nah, baby,
When I
y'all
grew up,
need to unpack
I
that.
was eating chitlins.
I still eat
Stuff. I
chitlins.
ain't eating no damn
Oh, okay,
You
chitlin.
need
never
to
mind. Lala win.
you need to unpack that though,
Hold on, y'all. Let
baby.
me ask
It ain't stuffing. It's
Risk
dressing.
or
You ever
whoever
had
that is up
cracker
top in
bread?
the first box. Let me
Yeah,
ask him a
of
question.
course I didn't. Yeah, of course I didn't had that. I am from Alabama.
All right, all right.
Man, I'm finna say,
Thank
why'd
you.
you ask it
Actually,
sound like you from Mississippi, Alabama?
hold on. Let me ask Risk a question. You said you wear socks in the house. Who taught you to do that, Risk? Because you don't appear to be a black person. Who taught you to do that?
I'm not. No, I'm white. I'm white.
Or you are, but you said you wear socks in the house. Can you expound on that for me? Because you know I'm a little slow, and when some people say things, it doesn't register initially, and I need them
I
to
don't know
break
why
it
he
down
say
for me.
that.
So who taught you to wear socks when you in the house? Who taught you that?
To be fair, it's England, man. It's cold. Everyone wears socks in the house. Cold, man.
So
Man,
everybody in
listen.
England that
I
looks
should
just like you
speak and
wear
wore
socks when
socks
they in the
in the house.
house. So you
I'd
telling me
say
that every non-melanated person or pale person in England, they wear socks when they're in the house in England? Did I hear that correctly?
You missed.
I'd say from like all I can ever speak is my own like personal what I've seen sort of thing. So yeah, to be fair, I know most people.
All right, let me ask him the real question. Mr.
So
O'Malley.
hold
Wait,
on, brother.
hold on.
So you mean to
Mr.
tell
O'Malley.
me the dirt in
Look,
your house and when y'all walk outside on a concrete floor, it's not on the bottom of your feet when you're in the house, and that you can't wipe the bottom of your feet on somebody and scratch them to the point where they bleeding. So the bottom of your feet is not black as tar. Is
I
that what you're
don't.
telling me, sir? That's all I
I
got. I'm
don't.
gonna
I
mute.
don't. I don't understand.
You can make this man deprogram. Just leave him alone. You see the computer is going out.
he don't know what's going on. Listen,
Brother, help.
Mr. O'Malley. Listen. What was I about to ask him? I forgot now. All right, give us your age, race, and pronouns, O'Malley.
23, white, Irish. I guess. Yeah, all my family's from Ireland. He, him. Yeah.
Okay.
But no, because literally, I came across this and just so how you're chatting because I was coming at it from like a different perspective. So I'm not sure how well you guys know about sort of there's a lot of conflict between Ireland and England and the UK for the last like sort of 20, 30 years. So it's basically the Republic of Ireland, which is its own country. It's not part of the UK. It's where all my family's from.
No, this
But then
is
there's Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, and then there's a big movement because basically the country was split in half. Sorry, split in
Are there
half.
black people in Northern Ireland? Ireland?
Um, I'll be honest, probably not a lot in Northern
I think I
Ireland.
keep going with this. Like I said, y'all just listen.
There's black people up there. But go
There's
ahead.
There's,
definitely black people in Ireland.
but from a lot of stuff, like obviously I don't know you guys experience in America, and obviously like I'm white and I've not got that, but there was a lot of stuff you were saying.
Did you just say
I
you
sort of
not?
got from there was a
Hold
lot of
on,
like
time out. Did you just say you not that black?
no, I said I'm not. I said I'm not black.
Oh, okay.
So, but there's like a lot of the sort of similar things. So I've got this sign that was outside like a pub or like a bar when my granddad would come over from Ireland to England, and it literally a lot of places would have it, and it said no blacks, no dogs, no Irish, and it was like a very like common thing. And also, there's so many
Those
similarities
poor
with
dogs.
how sort of Irish
Dogs
people.
never catch a break.
Pardon?
Okay. I think I'm assuming that you finished, but listen up, y'all. You see, most cats like this from Ireland, they'll try to play the they'll try to play the comparable struggle right here, because them in England have this conflict for decades and decades and decades and centuries. They're gonna try to use that as a way to try to eliminate it. Yo, us Irish, we cool with y'all. We went to shit with y'all, so we ain't got no problem with y'all. But when you go to Ireland, it's a different story.
I'm gonna tell you this: them dogs ain't do nothing to nobody. They ain't choose to be living up under y'all. Now you telling them where they can and can't go. That's a shame.
And I understand that. And I understand that some of the Irish are brought over here as indentured, mainly the Caribbean though. But most of us from the Caribbean, we got Irish bloodline because some got essayed and some got and it's integration. For example, Bob Marley's mother. Yeah, you should
No,
know
I
you've got,
this.
thought
and
I
there's
thought I
in
thought
that
I
sorry.
thought Scooby Doo, marched for their rights, and Scooby Doo's like the Martin Luther King of dogs. To be honest, he was with humans all the time, and they was eating together. So some of y'all still eating with
Scooby
dogs.
Doo's American. He's not Irish, isn't it?
Yeah, true. Yeah, he's not Irish. I don't know. Scooby kind of sounds kind of Scooby Doo. I don't know. It could be kind of Irish.
All dogs matter.
But no, but
What's
literally,
this?
I just want to
Wait,
comment
hold
to that. I
on.
think it's a very I was more interested to sort of talk to you guys and sort of see as just a general conversation. See, if there's a lot of it. There's a lot of have any of you ever heard of the IRA?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was they're the Irish Republican Army. So they're people from Northern Ireland
Oh.
who think the
Isn't
country
that a
should
kind of
be.
beer? Am I tripping?
No, that's IPA.
Nah, IPA is good.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
my
okay.
shit.
And
Yeah,
No,
that's
IPAs
what I was sipping on
disgusting.
earlier.
so
Oh, okay.
the
Disgusting.
IRA are people from Northern Ireland who want Ireland to be um like a whole country. They want Ireland to be together again. And
So they're
then
like a tribe.
and they came, and then there was a
That
lot of
They're a tribe.
troubles
is
with Northern
racist.
Ireland and that,
So you're
and
talking
then
about
but so
tribal wars?
it's very similar. That's sort of where I was coming from
No, it
with
sounds
it
about the same.
because
Sounds
and
exactly
then
the
The
same.
IRA is
a lot of
racist.
people were a
They're
lot of people who were
racist.
Irish, whether they were Northern or Republic of Ireland, were sort of all banded together as
They're
everyone would
racist.
think that the IRA Irish people were terrorists or
Because the IRA is racist.
Let him
what.
talk.
Yeah, stop, Lala.
No,
You
I was
being
good.
mean.
I'm interested to hear what you think,
All
but
dogs
yeah, but
matter,
with a lot of the
brother.
stuff you were saying about and again, I don't know you guys' experiences, but from what I'm hearing, there's a lot of similarities through.
See what I done told y'all.
There's a lot
You
of it,
know,
but then
you
there's a
know,
lot of
you know, you know, you know
generalization
where
of
the similarities end? The similarities end where you came up here and said you was white. So why would you align your identity
What I
with
done
those
told
that
y'all.
oppressed you so much? You just said that they wouldn't even let y'all into their diners, yet you just came up here and said you one of them.
when that was Irish people coming to England,
That's
but
because
now that's not a thing now. People have progressed and people have learned, and there's progression and people have
and
learned
and
and
and y'all
understood that that's not right,
assimilated
and then
and
there's
sucked
growth.
up to the people that once did y'all harm, and they were the victors, and y'all bent over, and you said, okay, we're white, and we'll be racist just like y'all, and and just be
I
like
wouldn't
y'all.
say it like that. I'd say people saw that, and then they came up the sort of the generation after realized that was wrong. Then there was
But
growth and there was understanding, and people were able to sort of see that that's not okay, and people go, right, that was not good. That was a mistake made in the past. Now all we can, because you can't change anything that's happened in the
Yeah,
past.
you can. You can stop
All
being
you can
white
do is
right
affect the
now.
future,
You can choose to
and you
be
can.
Irish, and you can get together with other Irish people and say, you know what? What was done was wrong. That was bad, mate. But we should do something about it, you know? And let's go get together and say we're no longer going to consider ourselves white. We are now the enemies of all those that are white because they are enemies to humanity, and we're going to go fight and fight for what's
And
right. You know what I'm saying?
hold on there, mate. Let me interject there, bruv.
Like,
And
you man have got awful impressions. I'm gonna be
bruv,
honest.
I assume bruv would says that we should all come together because the mans in England, they are the ones that are responsible for our humanity, all the crimes against humanity. You understand what I'm saying there, mate?
Absolutely.
But I give you shit. Sorry, the accent was making me giggle. I can't lie.
I'm
But
I
sorry.
can't lie there,
Yeah,
mate.
but you know what I'm
I'm trying
saying.
that.
Y'all,
no,
y'all
I
not
see.
gonna
I
do
see what you're
that
saying.
because you're too
I think
worried
that, but
about them
I feel
getting their
like
hands on your Lucky Charms.
Because if
Lucky
man's
Charms is
hold on
American
there,
thing, isn't it? It's not Irish. We don't have that.
hold on there, bruv. If
Me
man's are
go.
going to compare with the American struggle, then might man at least bruv could at least says he knows even about St. Patrick's Day.
How
That we all drink and get drunk, you know, and we celebrate like the luck of the Irish. That might.
did you steal me
See
gold?
that to be fair, that's a stereotype. Getting drunk.
Oh no, that's
If
oh
it,
wait, hold on there, Mike. Hold on there.
Did you
Listen there,
see my
bruv.
pot of gold?
Hold on there, bruv.
that's
Man's are
also a
stereotyping there, Mike.
stereotype.
No, that's not a stereotype, Mike, because where I live at there, bruv, when St. Patrick's Day come, all the Irish pubs I go to, man's out there getting drunk. Big glasses of beer there, mate. Drinking and going there
Are
for
you
easy
worried
jolly
about
good
me
fellow.
gold? I spent me on gold, my own pot in the end of the rainbow. You worried about the wrong thing, my dude. You're worried about the
But
wrong
that's it.
thing.
But okay. But right.
That's
So
not a
talking about
stereotype,
that,
bruv.
could either of you tell me the
Yes.
origin of what St. Patrick did, why he
Yes.
was saved,
He
and what his day
unalived a
was?
lot of people like you and me gold. I want me gold. And if you don't have me gold, it's off with your head.
I don't think they say me. Do they? I don't know. I don't know what y'all be saying.
Hey, and St. Patrick, hey,
All
bruv,
I know is
bruv,
that
man,
that one
listen, bruv.
redhead chick is
Let me
is
let me let
Irish.
me sound like let me sound like how you would say it, how them folks them white Americans would say it. Hey, my husband is black, so I cannot say some shit that sounds crazy. Just as I was saying, mate, my great grandfather was Irish. So how can I be stereotyping my Irish bloodlines of people there? Come on now, you
Because
see the
you said St. Patrick's Day is just about people getting drunk. That is the thing.
oh I'm
People
not
sort of see it
hey
as
bro.
an opportunity, but that's
It's
not
a
the point.
very dark history, but me
Hey,
gold is more
listen,
important.
listen. Let me go back to my. Let me speak originally how I sound now. Cap, stop this. I'm not making no shit up. During St. Patrick's Day, all the Irish pubs out here that is out here, where we go out here during St. Patrick's Day, motherfuckers be. Hey, listen, some bottles, some bottles that be bigger than this shit right here. They be chugging down and going crazy, and then even dancing for "He's a Jolly Good Fellow." I'm not making this shit up. This is not me stereotyping nobody. This is facts. I
That's
seen
fact.
it.
That's like a fact of your thing. Like you said, it's the same as Christmas Day. People get drunk on Christmas Day. That's what Christmas is about.
Fam, mans don't celebrate Christmas Day, fam. You wanna know why, bruv? Because them same
Somebody
old
rock with
trees,
them pagan holidays, sir. What are you talking about, man?
them same, listen there, bro. Them same old trees. Mans with them sleigh bells there, mate. Mans, them sleigh bells represent man's ancestral head there, mate. So that's why mans can't celebrate Christmas there, mate. You'll never see a Christmas tree in my house there, bro.
I'm not saying about you celebrating. I'm saying, yeah, it's
No, there, bro. I don't
Create me
celebrate
pot
this
of
thing
gold
there,
as
mate,
soon as I
because
get to the end of the rainbow.
All
deep
right,
Send me
all
rooted
that
right,
pot.
history.
I'm
I
celebrating
gotta,
with
I
my
gotta be to
but
gold.
work in the morning.
it's
all
a
right, sister.
generalization of a. It's become a holiday, but like
Come at you.
that's not the
Because
point.
y'all come in here and send the hell out yourselves. I done had enough of you. Now listen, you done brought your ass in here with no pot of gold to give anyone else. You just being selfish and centering yourself. I don't care. Now I'm gonna tell you this right now. Unless you go give me a bear, I suggest you hush.
No,
That's a
but
curtain right there.
seriously, do y'all put marshmallows in all of your cereal, or is it just Lucky Charms?
I told you, brother. That's an American thing. We don't have that, man.
Give me
Tell
Wait,
me
hold
the
on there.
We're
truth.
healthy. We're
Mans don't
healthy,
have Lucky Charms in Ireland there, mate.
bro.
All
The
right.
accent ain't for you, man. You ain't bossing it. But
can I just say one more thing to you? I'm gonna talk my regular voice, but I just find it very interesting that you came in here, you sent yourself, you told your story. In what reference? What was the point?
But
the
I,
point
but
was, I
Bring that
listen,
feel,
thing.
I
But
said
I already done told
I
you
was I
Hold
was
on,
what's
King.
coming.
Hold on, hold on,
Wait,
hold on.
hold on, King.
What did he say?
I, was, I came into I was seeing it as a conversation because a lot of the things I heard you guys talking about, I saw a
Mm-hmm.
lot of similarities, and then I feel like
What
it's
are the
an interesting
similarities? What's the
conversation
weight?
from.
Because I have never had Lucky Charms with no marshmallows.
All dogs lives matter, but like I find it very interesting that you find similarities in Black plight. What exactly are we similar in reference to?
In terms of the
Be
sort of
careful.
the oppression and the
No,
generalization that
no,
we're sort
don't
of.
Y'all
don't
see?
align. See,
No,
Yeah, y'all
no.
see?
this is the problem with a lot
Legend.
of
Y'all
white
see? I done
people.
called this out from the jump before he
Y'all
got
will
there.
hold on. Y'all
Mm-hmm.
will see a lot of us in quote unquote oppression or poverty and try to find some relevance or relation to that, but you will simply walk right into YT supremacy and align yourselves in the same reference. So what level of oppression do you see Black American people or Black people in general? What oppression are you seeing?
Can you say that again? Because my
What
man started
oppression
sneezing. I don't know.
what oppression do you see in Black community that's similar to yours?
Well, in terms of like the generalization of how people, because I see it regardless, I think, of race or culture or heritage. People are people at the end of the day.
Oh
You are your
no.
own. You are
Oh
your own
Oh
no.
person.
boy.
No, you are your own person.
No, so
Okay. So
you went from, the Anglo-Saxons are baddies and they oppressed us both to people are people because you realize that the oppression of Gaelic people is totally different than African diasporic people. So it's like now you're backtracking into some colorblind racism shit. I just wanna unpack this, Reese.
Are
So
dogs people? Because you said that the
I
sign said no dogs too. So, like, do you go on Dogs Live and tell them that you're oppressed the same way or like when you walk, when you're walking, someone's walking their dog, do you stop and say, "What's good, brother man? I feel you right on." Like,
No, because the dog spot was because people saw them in the same way they saw dogs, like beneath.
Hey, well, hey, while the mate right here is talking there, bruv, would y'all care for some gummy bear?
but I know that I want to understand this oppression in which he speaks of, showing up with pale skin and being oppressed is very interesting to me. So could you please explain your oppression?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
happily. I'll say, and literally, I'm not coming like
Don't
this
make
is
it a
are you
monologue.
I
from,
thought.
and
Just
for
be
clarification, are
clear.
you from Northern Ireland or Southern Ireland?
Uh-oh.
Well, technically, brother, it
Ooh.
is the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland.
Well, yeah, but I'm asking,
Wait,
are you part of the UK or not? Is the
homie,
question.
hold on. I think what he's trying to compare was the whole time when I said it once. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again once more, and once more only. His comparison is that their shit that they got with England, they go on for decades. He tried to compare that, and also
From
with all
xenophobia
the
to
Irish that they take
racism.
into the Caribbean as indentured servants in during the time period of slavery, even though they went through some shit. But those were not these kind of
Absolutely.
Irish. They were these kind of Irish, by the way. So y'all could get where the brother's coming from right here.
No, I
You
totally get you. I just, like I hear that so like
no, but
my dad, my YT dad would, his family would try to say some of the same shit and it's like
hmm
there's a lot to unpack there.
hmm
But then like as a, just from a white cultural like well, that's not even a culture from a, just from like a white racial perspective, like I just don't like I'm sorry for the Irish people out there. I don't really respect y'all because y'all aren't Anglo-Saxon. Y'all are Celtic, just like me, and so it's like but then it's like at the same time it's like you'll fight for oppression of people around the world, including other Gaelic and Kimri people, and then you'll claim like, oh, we were oppressed
homie,
too.
can I talk in as a fake?
Yeah.
Can I tokenize and say that I'm just like me too? Because my great grandfather's Irish. Can I tokenize and say that?
Oh yeah,
Just like me too?
tokenize your Irish
Hey,
ancestors.
you
You
know
know they
what?
would
Hey, you
tokenize you.
know what? Y'all can't see. Oh wow! I didn't know my camera turned around. But anyway, I actually have an Irish ancestor in there too. I found this out when I was 26 years old. I broke down and cried. But yeah,
That's unfortunate. That's
yeah,
unfortunate.
I know it
But
was a
like,
whole
I
thing.
just, I just like, I don't know,
Hey,
like you know,
and he said
The
that.
Eng,
And he said that.
like the. Oh no! What? Oh wait, there we go. I thought it froze for a second, but
My
like the,
wife's
you
Hold
last,
on,
know,
homie. Go on.
my wife's maiden name is Irish. You know
uh
what
huh.
that means?
Right. I mean, like, there's a lot of, people in the diaspora with Irish surnames, and it's because it served Irish people. I mean, it's such a joke. I mean, even calling yourself an Irish person is a joke. It's like if we walk around, it's an Anglo-Saxon slur that means like barbaric wild people. It means a wild person. That's
Wow.
uncivilized, but it's like they will fly that flag and say pride of the Irish all day long.
I'll be honest, brother. I think that is just completely false.
It's not false. Do you even speak Gaelic at all?
Yes, he shares, my brother.
So like
I
so
heard
for
some
What
good
does
Welsh
one.
he
people,
speak? He's
right?
chatting about
There
it. What does he? What does
any
he shares? What
person
does he shares mean?
who is proud to be of Cymru does not call themselves a Welsh person because Welsh means slave. But why do y'all still call yourself Irish?
It's Cymru, by the way. It's Cymru.
Can y'all
It
keep and tap that?
I can speak Cymraeg. I mean, like, you're not going to correct my Cymraeg. You're not even Cymru. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you don't even speak Gael, and now you speak Cymraeg, and you call yourself I mean, you're a clown. I mean, you're not even a
You
Celtic
just
person. You're an
you just said hang
Anglo-Saxon
on.
raised in
You just said
Ireland.
hang on, brother. You just said you don't speak Cymru. What you basically said is I don't
No, I
speak
said I
Wales.
speak some
It's not.
Cymraeg. My family
Yeah,
is Cymru, and then you're going to come
yeah,
correct my Cymraeg when you
but
are a whole ass
brother,
Anglo-Saxon claiming to be a wild person. Like
brother,
it's
brother.
crazy.
What you just said is
I'm not
wrong.
your
You said
brother,
I
I'm not
so
speak.
gonna.
you can
I
stop
Thank
speak,
there.
you.
and then you said the name
Thank
of a
you, Omni.
country.
Oh my God. I was driving.
Omi don't play. Listen, let Omi cook. He got a degree in this shit. He
I'm
don't even
cooking
know.
some corned beef and hash right now. Like, hold up. Oh my god. It's like we were serfs too, and now he got to look up what Irish means because he don't even know who he fucking is. I mean, it's a joke. He's an Anglo-Saxon who is claiming Irish identity because he grew up in Ireland. And he didn't even know how to answer if he's
And
from the
he's
north or the south. I mean, like, this is what I'm talking about. I mean, like, people, like, you know how many times Irish
and
people come
he's
up in the Brother Legends live and center themselves and says, we were slaves too. It's like you guys were clowns and sellouts and oppressed other Celtic people. I mean, you have zero respect here. Like,
Do you need a hug? Do you need a hug, mate? I feel like you just need a hug.
no,
Hug my ass over there. No,
no,
You're
you
like
don't
kind
don't
of.
give
you
me
I feel like
smallpox.
you just need a hug, man.
you
It's
need a
okay.
bath, but ain't nobody
You,
saying that. Now hold on. Now, shoot.
And I'm gonna have a bath in my socks as well. Don't worry about that.
Ice spray too. You make sure you calm that extra hair
tell
on
you
your
about
arm
your
down.
ancestors because apparently you was ignorant, so you had to go look it up, right?
What?
I
Drop.
am dead. I cannot. Y'all got me cracking up.
He got so he got real quiet. So
Y'all
go
got
around
me
calling
cracking up.
yourself a wild barbaric person and then claim to be oppressed when you're identifying with the terms of the oppressor. And then, your ancestors then further perpetuated slavery and serfdom and all the things you're going to claim that you have in common with us. Like, there's nothing in common there. Like, we're not
Okay,
walking
so
around calling
hang on. Right.
ourselves
For someone
pejoratives.
On mute.
someone that is
You need to go on mute. You need
very
to go on
very
mute.
knowledgeable.
Go on mute real quick. Let him finish.
Oh,
No, I'm done. I'm done. I want to hear. I want to hear what the leprechaun has to say up here.
that's so funny. Like, wow. Now I just want to ask firstly, like, because you know so much about Wales. Is Holyhead? Is that in North or
Three.
South Wales? Where is that?
What?
Why
Just
you
because you know
quizzing
loads.
him on his Irish knowledge? You the one that came up here and claimed you was Irish and all this other stuff. He asking you. Why you asking him? He ain't
Right, and
say
now
he's
he's
from Ireland.
that was about. I mean, that was about Wales. I don't even know where he started going on about Wales. Somewhere
I
in the
know plenty
middle.
about whales. A humpback, sperm whale, blue whale. What we want to talk about?
Are you on about like Loch Ness? Is that where you're going? That's Scotland.
That will be your cousins.
Hey man, listen. I think Yomi done cooked you up, man. I think we done. I think we both finished and done. I appreciate you coming up, Mr. O'Malley.
Was that that
Let me go.
smell?
What?
That was that smell.
Yeah,
The heat hit the water. Gosh, dog it.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. We gonna go ahead. You can come back up another time. I got one more guest up here, Georgia May. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns? Omi, man, you cooked that man up. That was crazy. He started speaking a language. Shout out to Omi, man. That was crazy.
Like like they are oppressed people, but it's like they're oppressed, but then they go put on the triple K outfit and then say, "Oh, I was oppressed too." It's
Yeah,
like, take a seat.
yeah.
God, it's just I
Uh,
can't. Yeah.
yeah, the story of my wife's ancestors that were owned by Irish people. Crazy, and it's crazy because her grandmother is in her 90s, so we know the stories firsthand. Not that her grandmother was there, but her grandmother heard the stories of her grandmother, and yeah, it's crazy what they was doing. Well, Georgia May, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hold on, brother. Let me just say this, man. The boxing matches and the Brother Legend lives be crazy. The boxing matches be going crazy,
Wait,
man.
what are you talking about? You talking about the people up here?
On a panel, yeah. The Brother Legend boxing matches. That's what I'm calling them on a live. Listen, make sure we get
Oh,
to 250K plus, man. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap. I know we can do it before the live ends. But go
all right,
ahead, Miss
Georgia May.
Georgia.
Okay, so I'm 35. My pronouns would be she and her.
Mhm.
Or she? I'm not sure. I don't use pronouns. It would be she, yeah.
And your race.
Race is black.
All right, talk to us.
Okay, so I guess I didn't think interracial relationships would be problematic because I'm in one now. Um,
Uh-oh.
I guess I thought I was pro-black, and can interracial relationships be relationships? No, they can't help in racism. But so I wanted to come up because like a lot of stuff y'all been talking about, like it hit home a lot of it with me, just 'cause, like the situation I'm in, like dealing with his like his mom, like the whole situation. It's been like since we've been together, but more so like now, because like I have like been like voicing myself more now that I've been like I guess like on TikTok and stuff. Like I guess I'm just like listening more and like learning more. So I've been talking about like every time I talk about race with him, like we get in like real big arguments, and so I just really don't know what to do, honestly.
Mm, that's a red flag right there. Um, that's a red flag. That's all I like. I mean, that's a red flag. Like if y'all get into arguments, that's a big red flag. If you get into if when you bring up race, they're real dismissive and they're just kind of like, I don't want to talk about. I mean,
Well, like today he
when
told
it comes
me,
to the women, they're kind of different. They don't want to talk about it because it's such a sad topic. It's going to bring down the mood. That's a red flag. But what you just said, big red flag. Big
yeah,
red
because
flag.
well today he said that if we black people if we stop talking about it, like it'll go like pretty much it'll go away. So I got mad and I started yelling, and I'm like, so it was better when we were in the corner and we didn't say anything, and but these are the kind of arguments we have when we talk about like
Okay.
stuff that we.
So here's the thing. Why are you with him?
Well, I've been with him since I was 15.
Maybe it's time to try some new shoes.
Mm, mm, mm. Well, Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I don't want to
Um,
project, but
Like when you
you
guys were
sound a
talking
lot
about
like my
that,
mama, and she learned the hard way too. And I just have to say that it took her a long time to realize why she was in the situation she was in and why she was accepting the least, and allowing these people to racialize her within her own household and with it, and so like I would just, I guess it's going to take a lot of introspection on your part. Like nobody can like point you to the issue. Like you gotta see it because it's in front of you the whole time,
mhm.
um and so I really empathize with you a lot. I'm sorry you're going through what you're going through, but this is why Brother Legend talks about this so much. This is why I care so much about this, is because I've seen it happen. I've experienced it. And you don't deserve that. And you shouldn't continue to put yourself through that dehumanizing situation. I hope you don't have children because I know what that's like.
well, yeah, I was
um,
about to get to that because you guys talked a little bit about that. And what I wanted to say was like I was giving him an example of like how I felt time before when like being around his family and like racist stuff was going on. I was pregnant with our first child, and his stepdad. I came over and I was on the couch and we were all in the living room and he put it on KKK. But I sat there and watched the whole thing, and like I was telling
What do you
my
mean he
husband,
put on the cake? You all right? Don't say that word again. Next time, say triple K. But what do you mean? Like he put on like a bed sheet with some eye holes, or do you mean he put it on TV? Like what do you
yeah,
mean?
he put it on TV.
Okay, and so what show is the triple K? Like what could he possibly have played? Was it a movie?
I think it was like a movie, like a KKK movie. I'm sorry, Triple K movie.
All right,
And
don't
I guess
say
he, I
that
don't, I don't
part
know,
out.
I don't know what his intent was, but like I was just telling my husband, like I was like, remember when that happened? And I was like, remember I didn't say anything. Like I really never say anything, but I was like, I just don't want to deal with it anymore. And I was like, so anyways, it kind of like blew up a little bit more today because we were talking about his mom, and I was like, when we went through the situation with your mom, like she wouldn't even let our kid come to her house, because her husband said they couldn't because they were half black. So I'm like, I just don't want to deal with your mama, from this point on. And then like he's like, I'm not gonna choose
Oh
between
hell
my
no.
mom or you. So
Well,
it's
All
good.
really
right, see, this
like,
is
I don't
do you see
know.
though how you are having to accept a lot of abuse and that you're going to be putting your children through a lot of abuse for their entire lives because of this? And do you see like you don't deserve that?
No, yeah, I do now. Like I
Yeah,
said,
and I understand because like, and I don't know what your life was like, so I'm not gonna make assumptions, but just speaking to my own mom and like why she was in that situation was that she didn't have a lot of self-worth instilled, and she wasn't confident and assertive in her own identity and respect as a Afro-Indigenous woman, and so she was willing to accept the least to get a tiny bit of privilege, whatever that looked like, whether it was like a house and like a family or whatever, and like some sort of social mobility in society. But I promise you, you're not gonna, it only can take you so far. And when it comes down to it, if it's between you and them, they're never choosing you. And you got to choose yourself. Like, why are you choosing them over yourself? Like that's where you really got to
mm,
start looking at.
yeah, that's it. She gotta choose herself.
I've never like for instance, it sounds bad, but I've never even dated nobody in my own race. You know what I'm saying? And that's just
Yeah.
just like circumstances in my life led me to believe like that was the way I had to go, not to go down like the routes like other females around, black females around me, like watching them get abused and being with black men. So I tried to stay away from black men.
And so you found an abusive white man who
I mean, he's
who's
not abusive.
Yeah, he is.
So it
He
is.
is. It's just you. It's a different form of abuse.
Yeah, emotionally. Like, did you notice that every time
Yo,
you
Omi, could you
communicated?
let D and Legend talk to this woman for a second? Because you've been
Nah,
going
He's
Omi,
doing
crazy. Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Omi
No,
spitting facts.
I know,
because
but I'm saying, like, I want to hear
Omi is the
y'all two
product
voices
of this.
too, man.
Nah, let him
Fuck
talk, man. Go ahead, Omi.
Did you notice though that every time you tried the voice that you felt unsafe, that your partner gaslit you and tried to invalidate your feeling of being vulnerable and feeling unsafe with your in-laws? Like did you notice like he never once validated that was a real concern?
Right, and like we argue, sometimes about that in the past, but I don't too much now, but I used to, like, you never stood up for me, he's never been like that when it came to like his people.
Well,
The best thing that happened for YT people was the way that white supremacy has centered them and made them the savior while they were still being the villain. Because this is a perfect example of how in our community we look at each other like we so messed up, and these people can come in, they get to take the best and treat it horribly, and they still get to act like, oh no, see, it's still better than it could be with the black man. Child,
But it wasn't really. That's not the situation. What it is that
that's your situation. I'm saying
I
in
felt like.
reference to how you see your own people, you felt safer somewhere else, and it's like that. The reality that you're dealing with, that's a level of mental stress. I don't think I would be able to deal with.
yeah, I
Right,
couldn't
right,
deal with it either.
right. I
But
did feel safe somewhere else. So
I
what
will
I'm,
tell you
what I was
this.
trying to figure out was like how do you go about like fixing a situation like 'cause I don't feel like he's racist, honestly.
Oh, girl, no,
You
stop.
you
I
can't
I'm
fix
really
sorry,
him.
don't. I
sister.
mean, we got kids together. We married. I've been with him since I was 15.
Oh no.
He's the
Oh,
problem.
she
We've been
don't
married.
even know.
I
She
mean, I've
don't
been
even
married
know.
ever
You
since.
see the
It's like
problem.
trying to tell a fish that water is wet, sister. You don't even you can't even tell you swimming in water. You done been with it since you was 15. It's called Stockholm syndrome. It's really just you're desensitized to your own mistreatment, so you don't even you're callous to it, you're numb to it, so you don't even see it. But as you're talking, multiple red flags have gone up to where I'm like, if you was my sister, I would have to damn near like kidnap you and get you up out of there. Like I would have to tell you, nah, you ain't staying. Like you ain't going out like this. I'm
I
sorry.
literally had to do that recently,
Yeah,
like a few years back. I'm like, okay, Day Day, we leaving. I'm sorry. I'm like,
yeah.
you ain't
It's
staying here.
that's what, right. And so you can't even tell. I do think what you said was interesting. No, not interesting, but it brings out something that I read earlier this week. A new study has just been done by the American Psychological Association, I think it is. The APA, you know the people that the group of psychologists they conducted a study where they found that the reason for racism when they surveyed white people, the reason that white people feel the way they feel about black people is not from disdain, but from fear of their safety. They are more afraid of us than they don't like us. When they were surveyed, white people admitted that they are more afraid of us than they don't like us. And that is the reason they think the things that they think about us. And in that same study, they concluded that their fear was mostly aimed towards black men. Black men. This is something Dr. Francis Cress Welsing explained a long time ago, but they said that the number one group that is feared by white people and black people, they gave black people the same survey. They said even within our own group, we are afraid mostly of black men. And black people answered the survey saying that they felt safer away from black men. And so all I'm saying is by you saying that you wouldn't feel safe around black men or that you had some type of fear. That just means you're thinking like them and
No,
thinking how they
it
want
was
you to
no,
think.
it was me watching like my mama go through like DV, and then
All
like
of that,
my
all of
aunties
that is
and
not black
cousins
men.
and people
All
around
of
me.
that is not black men.
No, I
I
agree. I
watched
agree.
I watched when I was young, I saw a black woman who was homeless take a number two in the middle of the sidewalk. Should I say now that because of that I won't date black women because they take number twos on the sidewalk? Or was that just that one person that did that? And there's a systemic reason as to why she was so disenfranchised and put in a position to where she's homeless on the street. Historically, I can take all that into context, but I can't lump black women into one experience that I had with someone who was a woman that happened to be black. So, I understand you have your past traumas, but that is not black men. That is a man that happened to be black. There's a difference.
You started dating him at 15. How old was he?
Oh, he was 18.
So there's already a power dynamic that you were dealing with. And I think it's very strange, right? Like, I don't know what your household life was like, but it's like you, it sounded like you was running from something. And you ran right into the arms of a person that's more harmful than any. Because for you, you feel like, okay, this person helped me. They were good. Because you want your marriage to work. If you want your marriage to work, I'm going to tell you the truth. This is how you're going to make your marriage work. You're going to shut up. And you're going to accept that your children are going to experience a level of abuse and racism from their own father, from their own grandparents. And
Oh,
that's
they're
how your
gonna
marriage is
resent
going to
you.
work. Because these people are
That's
racist.
crazy.
These people are racist. And like the sadder part about it is you just having a conversation with a person that you have tied so much of your life with. They don't even respect your feelings enough to realize that their children are going to go through a level of oppression in this country just like you. And you're just finding your voice in this relationship. That just goes to say there's so much that y'all might not have ever talked about or that you kind of suppressed just to make this person feel comfortable. You really like you belittled yourself to make him feel like he was human, and he's already had a level of dominance in society already. Like like a YT man has more power than anybody, and the world was built for him. And like you shrunk yourself even more when you're already in society at the bottom. You shrunk yourself even more to make him feel comfortable in his racism.
Yo, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's deep right
That's
there.
crazy. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's real deep. Georgia, you gonna have to see a therapist. We can't help you much on this live. We could just try to point you in the right direction. Dr. Francis Cress Wilson has a book called The ISIS Papers. If you wanna, I don't know what that noise was, but if you wanna read up maybe on some of the stuff we're talking about, you're gonna have to do your own research because it's really deep with you. It's really not much else. Like it's you know what I'm saying. So I appreciate you for coming up. I'm gonna go to the next guest.
Could,
A,
could I say something real quick? I'll keep
go
it
ahead,
short.
homie.
I just wanted to say it's going to get worse before it gets better. It's all a process. But also, you got to, if you have children, it ain't about you anymore. It's about them. And you really got to put them first. So if you can't do it for you, you got to do it for those children. And you got to protect them. And you need to educate them. And if you're not doing that, you're not just failing yourself, you're failing as a mom. And, even if you do, we could always grow and we can always be accountable and we can heal those things. But it's a lot easier avoiding wounds and healing broken bones than it is, suturing those maladies and ailments. So like I would just say, do damage control for those babies. Like I don't know how old they are, but I would hate if they turned out like I did. But that's just all I wanted to say.
She gonna have to want to do that for herself.
Okay.
I don't feel
Yeah,
like we can
thank you. I
convince her up
appreciate it.
here.
Yeah, thank you. No, I
You know.
appreciate you guys.
All right, peace.
Right.
I mean, I'll be honest. That's one of them cases where I I feel bad. I don't like. We ain't even trying to roast her. We ain't trying to cook. We ain't trying to nothing like that.
Technique,
Is like
you're already getting it in your everyday life.
You feel me? Like that, right? Exactly. Right. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's wild. I hope she read up some more about what's going on. She can't even probably tell what a microaggression is no more. They sat down and watched a Klan video in front of her. That's crazy, and in front of her children. That's crazy.
So
If
evil.
that's not a microaggression, I don't know what is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the hell. Anyway, and then here goes somebody in the comments with this both sides bullshit. I don't know what you talking about. A, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please? Don't
Hi.
forget to tap like, y'all. Tap like, tap like, tap like.
I'm 26. I'm Latina. I'm like
That's not a
triracial.
race.
No, that's just my background, but my race is triracial. Like my
That's not a
23,
race either.
20. Well, I mean, we could put. I don't know. Let's ask the audience.
What do you mean? Ask the audience. You're one race. You're not three people.
But you just said Latino's not a race.
It's not.
My 23 is giving 3 things. So unless I don't know, like we want to pull up the
So what am
DNA.
I? What am I? What race am I? What do I look like to you?
See, that's the thing though. Like, I don't know why. Like, what's the obsession with color? Like, someone could be even black and they come out white, but that still don't mean they're not black.
Somebody can be black and come up. What are you talking about?
Like, you ever see those twins that they both from like a black and white parent, but they'll come out one black, one white? Like, is the white one not black then?
What skin color he was? He asked you, what did he look like? What race did he look like?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Stop taking the conversation somewhere you want it to take it. What do I look like to you? Do I look like a black man?
I mean, you look like my grandfather, low key, and he's black, but he's also Colombian.
Colombian is not a race either. You're not even equipped to come up here and have this conversation. Why are you up here?
I'll just give. I don't know. Just giving. I don't know. I feel like that's a very colorist thing to say.
Okay,
No, it's not colorist. You don't even know what colorism is. That. Why are you up here? You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. You're not even using the right words and definitions. Like, you just came up here and said Latino was a race. Then you said your race isn't that. You said it's triracial. Triracial is nowhere in a race. Like, there's no
But why do you have to put someone in a
fill out a
box? I don't
job
get that.
application. There's nowhere that it says triracial. There's no
I mean, that's a simple
that says
genetics
triracial. There's no
class.
birth
That's simple.
certificate
That's a
that
little too
says
big for you, I
triracial.
guess.
This isn't genetic.
That is though.
No, it's not. That's
So
called
where
race
does race come
realism.
from?
It's
Where
not
is that?
Man, get
genetic.
Becky up out of here, man.
What is?
Get the hell up. Bye, Becky. I'm not doing this with y'all. It's too late. I'm trying to get one more person before I go to sleep.
Why is
I'm not
race
doing
so
this.
hard in Latin America? I don't get it.
I don't know. What's wrong with them? Allie, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
I'm 19. I am white, and I go by she, her.
All right, talk to us.
Banana about to split.
Which topic are we discussing? Because I've kind of heard everybody talk about just a little bit of everything.
Topics are up here, but what brings you up?
I think that interracial relationships can both be problematic, but it takes two. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like my husband, he's from Egypt, and it's a culture shock, but I feel like it can be, it doesn't have to be problematic as long as you understand what the culture is and you can respect the culture. Does that make sense?
I have a sweater that's made of Egyptian cotton. I actually have a tattoo. I have an Egyptian tattoo. Look, oh, this is Egyptian.
My friend's daughter's name is Egypt.
Not the Ankh. Where Amun Ra at? Where they at?
I don't know. What are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about, man?
I'm glad she just conceded there. Like, she got the troll got trolled.
You know what I'm saying? Cause y'all come up here tokenizing people and it's annoying. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Don't come on my live tokenizing people. But I'm gonna get out of here, man. I'm gonna go to sleep. I got work in the morning. I appreciate y'all for joining me. I'll be
Yo,
back
why
up
would the
tomorrow.
live end like that, man? What's wrong with these people? What the
Man,
hell
you
is
know they
wrong?
crazy, man.
Y'all
Listen,
know
I'm gonna
my
drop. Y'all
my
be
famous
easy.
quote. What'd you
Ain't
say?
nobody in the line tonight. They ain't kick me out tonight.
They didn't want to kick you out.
Man, until next time, man. Peace, y'all.
All
Yes,
right.
yes, sir.
So y'all know my famous quote: "Jump in the tub before you jump in black people business." But y'all have a good one.
Absolutely.
I love that.
Absolutely.
I'll do that.
Thank you, Leisha.
Put that out.
Thanks, Omi, for stopping by, man. Appreciate
Thank y'all. I appreciate you and
you.
all the community here. Thank y'all so much.
Absolutely. For all y'all that are still here, um, check out my YouTube. You can subscribe to it. The link is in my bio on my TikTok. I post all the replays of our shows on YouTube. Lovely Rose Spells, appreciate you. Mad love to you as well, sister. And uh, I'm going to post a replay on my YouTube. Check it out. YouTube button, link in my bio. Click the notification bell in the top right on my TikTok to know when I'm going live. And what else? Follow the page, interact with the content, show some love. I'm gonna do this again tomorrow night. We'll be back at like 6 o'clock, 6 Central Standard Time. Oh yeah, b1initiative.org. The other link in my bio goes to our Discord. That's a Pan-African safe space. We educate ourselves and connect with people across the diaspora.
I
So
joined the Discord. I keep forgetting to do that. I'm just gonna hop on your link tree after this. Thank you.
okay, all right, yeah, absolutely, brother. Yeah, you'll be welcomed in there. Yeah, and then yeah, I'm sure you probably got some value to add in there too, Omi. Any like resources, whatever you're searching throughout your life, you're like, ooh, I found a nice little article. Just post it in there so brothers and sisters can learn with you. That's what we do in there.
I love that. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you. All right, y'all. One love. Talk to y'all tomorrow. Peace.